000 in pro round 1, or the best reaction time if a 000 is not hit. So if you're in the staging lanes and you're in pro, you want to take a swing at it, $1,000 odometer certificate right off the bat.
First prize out the door on Wednesday is $1,000.
That's it. We want to start it off right, Nate. And if you're new to a Fling, today is when the Racer Appreciation Prize Vault opens up big, and I want to welcome Winlight Bets, our first round sponsor. Winlight Bets is, you're going to hear a lot about that company. They are working really hard at, their philosophy is gambling is legal in every other sport. There's gambling. Why not add some excitement to racing? And that's what Rex Zimmermaker and Chris are shooting for. So check out them, talk to them. They have an app. They're going to have some cool promotions going on over there throughout the day. But Winlight Bets, round 1, best losing package is going to get $500. The best losing package for all 4, for the first 4 rounds, are going to get $500, and then we go into the giving away slicks for the rest of the rounds, 5, 6, and 7. So,
hey, can we get odds on who's going to be the best losing package in round number 1?
You want to? Yeah, let's go to Winlight Bets.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, would they put odds on like who's going to be the best losing package?
I think they're gearing up for a lot of stuff like that. I'm serious. They're gearing up for a lot.
Oh yeah.
They're not going to. You know, you're from a casino background, IT, whatever you do over there. You can't overcomplicate things. They may do something like, to start things off, if I understand them right, is let's say there's 16 left in the million.
Right.
They're going to put odds on each driver, and
that's amazing.
Have at it. Yep.
That's how it should be. Nope. Do you know what I did? Do you know what we did with the prediction machine, Mike?
What did we do?
Huh?
What did we do with the prediction machine?
We did like we do with old buildings here in Las Vegas. We strapped dynamite to it.
No, it's still fully functional. It is still
nope.
fully functional.
Nope.
I did a test run on Monday.
Oh, great. We can back it down. Oh, look at this. Mike, yeah, she came in and told me I was hot. Said that
I was a witness.
The volume was...
I was a witness. She walked in and said, "Nate, you are hot."
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. No, in those exact words, too. Oh, man. So
it was almost like the Paris Hilton. That's hot.
Oh, jeez. That's so annoying.
We had a Paris Hilton reference, but what time is it?
I'm glad that's over. It's like 8:16. You've dropped Paris Hilton.
Did Winlight Bets have an over-under on Paris Hilton reference on Wednesday morning?
No. But I do want to know when they're going to offer in-game betting. Like you got 3 seconds.
Set the line. You have 2.6 seconds to get your bet in.
To make your bet. Oh no, that's really cool. I'm definitely going to get by, and I want to find out more about what that's all about, because that just sounds like so much fun. But it is. Round number 1 is brought to you by the folks at Winlight Bets. Again, $500 to the best losing package. Round number 1. Again, we've got Larice Pro. We've called Super Pro A Group door cars. That's what I wanted to make sure that I said clearly enough. Again, it's Super Pro A Group door cars. We have called you into the staging lanes. Larice Pro, you should be in lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro A Group door cars. Again, racers, we are kind of holding up here just a little bit because we do understand that there is a major traffic incident on I-15 North, and pretty much we're on the far north end of town, so anybody that is trying to get here from any other property in town, yeah, they're going to be stuck in that mess. So we're just trying to buy a few extra minutes. We're trying to give them a little bit of time so that we get everybody here, give everybody a free look, especially with the car count that we have and the fact that we will have no buybacks today. We are holding up here just a couple of minutes. So, Gage, you got held up in the traffic too, Gage? We were waiting for you. All right, well, Gage is here, so we can go now.
Yeah, Nate, it looks like we're about 5 minutes away from pulling them out. So pro drivers, you should start painting that dial in. Hold on,
Said it took an hour to get from Craig Road to here, which normally takes 5 to 6 minutes. Wow.
You guys talk about New York traffic.
Yeah, but it's very rare that we flip over an 18-wheeler.
I'm not one to. I don't want to hear any excuses.
So was there what?
Through the city.
Was there a traffic jam between the Motel 6 and here? I mean, what was?
Oh yeah, a lot of traffic. All right, so we're about 5 minutes away from pulling cars. Group pro drivers, let's get that dial-in painted on. And with your dial-ins, guys and ladies, your dial-in needs to be on before you come under the arch. You cannot change the dial once you pull under the arch. So once your front tires hit that arch, that's where your dial-in needs to be on. And for you drivers who have the digital dial boards, do us a favor. Keep it on so Jonathan can see your dial-in. What's happening is some of you guys, I guess, have it hooked to your ignition switch. Nate, this is way over your head, by the way.
No, you know what? I think I can draw a comparison to real life.
Okay.
Right? Yeah.
All right,
power on, power off type thing, right? I think I can get that.
Well, some of them some drivers have their digital dial boards hooked up to their ignition switch, and you're coming under the arch, and Jonathan's looking for your dial-in, and you're shutting your ignition switch off, and the dial-in disappears. So I understand if you want to shut your car off, but then just flip the ignition switch back on so we can see the dial-in, please. Because we don't want to dial you 000.
I think
you'll have a hard time running a number, Nate.
I think I can. I think I'm keeping up with you on that.
All right.
Random dial.
Going to be an exciting day, Nate. 2 go down, 1 come back. About 670 entries, the biggest Vegas fling ever. And by the way, if we get 5 more entries, which I'm sure we will between now and tomorrow, we're going to be our biggest fling ever. We're going to beat the Big Daddy, Bristol. We were 674 on our high day at Bristol.
So we need 5 more entries.
Yep.
To be at 675.
Yep. That will make Kyle really proud. So go to the Motel 6, round some 5 drivers up. Tell them to bring their Toyota, whatever.
What I'm also looking at is with 670 plus entries on property already, what does that equate to for Friday?
That's got to be at least like 325.
I would certainly hope. I'm thinking about, I'm already looking forward to Friday. Like how many entries with 675 entries or 670 entries already here? I would think that should equate to a very large number of entries in Friday's event.
Yeah, I have a feeling it's going to be the biggest one yet.
I would not be surprised.
And going by where we were at Wednesday morning last year with million entries, we're over 100 ahead of that already. So it's going to be good.
So I'm thinking, what the largest so far here has been 370? Was it 376 paid out?
344 and it paid out 385.
385.
Or 375. I'm sorry.
That's what I was.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was Peeps Pennington, and then Scotty Richardson.
Yeah.
It was 340 something on the East Coast.
Yep.
And at 349, I believe, and it paid out 375 as well. And from a racer's perspective, they have to be getting excited because the entry fee doesn't change, but the more cars enter, the more you're racing for. And
I mean,
I can see that the hype growing that.
I do not see any reason why we shouldn't be racing for $500,000 on Friday. If we hit that, obviously, if we hit 395, I don't see, with 670 cars already here, I don't see any reason why we shouldn't hit 395.
Yeah, I love it.
Or more.
I love it.
That'll be way cool. Well, racers, the word has gone out. We are getting ready to pull Larice Pro out of the staging lanes again. First pair of cars down the racetrack here in main event competition will be up momentarily. Again, I'm still kind of looking for, like, come on. There we go. All right, so now I'm happy. Now I'm happy. You know why? The Bang Shift live feed is up. So with the Bang Shift live feed up there, we have got our chat bleachers in full effect. Again, thank you very much to the folks at Jegs. Thank you very much to the folks at Hoosier. Dude, this is getting like better and better. Emily comes in and visits. She comes in, she gives us compliments, brings like stacks of cash.
Cash rules everything around me.
I could find ways to like make this an everyday type thing.
What time? What was the Winlight bets on Wu-Tang reference?
Wu-Tang reference.
Cash rules everything around me.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I think Winlights is gonna. They're definitely gonna be wise to what you're offering up there. What's happening, Mr. Valdez? Good morning, Barn. We are getting ready to go. We've got cars rolling up here under the arch. We're going to be doing our opening ceremonies here momentarily. I know we had. Hey, there he is. Woo! So as we roll our Larice Pro up here into the staging lanes, again, our first pair. Hey, look at that. Surprise, surprise. Dennis Paz is one of the first cars out of the staging lanes. I am shocked, stunned, flabbergasted, and bewildered. All right, So we are ready. We've got our Larice Pro cars paired up, lined up, and in position under the arch here at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Again, we welcome you to a Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. The 2023 edition is a Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC Wednesday. We have got a massive car count on property. We are 5 shy of setting an all-time record for Fling entries. We are at 670. Record so far is 674. I think we're going to beat it, and I think this weekend we are going to see record numbers of payouts across the board, including on Friday. But today, it's all about 30 grand. It's all about getting cars down the racetrack, turning on win lights. Again, racers, there will be no buybacks today, so you got to be on it from the start. We got prizes from our prize vault going out in round number 1. Before we do that, we'd like to ask that you all please rise and remove your caps, as we need to give thanks to the good Lord above for the opportunity that we have to go racing out here, to be with our family inside of these gates. And to do that, for today's invocation, please welcome Eddie Boyer from Racers for Christ.
Thank you, Nate. Would you all join me in prayer, please? Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we just thank you for this beautiful morning you've given us. We've got a beautiful sunny day out here at Las Vegas, and we just thank you for all of the people that have worked so hard this week to be able to get this track prepped and ready to go. We thank you for all the sponsors and everybody that makes this Spring Fling Million this race happen. So, God, as we get ready to start these first 2 cars down the track, we just want to pray that your protection would be over everyone out here today, that you would be over all of the crew members, over the drivers, and over all of the safety people working here today. We just thank you for all the blessings you give us. We thank you for this country that we live in. And God, we also want to pray for all of our men and women who serve, whether here or overseas. Father, just be with them and protect them as they help protect our freedoms. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
Thank you, Eddie. We appreciate that. And racers, again, as we get together here each and every day, I'd like to ask that we all remember that we are all part of one racing family, regardless of what our political affiliations may be, what our views may be. When we get inside this gate, we are all racers at heart. I know that everybody's here to support each other, and we're able to do that because of the freedoms we enjoy in this country. So as we listen to our national anthem, racers, I would like to ask that you remember all of our men and women, both active and past, in each and every one of our armed forces. Each and every one of them dedicated their time, and in many cases, they dedicated their lives to protect our freedom. If you have not yet done so, please rise and remove your caps for our national anthem.
By the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Racers, thank you very much. We are enjoying a fantastic day here in Las Vegas, and it is time to go racing with Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro category. What a day it's going to be. Thank you very much, Eddie Boyer. We appreciate you coming up here and providing today's invocation. We have got a whole lot of fun and a whole lot of race cars to get through. Again, as we mentioned, 670 entries so far have turned in tech cards here in the tower, just 5 short of setting an all-time record. And I'm just going to start putting it out there into the universe, like right now. Because the more we put it out there into the universe, the more probability there is of it happening. But I want to see at least 395 cars in the million to get us up to that $500,000 mark. With 670 entries, why could we not hit 395? I'm just saying. We got to do that. So to all of you listening in on the live feed, good morning. Welcome to Las Vegas as you join us live. Courtesy of the folks at Bang Shift. Thanks to Jegs. Thanks to Hoosier Tire. We are glad to have you here. We got Dennis Paz. We got Lance Kerchuk, who are starting it off. Kerchuk in the Duster out of Leduc County up in Alberta. Again, a multinational affair here in Las Vegas. We got racers coming from Mexico. We got racers from all across the United States. As Dennis Paz going to pick up the first win light of the day. Dennis, 46th thou ahead at this end of the racetrack, and then ends up beating Lance Kerchuk. Kerchuk goes 742 on a 740. Dennis Paz 674 on a 672, and it's going to be the El Camino moving into round number 2. Ross Davison and Kevin Pollard. Ho-ho! Pollard, one of the best in the world off the bottom, dialed in at 579 in that Camaro out of Virginia. And Ross Davidson coming in out of Idaho Falls. Ross Davidson's ride is off, and away we go. 18 thousandths of a second separated him in reaction time. Getting down to the stripe. How about Pollard dropping to be dead on 4? 579 on a 579 was 022 on the tree. Ross Davidson had a 40 light and then goes 641.8 on a 648. A little bit quicker than you thought. You know what, Rod? I think we do need to bring the swear jar back for this event. Rod Hagan says we need the swear jar. We absolutely do. This was kind of the birthplace of the swear jar. And again, for those of you that we got Robert Crum and Bill Perry, we'll talk about that a little bit. So Bill Perry in the Firebird from right here in Las Vegas. Robert Crum coming in with 63. That TNA ride down at 673. Red light start for Crum. Crum by 19 thousandths of a second fouls away his shot in the pro category here today. Bill Perry 10 on the tree and goes 762 on a 763. And you know that 10 reaction time, I think is best we've seen so far here in the pro category.
It is the best, but the prediction machine says 10 is not going to hold up.
Okay. Throw that prediction machine in the trash. Zach Illing and Joe Oler.
Prediction machine has never been wrong in the history of mankind.
I know, because it goes, it's so predictable. That's the deal with the prediction machine. 624 and Zach Illing's down at 658. Hey, look at that. The 10 light didn't hold up. 008 on the tree for Zach Ealing, and 667 on a 658 gave him all the room that he needed. As Joe Aller coming in out of Mountain Home, Idaho, reaction time started with a 2, and that was pure painful. First thing on a Wednesday morning and you missed it. Now you got all day to think about it. Oh. That's somebody that you look at him and go, so Joe, at what point in your life did the insanity set in? You'd be like, about 8:37 a.m. on a Wednesday morning in Vegas. Down to 683 on the left side. Griner gets the win light. 694 on the 683 after an 011 reaction time. Brian Lapire, he will join the club of insane people. Another reaction time that started with a 2, unfortunately. All right, Russell Rowley and Craig Merrilees as we get rolling. Yes, Terry Lee, those should be the first donations. How about a little true start affair early in the morning? 6:51 on a 6:56 for Craig Merrilees, as Merrilees was 021 red. Russell Rowley was 005 red, and the quicker of the two cars had the worserer, more terribler of the red lights, and Merrilees hands the win light back over to Russell Rowley. So Rowley out of the right lane will move into round number 2, and that's going to bring up Charlie Lockhart and Larry Scarth. Scarth, Lockhart, both race in the S10s. Scarth, right side out of California, dialed in at 677. Charlie Lockhart, left side, dialed in at 602, nice little wheel stand out of Lockhart. 5,000ths of a second separate him in reaction time, and the win light's going to go to Charlie. Charlie getting there second, lights up the scoreboard. 6:04 on the 6:02, exactly 200ths of a second above the dial. Larry Scarth had the 0:34 reaction time, so was 5 thou better at this end of the racetrack. Takes 6 hun at the stripe to go 6:73 on the 6:77, and no good is Ron Nichols and Jacob Phelps. Phelps in the 72 Vega. Ron Nichols, the hammer, dialed in at 7:08. You know how long Ron Nichols has been hammering? 18,000ths of a second, the difference between win reaction time. Win light's going to belong to Jacob Phelps on a double breakout. Phelps 001 reaction time, 1,000th of a second away from that cert. Just one. $1,000 certificate for the first perfect reaction time as Jeff cracks open a gallon-sized jug. I'm just saying, that thing's huge. Like, I think the only person on earth that could hold that bottle and make it look like a regular-sized milk bottle would be like Shaquille O'Neal. If he wrapped his hand around that, he'd be like, oh, look at that cute little milk bottle. Andre the Giant. Ron Nichols was 19 green, and unfortunately that kind of sealed his fate, as the Vega will move into round number 2 as Kyle Fritz and Michael Johnson. Johnson, 67. Kyle Fritz with 666. The dial of fate. 670 on the 666. Kyle Fritz lights up the scoreboard to get the win light. Gets there first by 84,000ths of a second. As Michael Johnson was 59 on the tree and goes 639 on a 631. Oh, not quite what you wanted it to be now, was it? How about Justin Lamb rolling up in his super stocker? A little Cobalt out of Henderson, Nevada, dialed in at 572 for the 5-time world champ, and Michael Clement rolling in over on the right side. The Camaro out of Meridian, Idaho, 671 the dial for Clement. So Clement will get about a 1 second start. Turns it red by 9,000ths of a second. 009 on the wrong side of the math for Justin Lamb. He goes 574 and a 572. Michael Clement was 66 on the tree and then goes 670 on a 671. What's up, Mr. Hoff? How are you? We got all kinds of folks listening in. I mean, what, a little while ago we were just under 1,000 folks already watching along, and I think we've probably surpassed that number because mine doesn't necessarily update real time. But Chad Sandlin and Brian Cerruti. Cerruti out of Ohio, 640 the number for the black Camaro with the white racing stripes on the right side, and Chad Sandlin out of Burleson, Texas. It's like, what kind of town is this? 640 on a 640, Cerruti dead on 5. He was 30 on the tree. Chad Sandlin was better on the bull with an 011 reaction time, but runs 4 above the 667 on a 663 and ends up 17,000ths of a second behind At the stripe on the loss is David Golby and Gary Onamura. Onamura, the 65 Chevy 2. Off the starting line. Difference between them in reaction time was 0.06 of a second. Advantage was to Onamura. Win light's going to go to Golby, as Golby runs 6.95 on the 6.93. Gary Onamura came oh so close to winning that one, like a thou close to winning that one. Had the 0.28 reaction time, got to the finish line first by 28 thousandths of a second, and breaks out by 1 thousandths of a second. So Onamura gonna have to wait for tomorrow for his opportunity at the Pro Fame and Glory, as Lucas Walker rolls up. The Mustang out of Murray, Kentucky, and Cliff Hall, the Falcon out of Carmichael, California. 6.4 to the left side, 6.08 to the right side, 5 thousandths of a second. The difference between the two in reaction time and the win light's going to belong to Cliff. 6.48 on a 6.44. He was 12 on the tree to Lucas's 0.17. Lucas gets there first by 55 thousandths of a second to break out by 18 thousandths of a second. As life is a good thing if you are Cliff Hall, because you're moving around number 2. Lucas Walker's like, come on, man. Ain't no fun. Ain't no fun. John Brooks and Jared Bargo. I think I saw something on Facebook. My wife pointed out to me the Bargos were, he and Jeremy headed this direction, stopped and took a picture. Where's that place with all the Cadillacs stuck in the ground? Is that New Mexico? Is it Texas? West side of Texas? Everybody knows that West Texas. How about Bargo carrying the front tires out to about the 60-foot mark, getting the win light, 26 green. John Brooks was a lot. So that was a little strange. Amarillo, Texas. Do they really call it the Cadillac? I mean, I thought it was that, but I didn't know it was actually called the Cadillac Ranch. I don't know what it was. I don't know what it was. Blake, we will pass that message along, sir. Henry on the left side, picking up the win line. How about 005 on the tree? This Shelby's 035, so a 30,000 split in reaction time. Win light goes to Roberson, 726 and a 724. 2 above the dial, taking 17 thou at the stripe to get the win light, as we will bring out Jeannie Northrup. Northrup out of Pipersville, Pennsylvania. I'm trying to remember. Is it Jeff Debbie? I mean, I'm used to seeing him in the other car. That's right, he did pick this thing up and was out here testing in it a few weeks back to kind of get ready. Finally before the down for Debbie. Jeannie Northrup down at 6.00. Win light will go to Jeannie Northrup. Jeff was better on the tree. Had the 015 to Jeannie's 031, so with the 16,000 split, Jeannie left on the backside of that, but ends up running dead on the dial. 600 on a 600 to get to the stripe first by 7 thousandths of a second. Jeff Debbie runs 586 on a 584 and comes up 7 thou short, as Noel Jueves and Scott Taylor. Noel, one of our representatives out of Team Mexico, racing out of Tijuana, dialed in at 663. Scott Taylor dialed in at 677. On the right side. Trying to get it done. Noel moving off the starting line with a decent bit of track position, but it's going to be Scott Taylor getting the win light. 679 on the 677 after the 058 reaction time. Noel had the 025 light and then goes 662.2. Gets to the finish line first by 68 thousandths of a second. needed to get there by 60th hour or less to light up the scoreboard as Joe Schmall and Darren Taylor wait patiently in the water box as they quickly hold up there. Do a mop job on the restart. And while we were doing that again, looking for that first perfect reaction time. You know, if we get no perfect reaction time, kind of that, like I can't get no satisfaction. If we get no perfect reaction time, then it'll be the best overall reaction time. And right now, that's Phelps with a 001 light. 001. Here in the pro category is Joe Schmall at Alino Lakes, Minnesota. Dialing the Nova in at 682. Wasn't quite 001, but it was 002 and 685 on a 682 for Joe Schmall. So Schmall with a 002 reaction time ends up 3 above the dial to get the win light. Darren Taylor was 044 on the tree and had nowhere to go as he runs 623 on a 619. So win light to Schmall. Darren Taylor's going to have to kind of sit it out the rest of the day. And here comes Tana Taylor. Tana, out of Rigby, Idaho, has picked up the microphone, was actually the one who sang our national anthem. Springfield. 668. At Happy Valley, Oregon on the left side. Win light's going to go to Mike. Oh, Tana's going to be bothered. She was 004 on the tree to Pliska's 022. But then on the double breakout, Tana ends up 5 under the dial, taking 22 thou at the stripe. Michael ends up 5 under the dial. Getting there second, comes down to a margin of 4 thousandths. 4 thousandths. And yes, Mr. Manga. So, I'm sorry. I know you were watching along when we were like down in Tucson at the Southwest Show down there, Manga. But with that, and I know it's not that name, but it just totally reminds me of Saturday Night Live. 695 the down for Rob Strong, 760 the down for Carlos Lopez, and the win light's going to go to Strong.
The one where Garth Brooks was addicted to the main.
Oh my goodness. Those were some funny yet disturbing skits all at the same time. Nightbot, what's the car count? As of right now, we're not even through pro. I can tell you that we've sold over 670 tech cards. But at this point in time, given the fact that we're like 30 minutes into the day, as soon as we get, let's hear, give us another 4 hours to get through round number 1.
6.
You want 6 hours to get through round number 1? Okay, I'll go with that. With 670 entries. And the fact that there's no buybacks and people are doubling up, like they're coming up and that's the main thing. Kyle LaPile, 689 on a 690, breaks out 9 thousandths of a second. Larry McClanahan at 543 on a 550, breaks out 69 thousandths of a second. Win light goes to Kyle.
It's the banana.
It is the banana. What are we getting down to the end of pro? Jeez, how would I know that? There's Andy. Andy Schmall rolling in against Luis Ortiz. Luis, the 66 Chevy 2 out of Tucson, Arizona. Isn't that, that's Bill's car. All right. Where's Bill? Oh, I see him. I see him. And then Andy Schmall. Down for Andy. 12 thousandths of a second. The difference in reaction time, and the win light on the double breakout is going to belong to the Nana. The Nanner. Andy Schmall, 591 on a 594. Taking 7th thou at the stripe to get the win light. Luis Ortiz goes 646 on a 649. To break out by more as we are down to our final pair of pro cars. I should know who that car is in the Maverick, or who the driver is in the Maverick. I should know this. We got Tim O'More. Rolled in this morning, turned in his tech cards for Pro and Super Pro. O'More, who has made it a habit of winning these high-dollar bracket races across the western half of the United States. Of course, we don't have many of them. We got, Chris Forsyth, who puts on the Southwest Showdown Series. The Silver State Classic. We've got some more stuff that's happening up in the Reading area with the Trimps and Adams and all of that stuff. And of course, we've got Tim O'More gets off the starting line with the advantage and will light the board. 583 on a 580 after a 009 reaction time. For the the Maverick, it was a 705 on a 706, and that is going to get us through round number 1 of Pro. Unofficially, for that $1,000 Autometer gift certificate, Jason Phelps had the best reaction time with a 001. With that, we'll go back and double check the records. We got some. And we've got a new announcer to the Flings that's joining us. He's actually started announcing here at the Strip on a regular basis. Graduated out of the junior program and came up here and started spending a little time on the mic with me and said, Nate, let me show you what you're doing wrong. And I said, okay. I dig the dude. Gage going to take over the mic here for a little while as we get into Super Pro door cars. And in the end, we are looking for our first perfect reaction time in Super Pro door cars. David Phillips. 698 on the 693 with a 007 reaction time. Here's Gage.
All right. Welcome, everybody. Hello to everybody in the chat bleachers. I used to be one of you guys. I know how it is. I'm part of the chat bleachers, too. Larry East now in the left lane in the 95 Daytona out of Redwood Valley, California, dial 589. Sean Rickenbach in the 98 Avenger out of Ridgefield, Washington, dialed 526. Again, we're looking for our first perfect reaction time. Rickenbach gives it away by 18,000. Larry East is 377 and well above. Sean Rickenbach is probably going to want to get that one back, but he's double entered, so he's got one more try at it. Monty Beagle now. High River, Alberta, Canada, in the 33 Ford Coupe. That thing's cool. It's got suicide doors, and it just looks cool and sits nice and everything. And speaking of show cars, Jonathan Fiello, and what is considered his beater car, out of Ukaipa, dial 568. To Jonathan Fiello, 24 on the tree and 2 above the dial. Monty Beagle was 57, late off the line, goes dead 0, but is not enough to get around Jonathan Fiello. Chad Campbell now in the 64 Falcon. I like that. I like it. Meridian, Idaho, dialed 614, and Lane Weber in the right lane, dialed 729. That's Chad Campbell, turns into 23 grand himself. 69 green for Lane Weber, and then goes 726 on the 729 to get the win into round number 2.
All right, attention in the pit area. Group A dragsters. Group A dragsters. Get you rolling this way, please. Group A dragsters. Rolling up the lanes, please.
Anthony Matassa now. Out of Chatsworth, California in the 34 Roadster. Dial 571. And Jeff Verdi out of Glen Allen, Virginia. Mr. $2 million in 1 year. In the 66 GTO. Why is he not like the top of Jeff takes a shot for the weather station, goes 003 and gets the win light as Anthony Matassa turned it 10 thou red and barely gets off the starting line afterwards. Verdi gets the win light and then goes 3 above the dial to get the win, but just misses out on getting the Alltronics Performance Pro weather station. Again, like, these are the cool prizes. Like, I want a weather station. Like, why can't I get a weather station for, like, being, like, the best intern in the tower?
Well, because you got to be trip zip and be the best intern.
Well, let me
in the
grab
tower.
let me grab the practice tree and I'll set myself up on kill, and then, like, I'll be ready to go. Guys, I got a weather station coming for me. Alright, next up is going to be Ron Wagner out of Odessa, Texas. In the red 63 Corvette Roadster, dial 520. Kerry Willowet out of Etz Park, Colorado. In the 67 Camaro, dial 522, 200. Head start going to go to the right lane. To get the win. A lot of red lights. Guys, roll some numbers in the box or something. Roll some numbers or just wait for it a little bit longer. Make sure you see it. See, like, I'm an intern, but I'm also like a emotional support coach at the same time for live racing. Because I'm a racer too, so I know how these guys think. Sometimes.
We actually refer to you as the emotional support animal.
Okay.
Actually.
Okay. Yeah, I look like a pug, but okay. Away with the 22 reaction time as the left lane was 008 and breaks out by 7 thousandths of a second. Matt Daddis gonna move on 22 and 1 above 3. Woo! Aaron Durham now in the left lane out of Roy Washington in the 69 Nova. The Nova in the right lane. Blue Super Gas look. 568 the dial. This is a sprint Fling race right here. To the finish line we go. Andy Durham gonna get the win. 006 gets behind to go 1 above 4 to get the win. Right lane was 008 and breaks out by 7 thousandths of a second. That's some racing. We're getting serious now.
Absolutely. Prize vault. First one of the day. Confirmed. Jacob Phelps. Good job, D6 again to the front. 001 in that Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro category. $1,000 certificate from Autometer. So Jacob Phelps come up and see the Diva desk is Greg Sabatino. Another D6. It's almost getting out there. Numbers 6 top.
Hey,
Somebody else wins. We'll
Like-
talk about it.
Go do some jumping jacks in the corner to like calm yourself down a little bit. Like I understand like you like it now all of a sudden for some reason. I don't know why. David Beckwith now in the left lane out of Rancho Cucamonga, California in the 64 Chevy 2 dialed 541. Daniel Fiello now in the right lane out of Yucaipa dialed 597. And just a little thing that I would like to play, which I normally do all the time when I'm watching on the live stream, is like pick my 5 favorite door cards on the property. As David Beckwith takes control at the starting line, gets the win 002, and then breaks out 9 thou less than Daniel Fiello. 38 and 595 on the 597. David Beckwith going to move on to round number 2. Left lane is 63 Roadster. Dialed 628, and Brandon Cornell in the right lane. Colorado dialed 78. Roadster coming off the stop. Gets a big mile an hour and goes, 2 total for the Corvette Roadster. Brandon Cornell is 36 up front and just like wasting a day, basically. 2 total first round. And gets like no praise because I don't have a name yet, but we'll get one soon. Jim Higgins now in the left lane out of Minnesota in the Nova. Dialed 680. Jason Biscay in the Mustang out of Washington, dialed 664. Close race off the start. Drivers separated by 0.02 of a second. Jason Biscay going to get the win, 17 and dead on 6. To get to the stripe first by 0.09 of a second, Jim Higgins is 15 and 1 above the dial. Woo! It's getting tight already. I like it. I like it. Troy Grant in the right lane out of Golden, Colorado in the 66 Chevy 2, dialed 676. Roadster dialed 5. Win light is going to go to the left lane, 007 and well above as Troy Grant, 17, and breaks it out.
All right, this is raffle number 2, the $100 variety, 20 spots. Nathan Hershey has his hand stuck in the cup. One number. Nathan Hershey's hand has been removed. Number 9. Bill Zimmer, you. Wild and Justin Moser. The Corvette right side is going to bow out here in round number 1 as Isaac Wild, 25 down here from South Dakota, and goes 613 on the 608. Justin Moser was 46 at the rip and goes 556 on the 550 and is a first round runner-up. Back to you, Gage.
Okay. Kenny Snow now in the left lane out of La Habra, California in the 69 Chevelle. Dial 573, and Robert Butler in the right lane out of Warrenville, California, dial 577 in the 73 Camaro. Again, still looking for the first perfect light of our Super Pro door cards. Ooh, someone got close. And it's going to be Kenny Snow. 003, dead 7, 10 total for Kenny Snow. Robert Butler is 24, locked out, and then goes 1 above the dial. Woo! Here we go. It's Wednesday, all right. It feels like Friday with like these times that are coming up right now. Mike Badeau Jr. in the left lane. Gardendale, Texas, dialed 705, and Rocky Van Note out of Indiana in the 71 Vega, dialed 591. That Vega's nice. Like, Vegas are the perfect drag car. Cannot change my mind. Drivers are separated by 0.07 of a second. Rocky Van Note left the line second, but gets the win light. 14 green, and then goes 589.8 on the 591. Mike Badeau is 007 and 703 on the 705. Fourth out, the difference in the breakout. Rocky Van Note going to get the win. Ryan Harem in the right lane. In the 69 Camaro. Got Moser sponsored on the side of the race car. Dial 555. Got the 555s up. Left lane Camaro dial 588 as Ryan Harem took a swing for the weather station but turned it 4th out too early. Left lane going to get the win, 39 green and well under 584 on the 588. Just a note for everybody out there, guys, it's really fast sometimes. It's fast. And part of that, well, from a racer insight, from what I've heard all throughout the years of me being here, is like when it's a headwind here, because the track face is going down north, it's cold air blowing straight into the engine as you're going down track, so that means it's going to be fast somehow through like some science or stuff. Brian Canaday now in the left lane dial 572, and Rod Taylor in the right dial 527 win light. Byron Canaday 17 green and 581 on the 572. Whoa. Rod Taylor took a bunch at the finish line, is 29 green, and then goes 524 on the 527. Byron Canaday sneaks away after being a little slow off the dial. Paul Edens now in the Toyota truck. That's awesome. I like this. 542 the dial, and Michael Miller in the T-Bucket Roadster. Dial 575. Off and away we go. Reaction times are not like Hall of Fame worthy, but like it gets the job done. Michael Miller, 42 green and 579 on the 575. Paul Edens is 75 green and then goes 5 above. Michael Miller gonna get away with a 42 reaction time, while like others who lost with like 14 reaction time are like, excuse me? Sid Summers in the left lane out of Rexburg, Idaho, dialed 577 in the 77 Camaro. Kelly Shearer out of Washington in the 87 S10 truck, dialed 699. Off and away we go. Kelly might have given up a little bit too much than what she wanted to for the handicap start. Sid Summers is going to get the win, 13 green and dead on 4 to get the win. Kelly Shearer was locked out, 40 green, and then 1 above 0. No good there. Nacho Rivera Jr. for Team Mexico in the 71 Dodge Duster. 658 the dial, and Ryan Stifler out of Colorado in the Chevelle, dial 530. Drivers are separated by 0.02 of a second. Nacho Rivera, 005, dead 7, and Team Mexico puts down a lap on Ryan Stifler, who is 25 and breaks out by 0.04 of a second. Woo! Nacho Rivera putting in the work. Jorge Covarrubias now in the Chevy truck for Team Mexico. Dial 590, and Brian John McCullough in the Camaro, dial 686 in the right lane. Jorge 001 gets the win light as Brian turns it 22 thou red. Jorge 001 and then breaks out but got the win light due to the red light.
All right, attention to the pit area. We have a Dodge pickup truck that is parked in somebody's pit area. Has a Las Vegas Golden Knights plate 1084, and the license plate frame says, "Don't hate me because you ain't me." Well, we have some racers that pretty much hate you because you're parked in their pit area. So if you have a Dodge Ram Vegas Golden Knight plate 1084, "Don't hate me because you ain't me" license plate frame, is Ricky Pennington's going to get the win. The runner out of Alabama is 18 green as Steven Vunet out of Florida turns it red by 2 thou. Once again, a Dodge Ram truck, Vegas Golden Knight, plate 1084. "Don't hate me because you ain't me. Go move it because you're parked where you're not supposed to be." And Jeff Foster has the forklift at the ready.
Well,
Donnie Angel and Kurt Harrington will be our next pair.
Well, the thing is, like, as I'm partially the intern for like the tower, I'm also like the brand new like tow truck driver. So if you don't want your car towed by like an amateur or rookie like intern tow truck guy like me, yeah, I'd probably move the car. Donnie Angel now in the left lane out of Michigan in the Mustang 620 the dial. Kurt Harrington in the right lane in the Chevette out of Indiana, dialed 610. I just love seeing all these racers come out from different states of the country. This is awesome. Donnie Angel puts up an awesome lap himself, 29 green and dead 4 to get the win by 5 thousandths of a second. Kurt Harrington is 34 and dead 4 himself. The separation at the starting line is the separation at the finish line. Hector Hernandez now for Team Mexico. In the 82 Mustang, dialed 618, and Nathan Bradford out of Montana in the 79 Camaro, dialed 603. Nathan Bradford turns it red by 10 thousandths of a second. Hector Hernandez and Team Mexico going to get another one on the win column. 23 green and 623 on the 618. Go Team Mexico! Vamos! See, I can speak a little bit of Spanish. Vamos! Vamos! John Schaefer now in the left lane out of Boise, Idaho. In the Chevelle dial 545, and Jacob Beakley in the Monte Carlo dialed 633 out of Lamar, Colorado. Off and away we go. John Schaefer, let's go, and the car like falls on his face off the starting line. Jacob Beakley looked around, couldn't find John, gets the win, 30 green and well above to get the win. Kendall Little in the 78 Malibu, dialed 618. In the left lane, Ben Willis. In the right lane, the Nova, dialed 652. Off and away we go. Both drivers let go on time. Down to the other end we go. Win light to Ben Willis, 14 green, and breaks out by 9 thousandths of a second. Kendall Little was 16. Breaks out more, 615 on the 618. Willis going to get the win for round number 1. Jacob Stallworthy in the fast 68 Camaro Roadster, dialed 481. The S10 truck in the left lane, dialed 638. Big spread already going to happen. That's how much real estate he's got to make up. But he made himself make a little too much work maybe, but gets the job done. Jacob Stallworthy. Oh, the S10 truck was 001 and broke out by a bunch. 634 on the 638. Stallworthy was 23. Unfortunately for him, turned it dead 7 to survive. Round number 1, Sean Schaefer now. In the 66 Chevelle dial 519 and Andres de Piazza. In the white Camaro Roadster dial 474. Finish line. Gonna go to the Camaro Roadster. Andres is 21 and then breaks out less than Sean Schaefer by 9,000ths of a second. 472 on the 474. 516 on the 519 for Sean Schaefer. It's gonna bring up Tim Wirtz in the 63 Corvette Roadster, or as I like to call it, the Snowplow. For those of you who have not seen like the 00 show clowning on the Tucson Tundra that happened recently, the wagon, woo, Nova wagon, that's a top tier, that's probably top 5 door car for me. Dialed 6 flat. Oh my. The Nova wagon turned it 2 thou red. Tim Wirtz turned it 1 thou red. Almost a true star affair, but Tim Wirtz is gonna sneak by 1 itty bitty thou and still goes dead 8. As it appears that concludes like all of our door car pairs of door car on door car. As we're now gonna transition into like door car versus dragster time. So chat bleachers, you gotta pick a side now. I don't know if we're transitioning. Is that the right word to use? The chat bleachers, now you gotta pick a team like Team Door Cars or Team Dragsters. I guarantee you we're gonna be all Team Door Cars probably. Dustin Wirtz in the dragster getting pushed off the starting line. No! Oh. That is not the best way to start the week. Casey Pesnell out of Alabama. Casey, one of the young racers on the southeast side, puts up some good YouTube videos of him dropping and stomping on the pedal all the time. Kid can get it done. 005 and then 3 Hun under the dial. 620 on the 623. As unfortunately for Dustin Wirtz, did not start the day well. James Glenn now. Your reigning Super Comp world champion and like the guy that won the Dragster Shootout last year. And it's a pretty good year. It's okay. 473 the dial and Jerry Lone in a 68 Firebird out of Virginia. Dial 587. As I just got the text that Jacob Phillips has won $1,000 of Autometer gift certificate for the best reaction time of round number 1 of Larice Pro, and John Brooks has won a Moser water pump for the hard luck during first round of Pro. So John Brooks, congratulations! Come on up to the Diva desk to claim your prize before I get it, because like I might want to get a race car. James Glenn, 25 and 1 above 6 to get the win. Jerry Lone was 45. Dead 9, not enough. He's behind by 13 thou. James Glenn going to move on, and Mike Rock now. And the orange dragster in the left lane. I can't call it the safety cone anymore because it's got like black and graphics all over it, so it doesn't do it any good. Larry Hamby in the 55 Chevy dialed 680 out of Florida.
That's what dads are for.
Off and away we go. Larry Hamby 001 to get the win. Mike Rock turns at 55 thou red. Larry Hamby 001 and then breaks out by 200th of a second. Jace Nicholson in the dragster dial 442 and Chris Galitti in the Chevy 2. Gonna get the win lane. Galitti gonna get the win. Jace Nicholson turns it 28th thou red. Gonna bring up Brian Watts in the left lane in the dragster. Dial 443. And the Camaro Roadster in the right lane. Dial 543. 1 second split. One car off, 2 car off, but the Roadster turned it 42 thou red. Brian Watts gonna get the win, 001 and 445.9 on the 443. 30-mile-an-hour split. That was gonna be tough to beat, so you had to get up on the tree to get yourself ready for it on the other end. Don Bradford now, out of Alabama, in the dragster. Dial 485 and Jason Mercer. Out of Chestermere, Alberta, Canada. Dialed 655 in the Roadster. In and set, here we go. Roadster off and away, dragster off and away. Jason Mercer and the Roadster turns it 3 thou too early. Don Bradford gonna get the win, 34 green, and then breaks out by 7 thousandths of a second. Give one to Team Dragsters. I like lost count after like 2 pairs. Like what's the score right now? Team Dragsters versus Team Door Cars. Dragster in the left lane with the green and black vinyl. Dial 484 and Shane Thompson, Mr. Silver State himself. In the 67 Nova, dial 495. Out and away we go, and oh my. Oh no, Shane Thompson is gonna be sick. The dragster was 113 to Shane Thompson's 15, and Shane let him sneak by to go dead 5. Oh. Me personally, I'd say that's like a 00 show time slip, but that's just a rough day at work and like a swear jar moment at best. Morgan Karen in the dragster in the left lane out of High River, Alberta, Canada. Dial 484 in the slammed black Nova in the right lane, dial 553. Off and away we go, and the Chevy 2 turns it fourth out red. Morgan Karen 94. And then breaks out, goes 481 on the 484. As now we got like the coolest matchup so far right now. Eric Golden out of Airdrie, Alberta, Canada, in the dragster, dial 463. In the Top Sportsman flamed Cobalt in the right lane, dial 457. So the door car going to be chasing down the dragster. Can't say that many times. So the dragster normally going to do the chasing on the door car, and it's going to go, where? I got to look back for this guy now? Off and away we go. Down to the stripe win light. Gonna go to the dragster. 003, dead 4 is 5 total for Eric Golden. Locked out the Top Sportsman car. 18 green and 1 above 5. As that was a cool round of racing for the door cars of Super Pro. With like a sprinkle of dragsters in there for the mix.
Well, we have got a lot of cars still left to go. Again, race fans, for those of you that are listening online, again, thank you very much to the folks at Bang Shift for bringing you the action live from the strip here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Of course, DragRacerTV joining in there, kind of a combined effort to make all of this happen. We have got a ton, and I do mean like a ton of media coverage in the house. We've got folks from all over the place. Of course, we are going to be seeing some great things coming out of today's events, this week's events. It's going to be awesome. But for those of you that are watching along, again, thanks to Jags, thanks to Hoosier for making that live feed possible. It is a Silver State Refrigeration HVAC $30,000 to win Wednesday. The program here at the Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million, presented by Optima Batteries, is today will be for $30,000. Tomorrow will be for $30,000. Of course, Friday is the big day, the $1 million day, guaranteed at $250,000, and then goes up from there based on the car count. And then we've got an FTIperformance.com $30,000 to win Saturday. All of the time trials were completed yesterday. All the time runs, all of that kind of stuff. As a matter of fact, there are no new entry time runs for the rest of the weekend. Pretty much we go straight into round number 1 throughout the rest of the event. Okay, so just got a quick little clarification on that from Pete. Tomorrow may be a little bit different if we get a car that rolls in off the highway, hasn't been down the racetrack type thing. We'll definitely evaluate that and make sure that we get that taken care of. But, for those of you that are on property, I mean, round number 1 pretty much straight out of the gate as we'll continue to roll through. You got myself, Nate Hershey, Mike Eames, got Gage Gilbert up here kind of handling the duties on the microphone as we go through. So for those of you in the chat bleachers, hey, kiddies. Morning, Mr. Mo. Hey, Mo. I hope the world is treating you a whole lot better. I hope your current situation is pretty good. And Chad, no, Friday is a little bit different. The run schedule on Friday, of course, we've got Good Friday Chapel service that's going to kick things off at 7:15 a.m. From the folks at Racers for Christ. And then we've got that Brodix run for the 50K before we get into round number 1 of the million. So you're going to have the Brodix run for the 50K before we get into round number 1 of the million on Friday. But the rest of it is pretty much like hot off the trailer, hot off the presses. We get after it side by side. Again, we've got looking for first perfect reaction times. We've seen a ton of 001s, some 002s, some 007s. Jerry, you're a little early on the let go there, buddy. Looking for that Optima yellow top. Not quite at the time where we're giving those away yet, as Ty Farmer and Brady White are side by side. Farmer dialed at 478, runs at 475 with the win light already on. He was green by 19 thousandths of a second. Brady White was red by 16 thousandths of a second. So Ty will get the opportunity to advance here. What's up, Mr. Brown? Good to see you checking in there as well. Again, from what I'm seeing, the number, and I know that my little like button doesn't refresh as frequently as it should, but on my screen, I'm only seeing 71 likes with over 1,400 people watching. Now we're at 143 likes, but still, with 1,400 plus watching, we've got 143 likes. We need more. Smash that little thumbs up button. Make sure that you like what we're doing here on the Bang Shift live feed. Make sure you love what you're doing. Yeah, see, Gage is the young buck of the group. He's like, hey, share it. Put it out there on your social feeds. Is TikTok still up? I know they're having like some whole government battle about that whole thing. I don't
I'm
use TikTok
controversial.
either.
I don't have a TikTok, and I never did.
Your friends don't accept you then.
No, they
In your
don't.
age group, if you don't have a TikTok, you are no longer accepted.
No, that's why I have no friends.
Ah, okay. That's
Or
cool.
all my friends are like guys like you.
Hey, look at this. Look at this guy. Who's that old dude checking out? Oh, wait. Hey, Gary.
Who is that guy? That's a good-looking car, though.
That is a nice-looking car.
It'd be nicer if it was out here with me in it, though.
I get it. Yes, sir, Radial Tire. Carter is still playing hockey. Absolutely loving it. Enjoys it. Really starting to catch on to things. As a matter of fact, got credited with his first assist in a game the other day. So he's playing it. What's up, Mr. Caesar? Appreciate everybody smashing that like button and helping out. We got to share it. We got to make it good. Make it good. Make it good. I'm with you, Rod. 10% does not cut it. But yeah, we're going to go full effect here. We are back at the birthplace of the swear jar. So racers, again, the swear jar, the whole idea with that is Mike Eames noticed that we were seeing a lot of red and dead-ons, which we were absolutely certain was also resulting in a lot of foul language at the top end of the racetrack. So kind of the old swear jar motif. You start cursing up at the top end, you come down here, you make a donation into the swear jar. And we then take all of those donations at the end of the event and donate them to a very noble cause. There's a lot of folks out there that could use some help. So we're going to get the swear jar going. If you are going to make a donation to the swear jar because you've used foul language at the other end of the racetrack or down here or whatever the case may be, we'll take that up here and we'll go from there. So, Gabriel Hernandez and Jorge Carruvas Ortiz side by side here. The Mexican competitors ended up pairing up in round number one, became a red light start for Jorge as he goes 12 thou red. Gabriel Hernandez gets the win with a 13 thou green light. Ronnie was what up to standards? As we're going to bring out Mr. Jeremy Wilson. Jeremy comes out here, races a lot, and for a while was like the master of dragster raffles. Like, the dude won, what did he win, like 3 of them? Was the runner-up in one, and all I don't know. He basically just started hanging dragster chassis on the garage wall because he had, art. Good build up. 491 the dial over on the left side of the racetrack. Jeremy Wilson dialed in at 463, and we get our first perfect reaction time of the day. And we got our first Trip Zip Hero. 000 Hero going to car A543. We're going to need to get a name because there wasn't a name there yet. I'm not just say yet. But how about 492 and a 491 after going Trip Zip Perfect? Jeremy Wilson was 67 on the tree. And then runs 461 on the 463. the breakfast.
Ronnie knows what's up. You always talk about food.
Well, yes, I do talk about food.
Because whenever I'm watching you at like other races, whenever I turn it on without fail, it's always you're talking about food.
You get hungry? Well, I mean, look at me.
I mean,
I'm a
I
food
understand.
aficionado.
Me too. Me too. I just wish you'd like bring some home to like share.
Yeah, right. Dwayne Ringeth and Colton Aragon. Colton, another one of the Colorado Junction racers. Dwayne coming down out of Calgary up in Alberta. Win light going to Dwayne as we get a little bit of a true start affair. Dwayne dialed in quicker with a 456, was 6th thou early. Colton dialed in a little bit slower with a 476, was 9th thou early, and true start nips it. Colton Aragon, I guarantee you right now, Colton is going to be making a donation to the swear jar. Not only was he red and dead on, he was red and dead zero. 476 on a 476, dead zero, and got bit by True Start. Ouch. Mike, that's Sean Hart? A543 was Sean Hart? Woo. All right. I mean, we'll double check that, but I'm gonna take you at your word. Here, boy. 500 the dial on the left side. Wyatt Wayman with a 482. Wyatt bowing out here as we go 505 on a 500 out of the left side of the racetrack. 11 thou separated him in reaction time. So win light left side after the 11th thou split. That's right, Steve. Colton needs a friend. Colton needs a commiseration partner, and trust me, by the time this round is over, there will be plenty of folks who will be all out there like needing people to commiserate with. So we are going to have to start camp commiseration as well. Colton right now, you are the camp commissioner. 006 green right side for the win light. Tom Clark was 10 thou red, leaving out of the left lane with a 449 dial. Ends up running 447 after the 10 thou early leave. Over to right side, 006 and dead 2 to be 8 total. And again, with us being so early on in the weekend, and with 600 and whatever we're at, 70 plus tech cards that have been sold, it's going to take a moment or two to get all of that information in the computer, but I assure you we are working on that rapidly. We've got Queen Jaylene and Jonathan who are here running the clocks, two of the best in the nation at what they do. So it's Sean Hart. Sean Hart. Sean. First 000 for the Dragsters. Guess what that gets you, bro? Guess what the first 000 in the Dragsters gets you? That gets you a Gothi CVD Drive Shaft Assembly Certificate. Woo! That's skirting right up along the center line. Talon Farmer, 013 green, and goes 468 on a 470. Comes up short, gets there first by a thou, and loses it on the double breakout. Stephen White, 006 and 491 on a 493 to get the win light. So White will advance into round number 2. We are in the middle. All right. Who am I kidding? We're nowhere near the middle. But it is a win light bets round number 1. Best losing package here on our Silver State Refrigeration HVAC Wednesday. We'll get $500 thanks to the folks at Winlight Bets. Brand new. Woo! Dan Lafferty and the Rabbit, Kevin Brannon. 3 thou separate them in reaction time, and whoa. What was it, Joey Lawrence used to go, whoa. 17 green for Brannon, dead on 2 to be 19 total. Lafferty was 14 green, gets there first by a couple of thou and breaks out. Ouch. Ouch. So the Rabbit picking up what we call that, like a first round, final round? I mean, it should have been. Should have been, could have been. But it's Kevin Brannon getting the win light in that pair. As we get Jolie Wenger and Rich Lash. Rich coming into Queen Creek in the Arizona area, dialed 533, leaving first out of the right lane. And Jolie Wenger out of Odessa, Texas. Chris, over, perfect runs. We're saying 2.5 on the perfect runs for the over-under, huh? Jolie, 17 red, goes 499 on a 496. Bowing out here, Rich Lash was 28 green and goes 531 on a 533 to get the win light. And yep, crazy. Crazy. So Chris, as we're looking at that, I mean, we did have just a minute ago an 8-pack, but while Gage was on the microphone, was it the door cars? We had a 2-pack? 2 total? 2-pack, 2-pack, whatever it is. Got it. All right, so fill in some blanks here on the list. Scott Holbrook and Brian Cam. Wow. Side by side. Scott Holbrook, 002 on the tree. Brian Cam was 003. 1 thou separated them that's into the racetrack. Brian Cam got to the stripe first by 11 thousandths of a second to break out by 3 thou. Holbrook goes 002 dead 9 to be 11 total. Wow. Winlight going to Holbrook in that pair. As Trayton Ban and Ryan Wilson. 67 Camaro. Rolling down out of Colorado. Dial 563, dragster on the left side is Trayton Ban out of Lewiston, Idaho. Win light turns on for Trayton, 005 and 3 above. 498 on a 495 on the left side, getting the win light. Ryan Wilson dropped it red by 10 thousandths of a second. So it was Dan Bain that was 2 total? Dan Bain. Wasn't like Bane. Wasn't that like one of the villains in Batman? Like paired up with Poison Ivy or whatever in the movie? Yeah. Bane. It's a cool, like, bad guy name. Oof. Jordan Eberjesse out of Lake Dallas, Texas. How about a 431 dial up on the scoreboard? Wow. 583 to dial for Punch Johnson out of Seligman, Arizona. Punch is leaving first, and here comes the 431. Wham! Mashes the throttle right at the finish line with a whack and comes up 9 thou short. Punch Johnson, 586 on a 583. He is 006 and 3 above the dial to get there first by 9 thousandths of a second to get the win light. Jordan was 026 on the tree and goes 433 on a 431. That quick whack of the throttle at the finish line may have been his undoing to give it back by that 9 thou as Punch Johnson picks up the win light as Bryson Scruggs now rolls in. So we got Sean Hart was our first perfect reaction time in the dragsters. That got him that CVD drive shaft assembly. And thanks again to Brett Goethe and the entire team for putting up that drive shaft assembly one more time. Brett, just an absolutely fantastic dude. Oh, yeah. 14 thou separator in reaction time, and Bryson Scruggs will get the win light. 002 and 11 thou above the dial to be 13 total. Taking 14 thou at the stripe. Right side was 16 green and 1 above to come up short. Short. So, Sean, we were mentioning you also get that 000 hero coin. Again, for anybody that is perfect on the tree and wins their pairing, you're going to get one of those commemorative Kyle Seipel 000 hero coins, which are totally awesome. Totally awesome. Here in a minute, I'm going to have to pull up the spreadsheet that Miss Emily put together. It's got like a whole bunch of stats and all kinds of stuff. Dylan Winter's going to get the win light here. 009 on the green side. Right lane was 14 thou early. Goes 505 on a 504. No good. So Winners out of Boonville, Indiana. 478 on a 481. And I'm glad that I have had the opportunity to kind of travel around the country a little bit because, you know, beforehand I'd be like, that's Boonville. I'm like, nope. You're from this part of the world now. It's Boonville. Boonville. Maybe in Indiana they don't say it that way, but down in like Tennessee, everything's like somethingville. So with a win light bets round number 1 continuing on, Scott Heyer and Jake Jones. Jones rolling down out of West Jordan, Utah, dialed 453 on the left side. Scott Heyer coming in out of Morrison, Colorado. Let's see if you can take it higher, Scott. 468. I like Morrison. Know why? There's a really cool racetrack there. Carved into the side of that mountain. It's awesome. 16,000 separate him in reaction time. Advantage to Scott. Win light to Scott. Double breakout, the name of the game here. Scott Heyer getting to the stripe first by 0.04 of a second and breaking out by 0.07 of a second. Jake Jones followed him through to break out by 0.19 of a second after no 26 reaction time. So Scott Heyer. Moving to round number 2 is Art Reed and John Edwards III. Yeah, it is. Be like, hey, where are you going to build a racetrack? Up there on that mountain. Be like, we're already a mile high. Yeah, I know. I just want a better view. I want to carve it right into the side of that cliff. That's such a cool facility. And the Bandemiers have done such a spectacular job. What's up? How about Mo in the house? I didn't know if you were going to be here, and I'm sitting there and see you on the chat bleachers, and all of a sudden you're standing in the door. That's awesome. All right, well, we love it. John Edwards goes red by 0.24 of a second. Art Reed, 10 green, and then goes 523 on a 524. So let's see another double breakout. That one was for you, Mr. George. So Dave Secondi and Marco Abruzzi. Marco dialed 463. Dave dialed 454. That's Dave left side. Marco right side. Again, the win light bets round number 1. We get started about 8:20-ish, 8:30-ish after we got through our opening ceremonies. How about a win light going at 2 at Dave Secondi and another double breakout. Dave Secondi, 452 on a 454. He's under by 0.13 of a second. Marco Abruzzi runs 460 even on the 463 to be under by 0.30 of a second. Win light goes to Secondi. Secondi was 61 on the tree to Abruzzi's 0.25, so Abruzzi definitely had a little bit in the bank there. Ended up getting to the stripe first by 53 thou and breaks out by 30 thou as Kirsten Groves, coming in out of Alder Flats, Alberta. And Colby Fuller, based out of Savannah, Georgia. So a $479 on the right side. Both drivers leaving early. True start in effect. Colby Fuller was dialed 479, goes 7 thou red. Kirsten Groves dialed 464, leaving second, was 11 thou red, and the win light belongs to Colby. Colby runs 474 on the 479. Kirsten ends up exiting here in round number 1. Hey, Mr. Hoff. Mr. Hoff. Wasn't that what he called like David Hasselhoff? The Hoff? So as Don Sefton rolls up right side with a 474 dial. Showing up on the scoreboard, I'm kind of on hold here for a second as we retrieve some items off the top end of the racetrack. Well, with a loss of a hood scoop down there, if we are, I'm going to look and see, we got a, yeah. So we're going to be looking for a dragster that needs a hood scoop the most. I think we found it. Maybe. I guess it's not really a hood scoop on the dragster, is it? But it's a scoop. Well, I'm just saying. If it completely blows off of your dragster, I'm just saying, you could need one. You could be the one. Sefton, out of the right side. Grabbing himself a 5 thou advantage and runs 473 on a 474. Look at that! It's another double breakout. 477 on a 479 out of the left lane. Don Sefton goes 473 on a 474 to be under by 6 thousandths of a second. Left side was under 16 thou, and Sefton will pick up the win light. As we got Logan Shriver and Gene Heaton. Logan left side out of Oregon. Gene Heaton right side out of Washington. So a couple of the D6 players rolling down here to Vegas to battle it out in round number 1. So what are we up to? What are we up to so far? So far, we're still up to having called all of Group A. So if you are a Group A, your first round of competition, would like to get there now, is 4 thou separate Heaton and Shriver. Shriver gets the win light on a, everybody say it together, double breakout. How about that? 11 on the tree for Logan, goes 484 and a 487. Gene Heaton was 15 green and runs 457 on a 461. Now, Gage,
Okay.
what do you got?
So, the running joke with me and my friends here at the local races is like, oh, you bought a Honey Wayne hoodie. Yes, I did, because I'm a fanboy at heart. So, I get to call a Honey Wayne run, okay? So,
Fair enough.
Hunter Patton, my hero.
Go ahead and call your honey. I mean,
Okay.
Honey Wayne.
Hunter Patton, dial 458 in the left lane out of Floyd Knobs, Indiana, and Mark Barnhart out of Placitas, New Mexico, dial 461 in the right lane. Hunter doing the signature flicker of the bulb, and away we're going to go. Both drivers are James Bond. Mark Barnhart turns it red, though. Hunter Patton going to get the win, 007 and 454. On the 458, going to get the win, and that's all I needed to do.
All right. Hey, you got to do what you got to do. Hi. Mike Coltrane, 42 green, and goes, 451. That's too quick. Left side was 110 red. Oops. And then goes 449. That was quicker than what he dialed. So let's see here. Left lane was quicker than what he dialed. Right lane was quicker than what he... Oh, that's a double breakout. The red light ended it, though. But both drivers quicker than what they thought it was going to be is J.P. Schuster and Jeremy Sears. Sears out of Port Orchard, Washington. Schuster coming in out of Vienna, Ohio. Is that where they make the little sausages? Is that like the little sausage capital? Red light start for Sears. Oof. He leaves with a 1 as the first number on the red light side, and red and dead on. That should be a swear jar. Again, the swear jar will be in effect all weekend. We will collect up anybody that, if you got a reason, like let's say you were way early on the tree or you gave back the stripe or whatever it is that you're like, man, life's no good. You can come up here and donate the shirt to the swear jar and feel better. Doug Foley, 452 on the left side is the dial. Todd Coltrane, 458 on the right side is the dial. I'm going to agree with you. I'm going to agree with you there, Adam. If you are a fan of those that you are calling the race of, it makes you a better announcer. You are the best announcer if you are like fanning out on those that you're calling. Doug Foley gets it on a double breakout.
So, like, I'm the best announcer because I'm a fan.
For Honey Wayne.
Oh, okay.
You're Honey Wayne's fan.
Okay.
What's up, Miss J? Jessica checking in. That's good. You need to come out and say hi. Is Jeff coming out to race? I hope so. I hope so. So Doug was 25 green and runs 450 on a 452. Coltrane was 16 green, runs 454 on a 458. As Lori Warden and Ross Sears. Ross dialed in 504 on the right side. Lori dialed in 473 on the left side. 0.06 of a second, the difference in reaction time. And Ross Sears is going to win it. You know why? He didn't break out. 20 on the tree and 504 on the 504 for Sears. Lori Warden had an 026 reaction time and then goes 472 on a 473. Take 8 thou at the stripe to break out 8 thou. No good. Thank you, Outlaw Love. We are a fan of yours as well. Certainly are, certainly are. Kevin Shearer rolling up on the right side. Coming in out of Belfair, Washington. 453 the dial. He's the quicker of the two cars on the racetrack right now. James Warden dialed in at 467. What are we up to? 16,000 that I'm seeing or watching? How many likes do we have? So with Warden on the left, out of Norco, California. It is good to see the Wardens back out here. James and Lori, they've won a dragster here before. Up to 261 likes. All right, that's better. That's better. Here we go. 11 thousandths of a second, the difference in reaction time. Win light to Warden. 007 and 467 on a 467. 007 dead 9 gives James Warden win light. Taking 32 thou at the stripe. Kevin Shearer was 18 green and 3 above his dial with a 456 on a 453. So it's Warden moving into round number 2. As again, we're getting down to the point where we are working furiously to get all of the tech cards in the game, but that looks like Jason Dawson's car. Is it Dean? Dean's driving. Oh. That went very, very poorly. Are you? Whoa. 00. Just go pull that one up. How about a 1.45 second reaction time and gets the win light with a 537 on a 468? As Ryan Gleghorn would say, that's a West Coast run right there. Right side, 24 green. It was 024 on the tree. Dialed in at 405 and runs 395 to break out, taking 2.2 seconds at the stripe. Oh, goodness. The camp has a new commissioner. Oh, my goodness. That is one of those where you just can pull it out and be like, Tom Stalba, Joe Peters, separated by 4 thou. Win light's going to go to Stalba. 006 turns out to be a double breakout again. Talba 006 goes 482 and a 483, under by exactly 10 thousandths of a second. Joe Peters, 10 on the tree. Takes 3 thou at the stripe to break out by 17 thousandths of a second. So win light to Stalba. I agree. That time slip right there needs to vanish into thin air. This is Vegas. We have magicians that can make that happen. just wave a little wand over it. It goes poof. Penn and Teller. Have Penn up there. Teller's the one that talks. Penn doesn't, right? No. Penn talks, Teller doesn't. So you'd have the guy be like, Penn looks at me like, man, your time slip blew away. Look at Teller, be like, what'd I run? He just kind of stares at you. 465 to a 471. Mark Dunn right side down, 465. Goes 464 on a 465 to be under by 0.03 of a second. So Mark Dunn, 12 green. Take 12 thou at the stripe to be under 3 thou for the win light. Jimmy Wenger was 31 on the tree and 10 thou under to lose it on a double breakout. Maybe that's what we need to get win light bets to put an over and under on. How many more double breakouts are we going to get in round number 1? Because, I mean, at this point right now, I can probably count between my 10 fingers and 10 toes how many not double breakouts we've had. That's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Josh Lutke and Dan Northrup. Northrup out of Pipersville, Pennsylvania. 479 is the dial against Lutke's 461, and boom! We got our second perfect reaction time and a win light for Dan Northrup. So we get another 000 hero. Gonna be Dan. As he goes trip zip perfect on the tree and is going to get that fiberglass dragster scoop thanks to the folks at Regiles. So Dan Northrup, 000 winning it on a double breakout, gets him the coin. The second 000 the dragsters gets him the scoop. And Josh Lutke's over there going, man, I was 14 green and 9 thou under. What do I get for that? Well, thanks. It's good to see you. So our 000 have been claimed in the dragsters, at least for now. Austin Free getting a win light over Raul Alanis out of Monterrey, Mexico. Raul, 003 red, goes 504 on a 503. Austin Free, 15 green, and then goes 478 on the 483 to get the win light. You gotta love little drag jam. Little drag jam. Giovanni Colecci out of Mark Valley, Virginia. 495 the dial for Giovanni. Kenny, you're thinking the over-under on red and dead on this weekend is 50 plus? Tell you what, I do not want to go back. With 670 cars here, we're going to go through a ream of paper. Giovanni off and away. Justin Hoff with the advantage. Win light's going to belong to Justin. 461 on a 463. Both drivers too quick. Giovanni had the 40 light. Justin Hoff was 24 thou better on the tree with the 016, and then 200 under with a 461. Giovanni ends up losing it on the double breakout. So Hoff will advance as we bring up Tyler Bohannon left side. Right side, no name yet. Not on file. Is it Hannah Vandermeer? Oh, look at that. We'll take it. 484 the dial for Hannah. 472 the dial for Tyler. Tyler Bohannon getting a win light 007, 3 above, getting there second for the win. Hannah was 32 green, take 24 thou at the stripe to break out by 19 thousandths of a second. So Hannah checking out there via the breakout. Tyler Bohannon 007 and 3 above to get the win light. Gary Wamball off and away with a 003 green light. Goes 463 on a 458. No good. Left side was 10 green. Takes 7 thou at the stripe and then goes 451 on the 447. So win light to the left side. Hey, racers, for those of you that are here on property. Hey, before we get to that, hang on. Stephen Logan on the right side coming in out of Massachusetts. The dragster dialed in at 505, and last night's shootout winner, Dylan Howe. Dylan dialed in at 448, got that brand new American Race Cars chassis complete with the Todd's Extreme paint job. Was I think valued at like 60 grand? $60,000 dragster. Sitting back there in the house because Dylan whooped them all. 2,000 separate them. Dylan, Steven, win light's going to belong to Steven. Steven, 20 on the tree, take 5 thou at the stripe to be dead on 2. 22 total. Over on the right side, Dylan was 18 green and dead 9 to be 27 total. So a 5 thou margin of victory going to Stephen Logan in that pair. As last night's winner of the dragster exits the competition early this morning, at least in one of the entries. Because we are still in the A group, which means we're dealing with all double-entered dragsters, and we were dealing with all double-entered door cars and all that kind of stuff. As Kevin Burnett and Robert Camiller. He's from Australia? Yeah! Guess what? Now we've got 4 countries. Both drivers leave early. Win light's going to belong to Burnett. He was 13 thou red. Robert was 20 thou red. And Kevin Burnett on the 459 goes 464 down the racetrack to get the win light. 497 on a 495 for the Aussie. But 20 thou on the early side, no good. Cost him a trip. Into round number 2. That's going to bring up Sean Langdon. And Kyle Raposo? Oh, yeah. So a 475 dial for Kyle Raposo, who actually spent a little bit of time running juniors around the western part of the United States. Kyle going up against Sean Langdon, who spent a little bit of time running juniors around the western part of the United States, and then ran a whole lot of time running Lucas Oil Series around the entire United States, and since then has been spending a whole lot of time running Top Fuel cars around the entire United States. Sean Langdon was 008, Kyle was 002, so a 6 thou split in reaction time, and Sean Langdon lets Kyle have the stripe. Kyle breaks out. Langdon goes 462 on a 459 to move on, as Raposo runs 472 on a 475. Oh, how about Tom Bayer and Toby Payne? Bayer, the professor of his very own drag racing school, and Toby Payne, who essentially comes up through the ranks and realms of drag racing royalty. Toby let go early by a lot. Reaction time on the red side started with a 4. Tom Bayer, 10 on the tree, gets the win light. 493 on a 495. Oh, Willie Flores, excuse me, and Jackson Graydon. Jackson out of Washington dialed 498 on the right side. Willie dialed 473. Nothing between them in reaction time. Not a thing. 023 both sides of the tree as Willie Flores goes 474 on the 473, getting there second to pick up the win light. Jackson Graydon after the 023 reaction time. Take 19th out at the stripe to break out by 8 thousandths of a second. And that is that. So as Willie picks up the win light there, we have got a racer in need. We got a racer in need. We are looking for a Big Chief valve, right? Big Chief exhaust valve, 18 degree. So if you can help out a Big Chief exhaust valve, 18 degree, Jeremy Sears is in like dire need. Dire need. They came all the way down from Canada to do a little racing here this weekend. So if you can help us out, we've got his number up here if you want to come up and get his number, or he said they're about like third row, 5 cars down, Red Grand Prix. If you know where they're pitted, swing by and help them out. If not, come on up here. We've got his number, and we can put you two in touch with each other. So again, we are looking for a Big Chief exhaust valve, 18 degree, to help out our friends from north of the border. They came down here to escape the snow, just like everybody tried to go to Tucson a couple of weeks ago to escape the snow. And guess what? They didn't. McKenna Brown and Mike Crater. Crater right side, 437 on a 436, gets the win light. Crater was 36 on the tree, which was 8 thou better than McKenna Brown's 044, as Crater, one above, gets there first by 29 thousandths of a second to get the win light, and that is going to bring up Johnny Carter. Johnny dialed in at 466. Left side. I should know that scoop. I should totally know that scoop. Is it Watts? Fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, man. 474 on a 475. There's another one for the 00 show. How about a 333 reaction time and wins it? 061 was the light for Johnny Carter as he goes 464, taking almost 3/10 down at the stripe. Breaks out by 200ths of a second. Win light on the left side. Gonna get it done. And move into round number 2. How about Andy Taylor, Corey Gallitti? Gallitti coming in out of Texas. Taylor coming in out of Washington. Andy dialed in with a 4.29 second elapsed time. Corey Gallitti dialed in at 4:51. Gallitti's dragster is quick, but 4:29. I mean, it ain't the 4:05 that we saw earlier that ended up running like sub 4 seconds. Gallitti fouls it away by 7 thousandths of a second. 450 on a 451 after a 007 red light. Andy Taylor, 38 green, and 427 on a 429. And yes, Mr. Chris, there will be plenty of content on 00 later today. I'm sure they're already like uploading. I guarantee, I wouldn't be surprised. Gage can probably look and see if the one from earlier is already made. It's already there. Alberto Cerda Jr., and I'm certainly not laughing at. I'm laughing with the rest of the world, because that was quite a show. Alberto Cerda Jr. out of Nuevo Leon dialed in with a 488, and Victoria Christensen over on the right side dialed in with a 461. Head start will go to the left side. There's a 24,000 difference between them in reaction time. Alberto, 10 on the tree and 489 on a 488. 10, take 5 thou at the stripe to be 14 thousandths of a second above the dial for the win. Victoria Christensen. was 34 on the tree and had nowhere to go. Ends up running 460 on a 461. No good. How about an over-under on 100 or worse lights for the win? Coming into the day, I probably would have told you that, like, I would have given you an over and under of, like, 2. But they've already blown that out of the water. That's like long. Whoa. That dragster is uncooperative. Oh, my goodness. There's another one. 00, be ready. There is plenty for you today. 040 on the tree for Will Carroll, and on a 683 dial, runs 681 to break out and hand the win light back over to left lane. The dragster on the left side was 15 green and then sputtered its way down to the 60-foot mark to be 14.92 seconds on a 435 dial to advance to round number 2. I'm just... Oh. Mike Eames rolls in here and says, hey, that guy's not a West Coaster. No, it was Carroll out of Ardmore, Oklahoma. Oh, my. Goodness. I too am in a slight state of disbelief. But look, it's day number 1. It's round number 1. It's a pressure-filled day, right? I mean, there's a lot going on here, and that's okay. We can go back to more of those, Saturday Night Live references because I'm good at it. Ooh, now we're talking. 3,000 separate them in reaction time, and whoosh. Doug Johnson, 001, 2 above, gets there first by a bunch. Goes over on the right side, we had problems. So it was a 004 to a 001, and after that, everything went south over in the right lane. Doug Johnson gets the win light, and we'll move on. But man, oh man. So there should be like some massive donations to the swear jar by now. Just saying, there should be. What do we got? I need to look at more of the messages. I will do that. It's Greg Christensen and Dalton Garreau. Garreau out of Leduc, Alberta, Canada. Dial 455 hands the win light over to Greg Christensen. There's another one that will go into the over for reaction times that are 1+ that result in a win light. Dalton Garreau was 002 red and then goes 452 on a 455. Greg Christensen was 194 green and 468 on a 460 to advance to round number 2. Yep. I should see a steady stream of folks any minute rolling up here to donate into the swear jar. Goodness gracious. Tyler Smith and Tanner Theobald. A couple of regulars from around this part of the country. The Theobalds, of course, huge racing family. Coming down out of St. George, Utah. 482 the dial over on the right side of the racetrack for Tanner. And for Tyler Smith, I really hope that camera angle changes here in a minute, because we basically just had a jet go over the top end of the racetrack that it could have clipped its wing on the scoreboard. That thing was so low. Tanner Theobald getting the win. What? All right, add another one in there. Tanner's reaction time started with a 5, and he gets the win light as Tyler Smith was 001 red. Tyler is going to need friends to help him through that one. 001 red, your opponent was 510. And, yeah. The rest of it, I won't even talk about it. Chevy Reeves, Tom Drake Jr. Both drivers were red. Tom Drake, red by 30 thousandths of a second. Chevy Reeves, red by 13 thousandths of a second. Chevy will get the win light, 454 on the 456 dial. Tommy Drake, 30 red, and then goes 486 on a 491. Barry Anderson, yes, absolutely. This is live. Chris, I am asking myself the same question, except where you're saying the WTH is going on, I've got a different third letter for my abbreviation. But yeah, it's a little wild. It's a little weird. It's a little weird. Oh, we'll see. Ashley Bargo and Bo Sanders. Sanders coming in out of Nebraska. Ashley coming in out of Kentucky. 457 the dial for Ashley. 445 the dial for Bo. Win light's going to belong to Ashley. 459 on a 457. This is a little bit more like it. Both drivers are 00 on the tree. Bo 008 to Ashley's 003. Bo gets there first by 36 thousandths of a second to break out by 20 thou. Hand in the win light back over to Ashley as she goes 459 on the 457 after the 003 reaction time. So Ashley will be the one moving on out of that pair as Tim Thomas out of North Carolina dialed in at 467 on the right side. And we have got a 483 dial over on the left. Hey, racers, so here's what we were going to talk about a moment ago. The apparel booth is now open down under the tower. You can get your event t-shirts, hats, sweatshirts, beanies. They got beanies down there, right? Yes. All right, so 4th thou separate our racers this time. Tim Thomas was 17 green and goes 463 on the 467, getting the win light. Left lane, 13 green, take 5 thou at the stripe to break out with a 479 on a 483. Ends up 35 thou under the dial. Tim Thomas was 34 thou under the dial. Tim by 1 thousandth of a second. The difference in the double breakout. That's what it is. That's what it is. You know what? That would be so cool, Barry. If we could get JJ, live on a remote feed. The only problem is kind of that delay. But I would love it. I would absolutely love it. Here's Mikey Bloomfield Jr. Val Torres. Dialed 469. Mikey dialed 462. 8 thou separate him in reaction time, and the win light belongs to Bloomfield. 16 green and 13 thou above for Bloomfield. Gets him a win light. Val Torres was 008 on the tree. Take 22 thou at the stripe. Needed to take 21 thou or less as he breaks it out 1 miserable thousandths of a second. How terrible. Wow. So we're getting a drag race. We're getting an air show. Did you see the jet come down the end of the drag strip a little earlier? That thing was like clipping its wings on the scoreboards. That thing was like skirting the earth. It was so cool. Victoria Johnson on the right side. She's got the 468 dial. Left lane dialed in at 465. And yeah, the 00 show is that feed is already filling up. Who else we got? What's up, Mr. Umberger? Of course, we said hi to Gary Gilbert. No, unfortunately, Big Jed is not here. Jed has he's got a lot on his plate, man. Between everything that he does with his World Foot Brake Challenge races, everything that he does with all the rest of it, he's got a ton going on. Got a lot of things to focus on with the family. Of course, spending time with JJ, and we certainly miss Big Jed being out here as Victoria gets the win light. 16 green on the right side, goes 463 on the 468. Left lane was red by 9 thousandths of a second. But yeah, I mean, I know Jed was able to get up to Bristol last year and help out with that record-setting race. But I certainly hope that we get to spend time on a mic again very, very soon. Jed is a dear, dear friend. I love the dude. He's just one of the coolest guys out there. Do anything for you. Hey, Group B, your attention, please. Racers, Group B racers. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Group B racers. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please, for round number 1. 2,000 separate Alexis Thompson and the driver in the left side, Jeremy Hancock. Alexis was 009. Jeremy was 011. Alexis 009. 458 on a 456 gets the win light. Hancock was 11 on the tree. Take 25 thou at the stripe. To break out by 20 thou, and Jeremy can go. It was really, really windy here on Monday, so his championship trophy's probably covered in dust. He can go down, get one of those air cans and clean it up. Yeah, Youth Rock, I'd love to see him back out. He's a busy man. Lots of important things to do. Kyler Hergemuller getting the win light there as he was 026 on the tree, and then goes 477 on a 477. 26 dead 4 to get the win light. Kurt Gross was 001 on the tree, had 25 thou in his pocket, takes 55 thou at the stripe. It breaks out with a 484 and a 487. So Kurt is going to consider that run pretty gross. And yes, for those of you in the chat bleachers, the Jets are very low, and in true and pure Top Gun style, they are buzzing the tower. JJ has spilled his coffee 3 times. Just because. Here's Chandler Tyson. Is it Tyson? Whoa, Chandler. Wow. Chandler, 12 on the tree, and then goes 445 on a 445. He's 19 total and was right up against that center line at the stripe. Gets over there into like a little bit of the dust right after he crosses the finish line. Gets the win light, though. Left lane was 41 green and goes 443 on a 445. I'll bring out Stephanie Naas and Blake Johnson. There's a very special VIP guest up here in the tower. Big Jed. Oh, I love you, brother. I miss you so much, man. One of these days. I was really actually kind of hurt when, it's like, oh, Nate can't make it to Bristol, then I'll go ahead and go then. I'm starting to get like a little bit of a complex over that. You're like, oh, well, if Nate's not there, then I'll go. That's hurting me, man. 009 and dead on 0. Blake Johnson puts up a 9-pack here in round number 1. Stephanie Naas was 24 green, goes 495 on a 497, but Blake Johnson, he's going to get his name into the drawing. Remember, not only do we have the 000 hero coins, if you are 000 and win your matchup, we've also got everybody that is dead on 0 today. Let's see here, where was that one? Best Dialer Award. Dead on 0, it's going to go into a drawing to win a Race Air Cloud Weather Station valued at $1,300. So every Dead on 0, Wednesday and tomorrow, so today and tomorrow, is going to go into that drawing for the Race Air Cloud Weather Station. So that 451-0, and again, those are win or lose. The 000 heroes, you got to be perfect and win your pair. The Dead on Dialer Award is pretty much dead 0, win or lose. As Chris Burrell bows out here, 042 on the tree, and then 642 on a 640. Gabriel Hernandez was 17 green and 1 above, 500 on a 499 to get the win light over on that left side. Drew Smith comes out of the water box, does the burnout in his Ezel-built ride, and unable to get the dragster to return under its own power. So the start line crews had to run out there. They are pushing it back. Once again, Group B. Group B. I believe that would be our single entered door cars. Group B. Let's go ahead and get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Group B. Come on down to the staging lanes. Looks like we got you guys rolling into lanes 1 and 2. Mr. Ron is in the back of the staging lanes and will help guide you in to wherever it is that you are supposed to be. It looks like 1 and 2. They are looking at Drew Smith's car down here just to see if maybe they can get it to make the run. 504 the dial for the dragster on the left side, and he's just giving that look like send it. Oh, he told him I didn't see the exact direction of the hand wave. He's like, you know what? Just go. Well, all right, so totally different scenario, but add another one to the 1+ reaction times that end up winning a pair. Obviously, there was no opponent in the other lane, but it won't really count. But 500 on the 504. And we will return to regular racing action as Jesse DiBartolo going up against Jeff Serra. Serra, as many people have said at this point in time, continues to make a case for himself as one of the best bracket racers on the planet right now. 468 the dial over on the left side. I believe, is he driving one of Jeff Taylor's cars? So he's driving one of Jeff Taylor's cars out of Arizona, and you got Jesse DiBartolo rolling down out of Washington. Oh. Gage, you forgot something? Okay. So Jesse with a 502 dial. Jeff Serra will be doing the chasing with a 468. And Jeff Serra is going to pick up a 000 hero coin. How about his first lap down the racetrack here at the Fling on a Wednesday? And he just decides, you know what, perfect works. I'll just go perfect. Why not, right? Let's just be perfect. So Jeff Serra, 000, 469 on a 468 gets him a win light. Jesse DiBartolo was 14 green, takes the stripe by 10 thousandths of a second and breaks out by 8 thousandths of a second. Now, I don't know how many coins Jeff Serra picked up in Bristol, but I know he picked up at least like 2 of them, maybe 3 in Columbus last year when we debuted him. And now he's added another one. How about the win light right side? 444 was the dial. And then 37 green to go 446. And get the nod. Stephen McCrory was 005 red and dead on. So another red and dead on. For those of you that are, keeping track at home, you can follow along with us in your book. You will know it is time to turn the page when you hear the chimes ring like this. That was another red and dead on. Add 1 to that tally. As Race Kid and Darren Lotz. Lotz rolling in out of Waynesboro. The Virginia-based car down 485. And Race Kid for the Kid Performance and Dyno. Well, Dad should let him drive the new one. I mean, after all, he built it. I know it's Dad's car, but 2 fouls separate him in reaction time. Advantage to Race Kid and a 464 on a 466. Race Kid at the stripe first by 6 10,000ths of a second. True margin of victory was 2.5 thousandths of a second as Race was 16 green to get the win light. Darren Lotz was 18 green, follows him through, runs 483 on a 485. And on the double breakout math, Race Kid comes out on the winning side of it. So Race gets a win here in round number 1 as Bree Herman and KJ Desa. KJ running in home track, running in his home race, and unfortunately lets go 0.06 of a second too early. Goes 44 and a 485, but a 006 early let go. Ends it in round number 1 for KJ. Bree Herman, 027 on the tree and goes 455 on a 456. And that'll get the job done for Bree and move her into round number 2. Bring up Donovan Williams and Josh Cancelar. Cancelar out of Iowa. 456 the dial on the right side for Josh Donovan Williams. Part of that Williams powerhouse team out of Florida. 470 the dial on the left side. Getting the head start against Josh Cancelar's right. Dialed in at 456. 5 thousandths of a second. The difference in reaction time. Advantage to Donovan. Donovan's going to go 13 dead 3. 013 on the tree and dead on 3 to get him to the finish line first by 42 thousandths of a second as Josh Cancelar. 18 green and 4 above the dial. So Donovan locking down a win here in round number 1. What's happening, Mr. David, is Greg Hicks and Megan Justice. Megan out of North Carolina. Greg out of North Las Vegas. Essentially, that's just a little bit closer to the racetrack than, regular Las Vegas, because you have to differentiate between the two. Have to differentiate the two. So Greg with a 515 dial on the left side. Megan with a 483 dial on the right side as we continue through our A group cars. These are all of the double-entered dragsters and door cars. Essentially the first entry for that group. We're getting into our B group, which is our single-entered door cars. It'll be coming up here soon. Wow. 1 thou separate them in reaction time. Both drivers left early. Greg Hicks was 13 red. Megan Justice was 14 red. And that becomes a true start affair by 1 thousandth of a second. Greg dialed 515, left 13 thou early. Megan dialed 483, left 14 thousandths of a second early. Hands the win light back to Greg Hicks thanks to the True Start system. Hicks survives in his first entry as we bring up Marissa Quinton and Shannon Justice. Marissa Quinton gets the win light there, 009 to Shannon Justice's 012. As Marissa, 009 dead 1 to be 10 total, getting the win light. Shannon was 12 on the tree, and nothing could be done to change the outcome of that. Not a thing. Not a thing. There's Tristan Craig and Ava Glenn. Tristan, our recently crowned Super Pro track champion here at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. And we give him, a hard time about it, but the man has a very specific routine that he carries out on the starting line to make sure that he's absolutely ready to go. He's dialed in at 516 this time. Ava Glenn. Aha. The Glenn family coming in out of Washington. 479 the dial. Over on the right side for Ava. Tristan with a 516. Tristan's leaving first. Ava will do the chasing. And we are rapidly running out of double-enter dragsters back in the staging lanes. 8 thousandths of a second, the difference in reaction time. Tristan Craig runs dead on his number, and so does Ava. Ava, 11 thou, dead on 6, to be ahead by 11 thou at the finish line for the win. Tristan Craig was 19 thou behind the green light and dead on 9. So Tristan's 28 total comes up short to Ava Glenn, who was 17 total. If I'm remembering right, the screen only changed, but I think Ava was 11 dead 6. To get the win light over Tristan Craig as Peeps Pennington and Cortland Carter. Apparently to be in this pair, you've got to have kind of the, matching first and last initials. Peeps, who was a couple years ago, put up perfection in that final pair. Just like dropped a perfect lap down there and finished off the event. Oh! So Cortland Carter, CC over on the right side is 004 green. Peeps Pennington over on the left side is 004 red. Cortland Carter gets that one as far as the win light is concerned. So a 004 green light beats the 004 red light. It came down to like 4th out at the finish line. So Peeps runs 460 on the 464. Cortland runs 456. That is absolutely right, Mo. However, you said it wrong. There is no such thing as a boneless wing. It is simply a chicken nugget. Bart Nelson gets a win light here. The racers were separated by 20 thou in reaction time. Left side 001. Take 400 at the stripe to break out by 20 thousandths of a second. Bart Nelson, 21 green, dead 2. Ends up 23 total to get the win light. And as Brandon Justice rolls up here. Again, we are getting thin on the A group cars back in the staging lanes. So B group, let's make sure that you have made your way into the staging lanes, please. No. So Brandon dialed 492. Left side dialed 486. And the way that this works is, it was actually funny. We had the whole conversation about, boneless wing versus, regular chicken wing. Oh, hang on. Well, that's too bad. Brandon Justice was trip, zip, perfect, and takes too much at the finish line for the loss. Left lane, 005, dead on 3, 8 total coming out of the left lane. Justice had a perfect reaction time, but did not turn on a win light, and that doesn't, it gets you a lot to think about. That's about it. What's up, Mr. Marco Ortiz? It's good to hear from you as well. As Micah Mann and Kenny Probst. Probst over to the right side, dialed 487. Micah on the left side, dialed 483. Red light ends this one. Kenny missed it by 23 thousandths of a second. Micah 002 green and goes 481 on the 483. 2 would move on. Mortimer asks, what part of a chicken does the nugget come from? You don't want to know. There's a reason why as adults we quit eating chicken nuggets. But some people just insist, and they had to come up with a different name. They're like, it's really, we can't call it a nugget. Let's call it a boneless wing. It's not even a chicken tender. It's like too small to be, it's like a reject chicken tender. Oh, I know that. Half the stuff we eat, we'd be like, bleh. So Jason Rich out of Cookeville, Tennessee. 20 thou separate him in reaction time. Rich with the scoop rocking early goes 432 on a 431 to get the win light. 21 green, 15 thou above. Take 12 thou at the stripe, gets Jason Rich himself a win light. Left lane was 41 green and dead on 7 to be 48 total and come up 12 thou short. So Jason Rich gets a win light. I'll bring out Seth Zermano and Dallas Glenn. Dallas driving one of Shane Thompson's car. He's driving the shiny one, the Road Flare red one. That thing is like visible from space. 443 the dial on the left side. Seth dialed in at 461.
Hey, that Dallas Glenn. Didn't he collect a Wally last weekend?
Who's that?
Who's Wally?
No, who's Dallas? No, yes, absolutely he did. And is currently the points leader.
He may be a round 1 winner too for that reaction time.
002 and on a double breakout, Dallas Glenn will get the win light. 442 and a 443. Under by 7 thousandths of a second. Seth Zermino, as he was making his way down the racetrack, looks like he may have had a time slip that ended up like going through the shredder. Because he's 18 green and goes 459 on the 461. But, I mean, you think about it, this event draws some, racers that are hardcore bracket racers at heart. Guys like Dallas Glenn who came up through the ranks. There was another guy up a little bit earlier who I believe was also in the finals. Down at Pomona.
I was not paying attention. Who was it?
Langdon.
Oh, he's been there a time or two.
But yeah, it's pretty wild. It's pretty wild. They all show up here to get back to their roots. There's Mike Fuquay and Parker Theobald. Parker down 491 gets the win light as Mike goes red by 11 thousandths of a second.
Hopefully Tanner was paying attention to that, right?
Yeah.
Wasn't he like 5 something on the tree? Okay.
And I think he's already found himself a spot on the Facebook page.
All right.
Oh, so Parker, 21 green, gets the win light there as Lane. Hold on. Camo. That's right. It's one of them.
Kind of like, come on.
Louisiana names. Como. And Chris Whitfield.
That Whitfield guy is pretty good at this too, isn't he?
I've heard. I've seen. I've watched.
I saw pictures with Happy Gilmore checks from this place.
Yes. This place, Tucson.
Yep.
All kinds of places. So 461 the dial for Lane Como. 464 the dial for Chris Whitfield, and nothing between them in reaction time. Whoa. How about this?
Oh, my.
Lane 003 on the tree. Chris 003 on the tree. Identical reaction times leaving this end of the racetrack. Lane Como goes down and runs 460 on a 461 to be under by 7 thousandths of a second. Chris Whitfield goes 463 on a 464 to be under by 7 thousandths of a second. Comes down to a 4 10,000ths of a second margin of victory. Win light goes to Chris Whitfield.
You got an award over there for the bad beat of the day?
Dude, there's probably going to be something like that.
Man.
I got an old bag of trail mix.
Trail mix will not dry the tears from that.
No, it will not. Wow, both drivers identical, both under by 7 thou. Win light goes to Whitfield. As Chandler Ball and Kurt Harvey. Harvey on the left side, 479 on a 475. 10 dead 5 gets him a win light by 22 thousandths of a second. Chandler Ball was 15 green. Kurt was 15 total. Chandler needed to be dead 0 and was not. Ended up 22 thou above his dial as Kurt Harvey the second will roll into round number. He'll roll into the second round. Let's go with that.
G Money over on the left, Gabe Torres out of La Puente, California. Aaron G, Wichita Falls, Texas. That's the home of Mr. Eddie Hill, correct? 468 on the left, 474 on the right. The spot goes to the car over in the Pennzoil lane.
I got to tell you, I know we need the shade out there for the starter, but it is driving me nuts not being able to see the tree from this vantage point. Can you give me a live feed camera with no delay?
I'm trying my best, buddy. I am trying my best.
Oh.
Steve-O, hey. Good morning. 2,000 part up on this end. Gabe Torres. 471 0, 137 to move on to round number 2. Aaron G. Got down there, took the stripe by 4, broke out by 2. 472 on that 74 up on the scoreboard at 138. So Gabe gets to come back for a second round.
My. Jason Montgomery and Gary Williams. Williams made an appearance in the final round last night. And that battle for that American race car has ended up dropping a little bit early. Handing the win light over to Dylan Howe as we got a 461 dial for Gary Williams. We get a 516 dial for the Burkhart, Texas-based ride of Jason Montgomery. Again, in the win light bets, round number 1.
Yeah.
Here on the first day of the Fling.
For the folks on property, they need to stop by that Winlight Bets Hospitality tent over there. Be well worth your time. Find out more about what they're doing in the gaming industry.
I'm going to go out and check it out. 'Cause I do a little bit in the gaming industry myself.
I've heard that.
I've heard that too. 40,000 separated them. Excuse me. Yeah, 40,000. That's what I was going to say. Separated them in reaction time. Jason was 003 and loses on the double breakout. Takes 64,000 at the stripe. Goes 513 on a 516. Gary Williams, your winner. I'll bring out Shane Carr and Dave Moser. The Moser Enterprises team out of Escondido, California. Mr. Dave dialed in at 474 and Sugar Shane. They move.
I always thought they were in Alabama.
Oh, I thought they were based in Florida.
Oh. Well, they're still down there in the southeast.
Maybe I missed it. I always thought he was in Florida. Now it says Alabama. So a 470 dial for Shane Carr. 474. Come on. It is awesome to hear Warren on the mic, isn't it? You got to dig that. Steve Rogers. Wasn't that Buck Rogers' real name, Steve?
I think it was.
I think so too. Dave Moser, 18 green. Shane Carr misses it by 1,000th of a second. 001 on the red side, and no good. We got one final car left here in the A group dragsters and door cars. Basically, our double entered cars in the A group. We got our B group cars lined up under the arch. Warren.
How'd this guy wind up with the bye?
You know what? I think it was random tech card draw.
Is that what it was?
Round number 1.
Well, Steve Williams.
I'm just saying. The champ.
Mr. K&N Filters. Really? Out here?
You know what?
For Foggett.
Here's the cool thing about it.
Yeah?
Steve
Yeah?
used to be the K&N guy. Used to be the champ. Used to be all that kind of stuff until Shelby started driving, and now he's Shelby's dad.
He's Shelby's dad.
That's just the way it is.
I think it's the happiest he's ever been at a racetrack, too, is watching Shelby.
He has got the biggest, he just loves being out here watching Shelby. So, yep, Steve Williams was 005 red, goes 439 on a 437. That wraps things up in our double entries. We've got our Group B door cars already back in the staging lanes, and Group C door cars. Group C door cars, our double entered door cars. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Group C door cars. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes. Come on down. Group C door cars. Let's get you headed in. Again, we're going to give our door cars an opportunity to get a jump on things. Get in there and get in there first before we call the dragster. So Group C door cars. Go ahead and make your way to the staging lanes. We're doing a little paperwork after Group A. And Warren?
Yes, sir.
You have been, you guys teamed up with Bank Shift.
Yes.
Added a whole bunch of new camera angles. You've got all kinds of like fancy new toys down there that you get to use. We were talking earlier about like the graphics programs, and you get your little mixer board, whatever it is they call that thing. It's just, you know, the colored buttons that you push and go, look, it changes angles. I mean, it's kind of cool.
Yes.
I mean, you guys have really put a whole lot into what you're doing here. And again, you said that later on in the day we're going to get to see the return of the, you know, the mobile cam.
Yes, sir. That's right. Starting in third round, we're going to do that. And each day, third round on, we'll have the mobile cam out there. We've tried to add more camera angles to give a better feel of the race as it plays out.
Yeah.
Of course, Bang Shift is Chad Reynolds, and Chad's out there on the scaffold right now, braving the elements.
Hi, Chad.
Is he waving at me?
Heck yeah.
Is he using all of his fingers or just the middle one? Okay. So Chad brings so much to the table with his enthusiasm for the sport, and just hanging out there on a scaffold for 16 hours and, you know, being the Iron Man out there. What I bring adds the camera angles, adds some additional levels of production. So it's a pretty good partnership, and we're pretty proud of the stream we're bringing.
Well, I think it's being enjoyed by those that are watching along on the live feed because, again, we are, and I don't know that mine is real time, but it's showing over 1,800 people watching online right now. And so, oh, sorry. Oh, Peter Biondo.
Thank goodness we don't have a tower cam. That's all
Peter
I can say.
Biondo I've lost my concentration. Thank you, Peter. But that was spectacular. That was a true Kyle Seipel move right there. That was a true Kyle Seipel move right there. But yeah, we've got over 1,800 people watching. I'm going to go take a little breather. Warren's here right now. He's going to take over the mic, and we got Group B door cars. But I am proud to be doing my part to bring down the production level across the nation on a work day like today because everybody is watching online to see what's going to happen in day number 1 of the Spring Fling Million. Again, it is the Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. We are making our way into Group B for the Winlight Bets. Round number 1, best losing package gets $500. We are still looking for perfect reaction times in door cars.
All right.
First perfect reaction time in the door car will get the Perform Air Pro weather station. Second perfect reaction time will get the Perform Eclipse weather station. Door cars are headed down a racetrack.
I will keep my eyes open and see if I can add some names to the list. Here's Chuck Flanagan, left side out of Lima, Ohio, and Bodie Bennett, Shallow Water, Texas, right side, 638 on the left. The Las Vegas lane, right side, the Pennzoil lane, dialed to 582. Head start goes to the little blue car on the left, the GTO. First gen Camaro on the right. They're both off and running. Red light start for Bodie Bennett here in round number 1. And a 5 unders 577, 121 as well for Bennett. Flanagan, your winner. Green on this end, win light on that end, 633 at 109. They're both under. But Flanagan, via the red light start, goes on to the next round. Bill Dykes and Tim Denton will roll up next. Dykes, Bluffdale, Utah. That is a 57 Corvette replica. 550. The dial in. 596, the number for Tim Denton. The Z28 off and running. Here comes Dykes on the chase. Corvette tracking him down, top end, gets it done. Another double breakout. A lot of that this morning. 547.0 at 129 for Dykes. He is 3 under. Denton goes 5 under, 591 at 115. Denton was better up front, 005 on the light, but Dykes closer to his prediction for the win. Here's Patrick Conlon coming up now, left side, out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona. The 67 Camaro with those gold rally stripes alongside the little Vega on the right of Brian Griffin, Trenton, Tennessee, Vega GT. We are green on the left, red on the right. 013 red light for Griffin. The Vega exits here in round number 1. Goes red and dead on. 644.7 at 99. That was dead 7. For Conlon, win light via the green light. 540. 1 under on the 41, but that's all right. He'll be a little bit better in the next round. Someone asking online, is True Start in effect? Yes, it is. In fact, True Start was originally developed for the Fling races, and certainly a trademark of this event. Sean Page, Ryan Humard coming up now. Page, Meridian, Idaho, 65 GTO, alongside Ryan Humard's 64 Nova. The California boy on the right, alongside Page out of Idaho, 618 left side gets to go first. 572 will be on the chase right side for Humard. Wheels up for the white Nova. Red light for Page, win light, Humard, right side. 569, 121 gets it done. Page turns it red by 008 and then goes 613 at 111. And his day is done, as this category is single enter door cars.
Hey, Warren, just a reminder.
Yes.
Again, the apparel is for sale downstairs below the tower. We've got T-shirts, hats, beanies, hoodies, all kinds of the good stuff. It may not be like hoodie weather out there right now, but it will be when the sun goes down. It'll get colder, and we're going to be here racing a while today, so definitely want to grab your sweatshirts and your gear and all of that before the sizes that you need are gone. And they've got a kids snack station.
Kids snack station?
Yeah, like drink boxes and little cookies, and
I
bring
like
the kids up, get a snack. Go for a walk. You want to get away from the pit for a little while? Come for a walk. Bring the kids up, get a snack. Hang out up here by the tower for a little while. Call it kind of like the social corner.
I like a juice box every once in a while.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Might have to slide down there and crawl in there on my knees and pretend I'm younger.
I'm just
Might
saying,
have to have a hat too. The gray hair gives it away.
They've got all kinds of goodies, little snacks for the kids. So bring the kiddos. Come on up here. Enjoy the little kids snack shack and hang out in front of the tower for a little while. Or behind the tower. For
behind the tower.
That's what I meant.
Brad Pierce got that round win. Now it's Gary Roost and Mike Lowe coming up next. Finally, two of them get off on the green. That Mustang drifting to the left. He was dead 0, but no good. Roost, 596.2. He's dead 2. He's better by 500 on the front end. Gary Roost goes on to the next round for Mike Lowe. 594.0 on the 94, but gives it away on the front end. Vic Spitali, Tucson, Arizona, 27 Ford replica, left-hand steer machine alongside Lorene Rogers. Seligman, Arizona, the Grand Prix. Both of them turned it red. Vic Spitali, via True Start, gets the job done. Red lights by a little bit less. Then goes 589 at 114 for the win. Lorene, it was more redder, if that's a word, and a 499 at 138. Still no perfect lights. We got stuff to give away. If you have a perfect reaction time in your door car, Joe Levitt, Hunter Walker will take their chances at it. Levitt out of Carmichael, California, 618, the dial left. He is in now. Hunter Walker, 626, the dial. They are both off and running. Pretty tight up front, 5 thou apart up here. And Levitt stays on the good side to get the win, 619 on the 618 at 105. Hunter Walker goes 3 thou under, 625.7 on the 626. Got there by 18 and broke out by 3 of them. Randy Cloud, Luke Bogacki, I think. Not Bodaki. Cool Hand Luke. He is a former winner of this event. In his buggy over there on the right-hand side, the 2020 Charlie Stewart built Corvette, out here carrying the banner for Moser Engineering. 478's up on the Pennzoil scoreboard for him. 573, Randy Cloud. left side. And we'll see Cool Hand in the next round. Red light start for Randy Cloud by 003. Bogacki goes 12 on the tree, then 479 at the top end at 144 miles per hour. For Randy Cloud, red light start 574 at 123.58. Markel Jackson and Bill Zimmer, pair of Las Vegas natives, match up here in round number 1. Thinking that's probably not by design. 653 left side, 556 right for Zimmer. So the third gen Camaro gets the head start on that 653. Markel Jackson gets the win at 651 at 104. Bill Zimmer 005 red, and then a 561 at 114. Man, either my ears cleared up or I can hear myself. Not sure what happened there. That's all right. Bob Fuller, Hot Rod's dad, left side in his Corvette. Off and running on his 560. Sees his win light flashing down there on the Las Vegas scoreboard. Is Tom Carlson, another 005 red light in the right-hand lane. Then he goes dead on. Red and dead on, 628.2 at 121. Bob Fuller, 561 at 126 to advance. Corvette comes up now. Yeshua Wilcox, Division 6 runner out of Lake Tapps, Washington. Pete Both over here on the right. The Porsche 924 for Pete. Porsche Pete with a 573. He'll be on the chase. Wilcox gets the head start 661. That's about a bulb and a half head start. Both lifts the front wheels. Lifts them out of the beam 16 thou too early. Yeshua Wilcox 003 on the tree, 657 for the win. Yeshua, your winner. 132 for the speed. Pete Both 569 at 121, and he is out of here. Once again, you heard Nate Hershey earlier calling our C category door cars to the lanes. If you're not there, we need you to head this way. C category door cars. We will take you to the staging lanes, please. Mike Hall, David Meyer coming up now. Hall, 605. Meyer, 604. You can't see the spread on the tree, but you can see the two red lights. Meyer, red lights by less, gets the win as he goes 001. 603.4 at 112. Meyer for the win. 603 with a 4. 6 thou under. Mike Hall goes 3 thou under, but he goes 007 on the red light. True Start says Meyer for the win. Mark Kidd, Larry Pittenger. Coming up next, Kidd, Twin Falls, Idaho, 67 Chevy 2. And Larry Pittenger, the 68 Camaro. There's another race settled on the red light start. This time around, it's Pittenger getting the win as Mark Kidd turns it red by kind of left on the second bulb instead of the third, way red. So, not exactly sure what's going on. That one makes you scratch your head just a little bit. Pittenger, though, for the win, 646 at 103. Eddie Plaisir and Chad Fergan. Chad Fergan, my buddy from Falcon Plastics. He's going to have plenty of time to think about it. 628 on the 636, breaks out by 8. Pleasure. 009 up front, 588, 115, 1 over for the win. Steve Law from Boonville, Indiana, makes the tow out here to Las Vegas. Clint Vecchia, Terrence, British Columbia. Is that one of your guys, Mike?
D6.
D6. Steve Law, my D3 guy. Look at that. Better on the tree.
24 total.
24 total. Dead 7 at the top end. Paul Soares, another one of your guys, I think, right? I don't know where these provinces are at.
British Columbia is the furthest one to the west.
Okay.
And then
So
directly east is Alberta A.
Alberta A. And then, I don't know. All I know is it's all north. And most of it's
Isn't
cold.
it Saskatchewan is the one next?
Could be.
It's been a long time since I had
And
a geography
Ontario.
class.
Ontario, right?
And then
And then
Quebec.
Quebec.
I'm pretty
I
sure
don't
like
know.
all 5 of those are wrong. Our friends in the chat bleacher.
Soares and Pennington. 2,000 part up front. Win light for Pennington. He goes 11 total. 8 on the front end. Dead 3 on the top end. 515 with a 3 at 122. Paul Soares got down there and took 5 and broke out by 5. 524 on the 529. Other than that breakout, it was a pretty good race.
This is Mikey Bloomfield Sr. and Gary Bignaka. Gary Bignaka and the Brogy out of Lawndale. Just like to send our condolences out to Gary's lovely wife, Nancy, whose mother passed away. Heavy hearts there for Gary Bignaka and Pete Bothy. And down 550, and unfortunately, Gary's going to have the rest of the day off in this category as he turns at 5 red. As Mikey Bloomfield Sr. out of the OHIO is 003. And 6:37 on the 6:39 will be the time slip that Mikey Bloomfield Sr. will read. And after Gary Bignaka was in front of that green light by 5 thou, off the gas early going 584. There in that pair is Bill Biggers and Antonio Height there, Warren.
Got Biggers on the left. Butte, Montana. Makes his way- D6. I'm going to hear a lot of that, aren't I? 675 to dial in, and Antonio Height, not D6, for a minute. You know, you can't even swing a dead cat here without hitting a D6 director.
And I don't even want to talk about that time slip.
No. But anyway, Antonio Height, with that stellar reaction time, you can look it up online, gets the win 583 at 119. Bill Biggers was better on the tree by a bunch. Took 2/10. Is that right? 2/10 at the finish line
Yes,
to break out. To break out by 1200. Holy moly! I think he got down there and said, "What? Why am I down here already?"
That time slip is going to be about as useful as a white crayon.
Chris Nafziger, Larry McClanahan, that Cobra Jet, scooting right on down through there, but it's going to be Nafziger for the win. 492 at 133 to take the win. Chris was better letting go up here. Larry McClanahan in his NHRA legal stalker, 567 on the 63 dial at 125, but he missed it on the front end. And the win light goes to Chris Nafziger. Marion Goats, Troy, Texas, comes up next, 661 alongside Larry Scarth. The bubble top, 62. See, it plants itself. Sees the green light as he drives by the tree. Sees the wind light as he drives by the scoreboard. 621 at 110. Scarth was 004 at the front. Goats was 005. Minus 005, that is. Red light start. And a 664 at 123 for Goats. Scarth moves on.
Warren, we should be ashamed.
I usually am, but
When
what
we
is
were
it for
talking
this
about-
time?
When we were talking about Canada, we completely left out Manitoba. British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario,
We were
and then Quebec.
we were relying on our chat bleachers, and kind of left us hanging.
Ted Seipel, left side. Jeff Farrar, right side. Terrible Ted is going to break out by 0.07 of a second. Was a 5 thou coin flip on the starting line. Ted was 35 down here. Jeff Farrar was 30 in the Cavalier out of Pahrump. And on a double breakout, Jeff Farrar will have the right combination of numbers to illuminate a win light here in our win light bets first round.
Who was that radio guy from Pahrump, Nevada? Was it Art Bell? The guy at night?
That's way before my time.
I don't really think so. You're not that well. I guess you are.
I mean, I'm old, but not Warren Evans old.
Not Bill Botello old either.
Not Bill Botello old either. Botello going to be alongside John LaBouse. Boose had a...
Hello there. Using our...
That's
that one's a low one right there. Using the light stanchions as goalposts there as we get the air show.
LaBouse, 513 the number. Botello, 498. This is a, like, Winter Nationals or 4-wide LVMS here next week. Super Gas battle. Boose have the opportunity to leave first. Botello will be doing the chasing. Botello is going to turn it red by 1 stinking thou to give the win light over to LaBouse. LaBouse was 008 and under by 2 thou, going 512 with an 8 on the prediction of 513. After Botello was red by 1 thou, was 1 above 3, going 499.3 on the 498 prediction, but it was all over right off the bat. Botello was 1 thou RED. It was Dennis Lithgow and Gordon Boven there, Warren.
Boven in that Mopar. Every time I see him out, never in Division 6, by the way, that guy's tough in that 72 CUDA. 558 the dial-in. Dennis Lithgow, 491 in that. Is that a Camaro? I believe that is a Camaro. Or is that a Corvette? Corvette. Can't tell from my angle. Definitely Chevrolet from the back end.
Was in the staging lanes with Boven before round 1 was giving him a golf lesson.
You were.
He was trying to.
Was he receptive?
He was receptive.
Now he's going to take you out on the course and whip you. If he was a good student. No?
He could try.
Gordon Boven, 003 on the tree, win light, 563 at 112. This guy was behind up front, trying to get there and never was going to, breaking out in the process. 490 with a 5 on the 491.
But if you look at the numbers,
137.
Boven tried to mess that up.
Yeah, he did everything good to
hand
hand it back, yes.
He had 6 advantage and was in front at the finish line by 0.005 of a second. Silly little boy. But he turned the win light on. That's all that matters.
In this case, that is correct.
Taylor Rich and Jeff Beckman.
All right, so what is this thing on the left?
It's a 39 Chevrolet Coupe.
Just like it rolled out of the factory, I
That's
can
right.
tell.
So you missed Bristol.
Yes.
They didn't have the wheelie bar on there.
Oh, yeah?
And when I say bumper drag, I mean, I literally saw from my position in the Bristol booth, I saw the entire engine compartment over the roof line. That's how far the Rich Mobile stood it up on the bumper. Jason was like, we really didn't mean to do that.
You know, I'll use a Homer line here. That's a car that your kid would draw if he was trying to draw a race car.
Yep. Taylor Rich is in a dominating position here, as Taylor was 23 up front, and Jeff Beckman, the Wisconsin Cutlass, was 489. And when you're thinking about a plan of attack to win a race at the Fling event, 489 reaction time is about the worst strategy possible.
He didn't realize we converted from the 5 amber tree to the 3 amber tree.
Yes.
Because he left on the 4th.
So Taylor Rich will take that Chevrolet Coupe into round number 2.
This must be our final door car in the B group.
And it's Alan Macham.
Everett, Washington, 67 Nova SS, 570. He's going to get a free look at it right here. So he'll be ready for the second round. 001 up front, so he was ready there. Let's see him go one pack. Nope. 579 at 119 for Matcham.
I think Jonathan put the dial in wrong. I think he really meant 579, not 570. That's really not true.
That's exactly.
Jonathan Adams does not make mistakes.
So, Steve Valdez, yes, ship it up here. I'm ready. And with that, I'm going to go back to my normal perch over there, manning the switcher for Bang Shift. And Mike Eames, I'll leave it in your capable hands.
Remotely capable hands. I'm just glad Nathan Hershey's here today. Thanks, Warren Evans. Appreciate all the work that you do, Drag Racer TV, and Chad Reynolds down there on the scissor lift. The great coverage on Bang Shift. Our great friends watching online across the country on our Jags Hoosier, Holly EFI, Bang Shift live feed. Once again, we talked about this yesterday. We will be doing the Optima Yellow Top battery giveaway at some point today. Try to give you all a kind of a window of time in which we will do it. We'll give everybody a phrase. You have to type into the live feed, and then we pick a random winner. We'll get a certificate for an Optima Yellow Top battery. We will do that on Wednesday. We'll do it on Thursday. We'll do it on Friday. We'll do it on Saturday. 4 days of Optima Yellow Top battery giveaways, which is one of the great additions over the last
years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
We drive people. We drive bracket racing. Because reliability, accuracy, and consistency is what goes round and wins races. An all-in-one solution tailored to your application. Walk the pits and you'll begin to see fuel tech everywhere.
So Jeff Verdi, right side. The runner out of Virginia already turned on a win light over in the A category. 621 is the dial. Left side, we're 667, as you can imagine. With 670 plus entries, getting everybody entered into the CompuLink system is a Herculean task, which Queen Jaylene has been efforting. Verdi is behind on the starting line and is going to be behind to the finish line. He will get a focus on his A entry. 668.7 to get the win, 11 up front. Verdi was 29 and 619.9 to bow out in round number 1 on the C side. There's Jason McFarland and Lane Weber. McFarland in the wagon out of Texas. 681 the dial for McFarland. Lane Weber out of Colorado. And the Firebird's going to get the win. 11 green as McFarland is red by 7th out. So McFarland is going to be a first round runner-up. Turning it red by 7th out is Kelly Willouette. Charlie Lockhart going to get the win as Kelly turns out red by 13th out. Lockhart is 23 green and bet on 6 to be good. All right, our friend in the Dodge truck with the Vegas license plate that says, "Don't hate me because you ain't me." You moved your vehicle, which was great. We appreciated. But then you went back and parked in the same spot, which we really don't appreciate. Because Greg Dreher and Monty Beagle, Monty, after being way late in round number 1 in his A entry, turns it red here in round number 2. So that beautiful 33 Ford Coupe out of Alberta is going to go 0 for 2 today. Greg Dreher was 008 and a free look at 570 and goes 566. So once again, our Dodge Ram truck out in the pit area with the Vegas Golden Knight license plate 1084 with the "Don't hate me because you ain't me" license plate frame. Go park somewhere else. You're parking in somebody's pit area and they don't want you to park there. Please and thank you. Scott Hess right side. 569 the dial. Wagon left side, 598 is the number. The red light start. Going to give Scott Hess the win. Hess is 002 and a free sniff of 569. And he's going to smell like 567. To move in around number 2, once again, no buybacks today on Silver State Refrigeration Wednesday as we are in the middle of our win light bets. Round number 1. Best losing package will get $500 courtesy of our friends at Winlight Bets, which is a great concept as there's sports betting all over the place. And hey, why not get it here in drag racing as well? As Anthony Matassa. Over on the left side, Anthony in round number 1 literally went 3 inches and was red. And Anthony Matassa is perfect on the starting line. And that Roadster is going to get that Perform Air Pro weather station. So Anthony Matassa, after going all of Group A, all of Group B door cars, we finally get into the Group C door cars for Anthony Matassa to get that great prize from our friends at Altronics. As Stephen Bennett and Jonathan Fiello. Stephen out of Panama City, Florida, the S10 left side. Fiello out of Yucaipa, California, and the 71 Beater Nova right side is going to get the win. 18 green for Jonathan. Dows 568 and goes 5-6-8-6 to be 24 total. Anthony Bennett in the S10 was 27 up front and wasting fuel. So he had 0 chance of turning on a win light. As Jonathan Fiello locked out Stephen Bennett. It's Tim Wirtz and Daniel Fiello. Daniel out of Yucaipa, 596 the number. On the Olds right side, Tim Wirtz out of Napa. In the Snowplow Corvette, those of you that saw pictures from Tucson, down at Chris Forsyth's event, that like literally they got like 6 inches of snow. Okay, it wasn't 6 inches of snow, but it was a lot of snow. Green and green, 2 little teeny ones separate them on the starting line, and Winlight is going to go to Daniel Fiello on a breakout. 596, dead 4 for Fiello. Tim Wirtz dialed 514, went 513.1 under by 9 thou, arrived to the finish line 11 thousandths of a second in front of Daniel to break out by that 9 thou. Needed to take 2 or less. Didn't do it. Daniel Fiello. Move on to round number 2 is Nacho Rivera. Is going to move on. Nacho's 23 green, dead on 7 to lock out. The Pennzoil side was 36 down here on the starting line. Nacho Rivera, 30 total. We'll come back and play in round number 2. Corvette right side in control at the start and in control at the finish. Going to get the win, 551.6 on the 549.2 advance. Was almost 4 hun advantage on the starting line to advance. .632 in the truck left side. Sean Reichenbach. The Avenger, the Pennzoil side. 527 is the number. 2 full bulbs and a skosh of a third will be the head start over on the Vegas side of the racetrack. Sean behind by a hun at the starting line, but is going to get the win at the finish line. Dead on 4 for Sean. Left side arrived at the finish line first by 19 thou to break out 5 thou. Some room to apply some pressure to the brake pedal to get on the right side of the number. Didn't do it, Sean. For Team Washington, moving to round number 2 is Isaac Wilde and Ryan Stifler. Isaac out of South Dakota. 614 is the dial. Ryan Stifler out of Thornton, Colorado. 533 the number for Ryan. 71 Chevelle. Stifler, 384 green, and that is not a formula for success. Isaac Wilde, 11 down here, comfortable at 660 feet, going 629 on the 614 to get a win. That's Ryan Stifler. 384 is not going to turn on very many win lights unless your name is Tanner Theobald, who is like, what was Tanner, 5-something? You need to have Tanner Theobald tell you the story about what happened in the cockpit, because it's relatively humorous. Hector Hernandez for Team Mexico, and Jason Biscay for Biscay Racing out of Rochester, Washington. 6'6", and the other number that we can't mention, the dial-in for Biscay. Hector out of Hermosillo, Mexico on the Mustang. 300 advantage on the starting line, and dead on 0 to be 7 total for Team Mexico. Viva la Mexico! 109 on the speed. 7 totals, pretty sporty. Jason Biscay is 37 on the reaction time and completely squashed. Or completely annihilated. Just like what Gage does with a platter of tacos. It's Dennis Paz and Chris Galitti. Chris for Team Rad, the 66 Chevy 2, 505 the number. For the young man out of Tomball, Texas. Dennis Paz from Stockton, California, 672 the number. For the Mino Camino. One racer is perfect, and that racer is not going to turn on a win light. Pause, trip, zip, under by 13 thou, arrived at the finish line first by 45 thousandths of a second. Chris Galitti, 23 green, 5:05.9 to be dead on 9, and pushes Dennis Paz out the back door, but Dennis, after being perfect, get the Ultronics Perform Air Eclipse weather station, even though he did not illuminate a win light. Anthony Matassa earlier in the round was perfect. He'll also get one of those Kyle Seidman 000 hero points for $50. There's Chad Campbell and Rocky Van Note. Chad Campbell with the juggernaut Shannon Campbell real estate enterprise on board. The Ford Falcon left side is 004, going to get the win. Rocky Van Note was red by 3 thou and then goes dead nothing. 5900 on the 590 for Rocky Van Note, and that is a vomit-inducing ET slip for Rocky Van Note. Chad Campbell, 004, real good. Goes 616 on the 618. Is Jerry Lone. Big Chief over there on the right side, gonna get the win. Via the red light. Red light's on both sides. It's not a true start situation. So we're 009 left leaving first, 001 red leaving second. 589 at 114 for Big Chief. This is Aaron Durham. And the devastatingly handsome Matt Dattis. Durham out of Roy, Washington. 69 Nova left side, 654 is the number. Matt Dattis out of Thanks of Vermilion, Ohio. The Grand Am right side. So I need Group C dragsters. Group C dragsters. Need you up in the staging lanes if you would, please. Group Charlie dragsters. Let's get you up in the staging lanes, pretty please. Dattis off and away first. Durham is in the game, but a double breakout win going to go Matt Dattis' way. 7th thou under for Dattis, a hun under for Aaron Durham. It's Matt Dattis. Takes both entries out of our Win Light Bets round number 2 into Beyond Racing Products round number, or out of Win Light Bets round number 1 into Beyond Racing Products round number 2. Is Larry Gacy. And the Daytona left side. 585 is the dial, 605 the number for the Mustang right side. Larry's in a tight spot and is going to bow out. 21 green, 616 on the 605 is good for the Mustang. Larry was 201 on the green light and 2/10 above, and those combination of numbers will not result in a win light here in round number 1 for Larry. I believe it's Craig Merrill's left side. And it's either Mike or Zach Gehling over on the right side. I know they're sharing duties with the El Camino. And the Eiling machine is going to get the win. 005 as the El Camino will press forward. 672.9 on the 667. Marilee's was 25 at the hit and 7 over. And no good. It's Ryan Harem. That's Memphis's dad. That's Whitney's guy. At a Huntington Beach in the Camaro, 553, the dial in for Ryan. 689, the dial in for the Mustang left side. Or the Nova left side. As I'm looking for my position in the tower to Mustang. Right here beside me. Away and away. Harem closing in is going to get the win. 35 green and 3 above 7 to be good. 47 green right side and 4 above is no good. As the Schmalmobile for Team Fastronics over on the left side, 678 is the dial, and Robert Butler, 73 Camaro out of Orangevale, CA, over on the right side. 2 full bulbs, the difference in the dials as we look down yonder at the scoreboards. Green and green, Schmal, Butler. 33 in the reaction time for Butler, 579 on the 578 to be good. Schmal was 40 up front, was behind by 7 thou right off the bat, and 3 above. So he got down there and applied some pressure to the brake pedal. Ended up on the wrong side of the combination of numbers as Donnie Angel and Brian McCulloch. McCulloch, the black on red, 67 Camaro out of Petaluma, 693 is the number. Donnie out of Michigan, Mustang left side, 621 is the number. Red light start for McCulloch by a dime. Donnie is 25 up front and a free data acquisition run here in round number 1, 619.3 on the 621 performance, or prediction. Brian, after being red, runs it all the way out and is under by a bunch. Going 685 on the 93 prediction. Sean Schaefer, Chevelle left side. The Raider Campbell machine right side. 579 the dial, be leaving first for the Campbell Mobile. Red light start for Schaefer by 12 thousandths of a second. Campbell's Hot Rods 003 green and then under by 2 thou to advance in round number 2. There's Ron Wenger. Red 63 Corvette out of Odessa. Orange Camaro Roadster right side. Again, we talked about this before, over 670 entries. Queen Jaylene is feverishly working to get everything entered in. And when I say Herculean task, I mean, as you know, you can double. Some guys are driving one car one day, the other car the next day. It is a tough task to get everything in, as Ron Wenger is going to get the win. Had 300 advantage on the starting line and goes 621 on the 521 on the 520. The Camaro Roadster right side was 56 green and 2 above to be a first round runner-up. It's John Schaefer. Out of Boise, 66 Chevelle, 513 is the number. Camaro right side, 639 is our predicted performance. Couple of red lights. Not a true start situation, as the Camaro leaving first was much more worser on the red side, 40 on the red light. John Schaefer was 3 thou in front of red and will get the win to move into Biondo Racing Products round number 2. Cliff Hall, left side. In the Ford. Believe Scott Taylor right side. Easily be mistaken. California left side, Montana right side. Red light start for Taylor in front of green by 11th thou. Cliff Hall 6:15 and 6:43 on the 6:45, but when he grabs the time slip, it's going to have the arrows pointed over to his side of the racetrack. Coming around number 2. Duster right side, 740 is the prediction. Left side, 546, and the win light going to go to the Duster. 743 was 26 on the green light start. And out in front to get the win. 91 the green light effort over on the Vegas side. And 2 hunt under and still got to the finish line second. As Michael Miller and Andy Schmall in the banana. And he's got 593 on the car. Michael Miller out of New Mexico. His trusty Roadster, 576 the dial. Miller will be here for like 3 weeks. Be here next week for the National. 2 weeks from now, the Double Divisional. So 593 for Schmall. Will be leaving first by about a half a bulb. Michael Miller will be in hot pursuit. Yes, Joshua Hodges. Labousse is in the building. He won earlier today. Red light start for Andy by 9th thou, and Andy might need a hug, as Michael Miller is 185 on the green light. But he dialed it well. 576.0 on the 576 for Michael Miller. But Andy Schmall turns red by 9 thousandths of a second, and that is UGLY. Ryan Wilson. Pennzoil side, the Camaro out of Montrose, Colorado. Robert Strong. Firebird left side, 689. Going to be the dial-in for Robert. So well over 660 entries will go down the track in round number 1. Joining into our bank shift. Drag Racer TV live feed brought to you by Jags, Hoosier, Holly EFI. As Ryan Wilson is going to get the win. 13 green, under by 4. Well, 34th out to be exact. As Robert was 29 green and under by 4 hunt, will be on the wrong side of a double breakout. There are no buybacks today. You turn on a win light, get to come back. You do not turn on a win light, that entry is done for the day. Kyle Fritz left side. And the Dirty Bird. It's dirty. Sides out 674 and out in front with the starting line advantage and another double breakout win. We'll go over to the Pennzoil side. 18 green and under by 19 thou. Fritz. So he's going to run 668, go 6658. True margin of victory, 3 thou. Over on the Pennzoil side is Sid Summers and Brandon Cornell. Brandon out of Inglewood, Colorado, the 01 Camaro. Sid Summers, the 77 Camaro left side out of Rexburg, Idaho. We are off and away, and Cornell is read by Derek Jeter, 2000. 001 green for Sid Summers and dead on 4. That makes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 total for Sid Summers. 5 total. Is that good? Seems good. I mean, it's no 2 total from earlier. But, I mean, 5 total is decent. As Greg Sabatino and Troy Grant. Troy in the 66 Chevy 2 on the throttle stop. Greg Sabatino out of Meridian, Idaho, the C10 hay hauler. 650 is the dial for Mr. Sabatino. Mr. Sabatino is in a pickle. Troy Grant is 008 and 5 above to be comfortable and get the win. Greg Sabatino was 84 on the reaction time, which literally was what, 16 before you were born? Gage, when were you born? Oh, so it's like way more than that. It's like 18. Mustang left side. Vega right side. Red light start for the Vega. The Mustang will move on. 003 and 6 above. At 103 miles an hour. Mustang will move into Beyond Racing Products round number 2 out of our Win Light Bets round number 1. Best losing package will get $500 from our friends at Win Light Bets. Appreciate their support of the Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million. It's Jorge Covarrubias for Team Mexico. 86 Chevrolet full-size pickup, right side. Left side 613 on the dial. 3 thou is the difference on the starting line. And 3 hun going to be the difference at the finish line. Left side will move on. 614 on the 13. As Jorge said it's going to run 586, goes 590 here in round 1. As Kurt Harrington and I believe Darrell Hemley. Harrington out of Indiana in the Chevette. For Mr. Harrington, Hemley in his top sportsman ride. 455 is the number for Darrell. Neither stellar on the starting line, but the win on a breakout is going to go to Darrell's side of the racetrack. 52 green, dead on 3. The dialing was good. Reaction time was nothing to write home about, as Kurt Harrington was 40 green, arrived to the finish line first by 3 hun to break out by half that much. 15 thou on the breakout for Kurt Harrington. Mustang left side, Jeff Devy right side. Jeff's Graphics, Kimberly, Idaho. 3 laps, 2. Cavalier. We are away and away. Debbie. Big advantage on the starting line. And a win light at the finish line. 593 on the 590 for Jeff. Left side was 160 on the reaction time. 6 hun under the dial and still got to the finish line second. Jeff Devy will proceed. Left side 686 the dial. Justin Beakley. The 85 Monte Carlo SS. 634 the dial for Justin. Red light start left side, Justin Beakley. Goes Reggie Jackson on the starting line and 635 on the racetrack. 44 the green light for Justin to get the win. Left side is red by two little teeny tiny ones. And goes 684 is Jim Higgins and Jason Mercer. Mercer for Team Canada. For Rad Torque, Mercer Motorsports, 651 will be get the opportunity to leave second. Jim Higgins out of Minnesota for the Minnesota Mafia. 681 in the Nova will have the opportunity to depart the starting line first. I will call like 2/3 of a bulb. Red light start for Mercer by 3 thou to end his C entry today. Jim Higgins is 11 green and on a free time run. He's going to go 679.0 on the 681 performance. So we'll see Jim Higgins and that Nova in Beyond Racing Products round number 2. This is Dan Northrup and Nathan Bradford. Dan out of Pipersville, PA. Wife Jeannie's Hot Rod. 598 is the dial for Dan. Nathan Bradford. Kalispell, Montana, the white 79 Camaro right side, 602. It's 0.04 of a second, the difference. Down here on the starting line. In regards to the dial-in. In the right lane of Nathan Bradford, time out. And Dan Northrup will get a freebie in round number 2. It's Paula Edens and Kelly Shearer. Kelly out of Belfair, Washington, the S10 right side, 7 flat is the dial. We'll get a full tree head start as Paula Edens in the little bitty 83 Toyota. 548 is the dial for Mr. Edens. Red and a true start win for Kelly Shearer. Kelly left first, was 9 thou in front of the green light. Paul Edens left second and was way more worser, being John Stockton 12 on the red light. And Kelly Shearer goes 7 flat 4 on the 7 flat prediction, but a true start win as Kyle Seipel is smiling, looking down upon us whenever there's a true start win. I mean, honestly, he's looking down upon us and smiling every time we're at a Fling event. As Ross Davidson out of Idaho Falls is going to be red. We are perfect. Over on the right side, 533.6 on the 535. As Davidson is red by 2 thou, right side is going to move on. 533 on the 535. As Warren Evans made a very astute observation that we will not comment upon, at least publicly. Corvette Roadster left side, Rod Taylor right side. Taylor out of Kalispell, Montana, which is a beautiful part of the country. 524 on the 523 is good for Rod as he was 18 down here and completely locks the left side out. Left side was 35 on the green light start. Rod Taylor was 28 total. and no bueno. Camaro left side. 585 the dial. White Nova right side. 620 is the dial on the Pennzoil side of the racetrack. Talked about before. Queen Jaylene is feverishly trying to get everything organized. 003 for the Nova, 15 for the Camaro, and a double breakout win will go the Nova's way. 6:18.3 to be under by 17 thou to move on. Camaro predicted 585, goes 582.8 and is on the wrong side of a double breakout. It's Kendall Little and Mike Coltrane. Mike in his impeccable Camaro Roadster out of Boise. And Kendall Little in the Malibu out of Killeen, Texas. Coltrane turns on that big, ugly, nasty, stinky, heinous, putrid, grotesque red light by 17 thousandths of a second. Kendall Little 27 green and 5 above. And those combination of numbers don't turn on a lot of win lights. But when your opponent goes 17 red, it will turn on a win light. Mustang left side, 726 is the dial. Chevy 2 right side, 649 is the number. Kidmobile right side. 2 thou is the difference, as 11 is going to leave second, and the Kidmobile is 009 and 651 to move on. 11 up front, 731, 5 over, no good left side. It's David Beckwith. Out of Rancho Cucamonga in the Chevy 2, 539 is the number. 626 over on the Pennzoil side of the racetrack. The difference right here. An 8 thou will be the margin of victory at the finish line. David Beck with 542 on the 539 to be 8 thou in front. Was 41 at the start. Right side was Richard Petty, the reaction time. And goes 630 on the 626 to bow out here in the C category as Kenny Snow and Ricky Pennington. No relation to Big Jed. The 71 Nova, Gardendale, Alabama. 612 is the dial. Ricky is behind at the start. Kenny Snow out of La Habra in the Chevelle is going to take out Ricky Pennington. 572-1 on the 571 for Kenny Snow to be good. Ricky got to the finish line first by 7 thou to break out 8 thou as he had no shot whatsoever to turn on the win light as Kenny Snow was 51 total. Ricky Pennington was 52 green. out of Alabama turns on the red light by 1 thou. Left side will move on, 5:55 on the 54. Well, you was doing 55 and a 54. You were doing 55 and a 54. Not getting that one. I'm so sad right now. Gage, you are a young man who probably were a teenager when this song came out. He was doing 55 and a 54. I can't even look at you. It's Brian Kennedy. Corvette out of Odessa left side. 571 is the dial right side. Take your Google machine. Candidate turns it red by 17 thou. Right side will move on. 16 green and 570 on the 571. You have 99 problems. You have 99 problems. You now have 100 problems. Dallas Glenn and Andrew D. Piazza. White 68 Camaro right side for D. Piazza. 473 the number, and your Pro Stock winner from last week, the one, the only Dallas Glenn. That's Sadie's guy. We like Sadie Glenn. Sadie's awesome. Dallas Glenn in Shane Thompson's hot rod. 492 is the dial. Be leaving first. Andrew Piazza, 473 is the number. We are off and away. Dallas Glenn is going to get the win. 004 on a double breakout. As he is 004 taking 003 to be 6 thou quick. Andrew D. Piazza is 10 up front under my 9 thou, and that was a pretty good drag race that Dallas Glenn ended up on the right side of the numbers. Is Mike Bedeau Jr. and Will Carell. Will out of Ardmore, Oklahoma, who, well, let's just say that the first round was a bad memory. It's Mike Bedeau Jr. out of Gardendale, Texas. For ignition service and supply, DXD filters. 66 Chevelle left side. 705 is the number. Mike Bedeau. Will looking to atone for what happened in round number 1. We're off to a good start. And I'm going to turn on a win light. 006, 1 above 7 for Will. To be 23 total. Mike Bedeau Jr. was 23 up front. Got to the finish line first by 5 thou and broke out by 5 thou. Needed to take nothing and hope that the itty-bitty number at the end worked out in his favor. Did not do it. Will. We'll move on as Larry Hamby. Hambone out of Florida, the 55 Chevrolet. Mustang left side, 594 is the dial. .22 and 22, the reaction times on each side. Left side will move on. Double breakout. 592.8 on the 594 to be under by 12 thou. Larry Hamby under by 16 thou. Ends up 4 thou on the wrong side of a double breakout. As Chris Burrell. Camaro right side. Roadster left side. 544 is the number on the Las Vegas side. 641, almost a 2-bulb head start. Chris Burrell out of Claude, Texas. Claude. Should be Jean-Claude, Texas. Claude, get off the gas. Rip, rip, rip to be 2 over. As we done broke the Roadster with a trail behind, and that is, how do you say, not sexy? Not sexy. But we appreciate the Roadster pulling over as quickly and as safely as possible, but we will definitely be down for a few moments here on the racing surface. So, as Dark Helmet so eloquently said in Spaceballs, smoke 'em if you got 'em. As we'll be down for a bit. That's right, Gage. We had a Spaceballs reference. You've watched Spaceballs? Okay. You have redeemed yourself momentarily.
Yeah, I've watched Spaceballs because I took a film studies class in high school, and that was cool. What wasn't cool was, like, watching The Sound of Music. I don't like it.
Are you kidding me?
I don't like musicals, in my opinion.
Gage.
What? It's an opinion. Everybody has one, just like people have noses.
Well, your opinion on musicals is wrong.
Okay.
I can't even look at you right now.
Okay, you don't have to look at me, but you got to talk to me.
You look at me, and all it triggers is disappointment.
I will say Space Odyssey was a weird one to watch.
Like, are we talking 2001 Space Odyssey?
Yeah, that one was a weird one.
Stanley Kubrick. Of course it's weird.
Yeah, but it was like, do I need to be like on some sort of controlled substance to watch this kind of thing?
More than likely, yes.
Okay.
Okay, can we go back to the musicals?
Okay. I don't know many because I don't like them, but okay.
We need to get you some culture.
I have culture, okay? I have some
Didn't
culture.
know Jay-Z.
I
don't
don't
like musical. Next thing you're going to tell me is you don't like puppies.
Now that's false. That's false. Dogs are better than cats.
JJ. Dogs are way better than cats. So we will be down for a little bit to clean up a little bit of mess. We got the scrubber out there doing its thing. So we will have a little bit of downtime. Once again, all of our friends in the chat, Bleachers, thank you for tuning in both near and far across this great land and across the world. We will be doing our Optima Yellow Top battery giveaway at some point later this. I'm going to say it's definitely going to be after round number 1, which we are in the middle of. Win light bets round number 1. We are literally switching from door cars to dragsters. So we are a little bit more than halfway of round number 1. We started just after 8 o'clock this morning local. We are now 12:15. So working our way through. It'll be a long day, but we'll get everything wrapped up. Confidence is high, unless there's all sorts of shenanigans and tomfoolery. Also, all of our friends that are watching the great Jegs, Hoosier, Holly EFI, Bang Shift, Drag Race Central, or Drag Racer TV live feed. Hit that like button. There's 71 likes. There's more now. There's 300. Rebel, you just need to watch Sweeney Todd. Sweeney Todd is epic.
I have seen the Sweeney Todd remake with Johnny Depp. That is good.
But the musical is even better.
Yeah.
No, there's better. There's some things in the musical they didn't put in the movie.
Okay.
Yes. As RJ Torres just mentioned, as we were talking about Spaceballs, comb the desert. Yes. Have you found anything? Yes. All I know is that at some point I'm gonna jam your radar.
Okay.
Raspberry. All right, Gage, you got it for a minute.
Hoop to the loot doop.
All I know is I guaranteed I know what your combination is on your luggage.
See, Mike's looking at me with like all these weird sayings.
That's a nut from Spaceballs. That was the combination of the airlock, and remember the president was like, "That's the same combination on my luggage."
Oh. I only saw it once, okay?
You need to watch about 10 more times.
Yeah, okay. I will. I need to do some homework.
All right, so we'll be down. We have the rollback out there to assist. We talked about yesterday when we were cleaning up mess. We start with a whole bunch of equipment on the track. As equipment leaves, that means we're closer to getting started. So appreciate everybody's patience. We are 12:18 local. Back to racing here as soon as we can.
If you've been shopping around for an AC company based on the various trucks you see on the road, good luck with that. Fortunately, I'm here to tell you about Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC. The heat is on and it's time to get your AC tuned up for the summer. Silver State's technicians will service, repair, or install an AC system in your home and will always show up on time when they promise. Take advantage of money-saving offers from our website or call before it gets super hot. So don't hunt around for the next AC truck to drive by. Just call Silver State.
Jags, trusted by all since 1960. What you want, when you want it, at a price you want to pay. Jags.
Larice Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Larice Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Larice insures race cars on and off the track, trailers, and equipment. Larice even pays racers contingencies at the Fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Larice Motorsports Insurance today.
Racers serving up the very best parts. That's what Moser Enterprises is all about. Since our first product introduction in the 1980s, we have been in the relentless pursuit of excellence on the track and off, with a mission to produce the very best parts. Problem-solving parts for your high-performance vehicle. No matter if it's chassis and fabrication, water pump and cooling system, starters and the accompanying electrical, or full billet flex plates you're after, look to Moser for the best solutions.
So I'm going to go with like my favorite thing for those of you that are listening online. And we're back. Like we're coming back from a commercial break or something. Unfortunately, we did have a bit of an oil down on the racetrack. The cleanup is wrapping up as we speak. We're putting drivers kind of back in their cars, getting them ready as the spray buggy is headed back this direction. But, yeah, I was just kind of telling everybody here that during the last little break, I got an opportunity to kind of wander around through the pit area, wandered back through the staging lane, said hi to some folks, and went over by that Winlight Bets tent that is set up back there. Again, kind of a cool little deal. When we get a little bit later on in the event for the day, it's actually kind of run the way it was explained to me, and I'm going to do my best to kind of regurgitate what was explained to me. You go to the App Store, you download the Winlight Bets app. Signing up is absolutely free. Playing is absolutely free. You essentially kind of get some points for signing up. You get some points for doing a couple of other activities within the app, and then you can use those points to bet on questions that are going to be put up kind of game show quiz style. Based on kind of how you bet is the potential for the points you could win. You want to get yourself up on the leaderboard. You know, the top leader actually gets a little bit of payout. Top 10 gets some goodies, some prizes, some fun things. But it's one of those things that I think will certainly add some flair to your day at the racetrack, or some flair to your time while you are sitting either at the shop or at work, wherever it is that you are tuning into this Bang Shift live feed. That it's pretty cool. It's really cool. So, you know, go out, download the app, Winlight Bet. Signing up is quick. It's easy. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to participating. I know they did it out at World Series of Pro Mod. They've done it a few other things. This is kind of the first bracket race that they're trying it out. When we get into the latter rounds, we're going to start looking at some over and unders that you can bet on. Have you tried it yet, Gage?
No, I'm too young for betting.
No. Here's the thing. It's not real money at this point.
Yeah, that's true.
So you can get in there. You can get in there and have some fun. Is the mobile cam up? Yes. The mobile cam. At some point, we are going to commandeer the mobile cam.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. We will commandeer the mobile cam. But it is game time. We're going to get back after it. We've got cars coming out of the water box. We're continuing on with the Winlight Bets round number 1 here on the Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC $30,000 to win Wednesday. Again, we're into the prize vault, hot and heavy. We've already given away one of those Moser starters. Thank you very much to the folks at Moser Enterprises for being such great partners with us here as the Fling. Our next pair. How about the Pinto going up against the dragster of Aaron G. G gets down to the finish line, runs 471 on a 468 dial to get the win line. Pinto was 60 on the tree and goes 3 above, 756 on a 753. Aaron was 471 on the 468. He was also 3 above, but had the 041 reaction time to get the win light as John Edwards III and Jason Montgomery. Again, we are into our C group. We've already run through kind of our C group of the door cars, the double entered. We've still got our D group of single enter dragsters to go here for round number 1. But boy, oh boy. Gage up here hanging out with us. We got a 513 dial for Jason Montgomery, a 482 dial for John Edwards over on the left side. 11th the difference in reaction time. Winner's going to be John Edwards. How about 14 green and dead on 6 to take the stripe by 1,000th of a second. John 14 dead 6 gets the win light. Jason Montgomery was 25 on the tree and locked out. As he ends up running a 512 and a 513, nothing he could do there is David Chun Jr. and Ty Farmer. Farmer coming in out of Tuscola, Texas. Going up against David Chun. Racing with that Cooper Chun Strong. All our love, all our support. Everything we can possibly do. All back. 14th the difference in reaction time. Advantage to Chun on the left side and David Chun 10 dead 6. going to get a win light by 21 thousandths of a second. Ty Farmer was 24 on the tree and 13 thou above in the losing effort out of that right side. Kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. How about a little dragster versus door car? And I know. You ask the chat bleachers, who are you rooting for? They're all rooting for that orange Camaro. 580 the dial over on the right side. James Glenn. Reigning national champ in Super Comp, dialed 476. The man, the myth, the legend. I think it was funny. A couple of years ago, he was out kind of racing all over the country. And back home, they said that, look, if you find James, let him know that he needs to come home because his picture has been on a milk bottle. They thought he was lost. Hadn't heard from him in so long. He gets a win light that time. 15 green for James. And then goes 474 after the opponent's red light in the orange Camaro. There's now Eric Golden and Mike Rock. Go get him, Rock. Golden over to the left side, dialed 463. Rock on the right side. Racing out of Nampa, Idaho, in what we are lovingly now calling the Traffic Cone 2.0. It's not. I mean, they've added too many colors to it. Used to be all orange, but he's actually got an engraved exterior of the Traffic Cone 2.0. Unfortunately, this time he's red. 12 thousandths of a second. Eric Golden, 25 green. And 462 on a 463 as round number 1 continues. Jeremy Wilson now and Brady White. White out of Calgary. One of our racers coming down from Canada. So let's see here. We've seen racers out of Canada. Of course, all across the United States. We still got to go back and actually start checking off states, like which states are represented here. I think we've got just about all of them. Just saying. I mean, I've seen Iowa, I've seen Nebraska, I've seen Virginia, Just saying. Well, the Northeast ones that aren't represented here is because nobody lives there. I mean, when you got a population of 32 people in the entire state, what are you going to do? Jeremy Wilson bowing out here. Brady White, 008 and 1 above. 501 on a 508 gets him a win light. Jeremy was 032 on the tree. And then goes 462 on the 464, taking the stripe by 5 thou, breaking out 11 thou. Win light goes to White as Dustin Wirtz and Colton Aragon. Dustin, who ended up having to back the car off the starting line in the first entry because he basically, I ran into him in the staging lanes. He said, yeah, it sounded like we had a bad rocker arm. So rather than run it, risk it, break it, he decided to back off the line. Colton Aragon, who is still recuperating from his round number 1, gets a win light this time. 12 green and dead on 5 to be 17 total for Colton Aragon. Dustin Wirtz was 22 on the tree and had no prayer of lighting up that scoreboard with Colton. Colton was mad. Colton was unhappy about his first round performance and decided that this time he's going to show the world, I will stay in the game, and he does. Rich Lash. Now rolling up here. Lash down 532, gets himself an instant win light with a red light on the opposite side of the racetrack. Missing the tree by enough. That red light starting with a 2 out of the left lane. Rich, 29 green and 533 on the 532. And Rod Hagen. Why did you have to mention Fudgios? Oh, man. Fudgios, the treat that can only be found in Canada. All right, Talon Farmer and Stephen McCrory. McCrory coming in out of Indiana, dialed 464 on the left side. Dial of a 470 for Talon Farmer. For the 600 split between the two, head start will belong to Talon. Talon Going to get the win light on a double breakout. Talon, 16 green, takes 4th thou at the stripe to go 468 on a 470, under by 12 thousandths of a second. Stephen McCrory goes 462 on the 464 to be under by 15 thousandths of a second after the 023 reaction time. I got you, Rod. I got you. But again, we are going to have that swear jar in effect this weekend. Again, we're going to be raising money for a very good cause, yet to be decided, but it will all be for a good cause because that's pretty much what we do with the swear jar. If you get down there and make a bad choice, or if you get to the starting line and make a bad choice, and you end up talking to yourself in a way that would have, a sailor blushing, you need to come up here and make a donation to the swear jar. Tommy Drake Sr., 30 green, gets himself a win light, runs 486.9 on a 487 down the left lane. Jace Nicholson let go 13 thousandths of a second too soon. And runs 447 on the 443. Now Jake Jones and Jay Bunce. Bunce, the topless roadster. Because in Vegas, we like topless cars. I said cars. Jay Bunce dialed in at 601. Jake Jones dialed in at 452. Down go the lights and we stay green with a 12 thou split. Winner is going to be Bunce. 005 dead 5. Take 3 thou at the stripe. 10 total for the win. Jake Jones was 17 green and was all out of hope. Is that like an Air Supply song? No, that's All Out of Love. So lost without you. I'm just thinking. Jake Jones bowing out here. Bunce moves on with a 10-pack as Mark Barnhart and Morgan Karen. Karen from High River, Alberta. I do not know what the over-under on the swear jar collection will be at the end of the week. But if it's been anything like it has been historically, it'll be a pretty good amount that we'll be able to give to some deserving charity. 482 to a 466. Mark Barnhart leaves in control. He's 005 and goes 467 on the 466. 005 and 19 thou above gets to the stripe first by 0.04 of a second. Morgan Karen 482 on a 482. Dead on 5, but let go 54 thousandths of a second behind Mark Barnhart. So Barnhart moves on as our next up is going to be KC Pesnell. Pesnell out of Gardendale, Alabama. Another one of those great songs. Every time it comes on the radio, Sweet Home Alabama, I can do nothing but think about Jed and Big Red. And listening to Sweet Home Alabama come blaring out of that car. It's kind of a cool thing. 460 to a 450. 1 tenth of a second to head start. Going to the right lane as Pesnell trying to hold on for a win light. Will not. Left lane, 19 green and dead on 6 is 25 total. KC had a 26 thou reaction time. And no matter what KC tried, it wasn't going to get Sunshine Band back together again. Bowing out here in round number 1. Again, still working on getting all of these tech cards put in because we have got lots and lots and lots of them. Lots of them. So a 478 to a 478. Dialing them in heads up. Red light start left side of the racetrack to an 044 green right side, and then 476 on the 478, and a 474 on the 478. We're getting back into that double breakout. Double breakout. Double breakout. Ooh. That's Cerruti? I think it is. I think it is. 640 the dial on the right side, and with that dash, should be interesting. As the Rabbit, Kevin Brannon, who had a tough matchup in the first entry, draws another tough matchup here. 8 thousandths of a second advantage to the door car, and a 6:39 on a 6:40 will win it for the door car. Gets to the stripe first by 6 thousandths of a second, breaks out by 5 thou. Kevin Brannon chased him through to break out by 7 thousandths of a second. Win light belongs to the door car. Brannon was 20 on the tree. Cerruti was 12 on the tree. And the win light will belong to Cerruti as we bring out our next two. We got Shane Molinari on the left side. We're going to have to take a little bit closer look at Shane's car. Side is okay. Back 4 thou, the difference between them. Both drivers 0-0 on the tree, and it's going to be Molinari. 002 and 397 on a 398 dial. 398. And yeah, we're going to do a little brooming on the starting line, as unfortunately it appears as though Molinari's car has spit diaper out all over the place. Kind of making it look like it snowed out there. But man, 006 to a 002 reaction time. Comes down to a double breakout. And crazy. Crazy. Yeah, Ronnie, I'm with you. 398 is the dial? Seriously? He did what? Oh, my goodness. Oh. Oh, this is going to be interesting. So while we had a little bit of downtime, Warren came in here. Again, we are trying out all kinds of new technologies. We got new camera angles. We've got, the roaming mobile cam. I don't know what we're calling it. Mobile cam?
I would call it like something to do with the starting line. It's like,
Well, I mean, it could be on the starting line.
yeah, it could be like just like, yeah, mobile, I guess,
So maybe we just call it the surprise cam. Be like, surprise, here it is.
or like the
Right? Yes. Soon we'll have Chat GPT up here doing the announcing. But Dan Lafferty getting a win light there, 009 and 441 on a 440 over Bryson Scruggs. Scruggs was 15 green and 3 above, but yeah, we're going to have to come up with like specific names for this stuff. And Sickness, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. We're also joined up here in the tower by Gage, and Warren will be popping in from time to time. Youth Rock, I think as of right now, everything is holding up okay, and we're going to be ready to go. As we bring out now Derek Denny out of Ashland City, Tennessee on the left side. Denny with a 450 dial. Right lane dialed in at 455. And again, for those of you action cam, there we go. It's action cam. .446 on a 450. It's a double breakout scenario. Right lane 009 and goes 451 on a 455, taking 8th thou at the stripe. Derek Denny goes 446 on a 450, and that was basically like, all right, which one of us can break out by more? All right, I'll let you do it. But again, we're getting more and more and back into that whole double breakout mode, which we don't like. We don't like it. Sure. These two decided that they were going to get side by side in the lanes. Okay. Lane Como and Giovanni Colecci. Down 490. Como down 459. Win light's going to belong to Como. 461 on the 459. A margin of 15 ten-thousandths of a second gives Lane the win light. Lane 24 green. Giovanni was 35 green. So the 11th thou split in reaction time as Giovanni ends up 14th thou above and behind by 1.5 thousandths at the finish line. Win light to Lane Como. At Geismar, Louisiana, Steve White and Wyatt Wayman. If I'm remembering right, I think Wayman is like one of the linemen. He's like works up really high on those power lines, if I remember it. But maybe. He's out of Southport, Utah, 14 the dial, and Steve White hands a win light to Wyatt Wayman. White 490 on a 494. Wyatt goes 479 on a 480. White was red by 1,000th of a second. That would be kind of cool. Put action cam in a car and send it down the racetrack, except by the time I think it gets up there, it'll lose connection. Ate a donut? Oh, that's interesting. Brian Cam and Donovan Williams. Williams on the left side. The Bradenton-based car, 469. Brian Cam dialed 495. I need to get out the computer and start digging up the stats. Digging up the stat sheet. Because we do have the 000 hero coins we're giving away for any perfect reaction time and a win in your pair. You put up a perfect light and win. That's a 000 hero coin coming in. Donovan rocking the scoop big time just past the half track mark. 009 had a whole bunch of change in his pocket. Brian Cam was 31 green, goes 499 on a 495, but Donovan rocking the scoop down to a 474 on the 469. And the win light to Williams. Gage, how about our next pair?
We got Mr. Tanner Theobald out of St. George, Utah, in the black carbon dragster in the left lane, down 484. Bart Nelson in the right lane, out of LaPorte, Texas, dial 479. Was it Tanner?
Yes.
That had like
Yes.
the most memorable run in his first entry.
I don't know if it was the most memorable run, but
It was most forgetful.
he overcompensated.
Yes. And I guess he wants to forget this run as well. 16 red. Bart Nelson is 24. And then goes 476 on the 479 dial.
So went from a really green light and cut it a little bit red that time. Not so great. Not so great. Now all of a sudden I feel like I'm going to totally sneeze. Trying not to sneeze into the camera. Here's Art Reed out of Indiana. Kokomo. I do not think that's the Kokomo that the Beach Boys wrote the song about. Because I don't know how you'd put in there like Aruba, Jamaica, all that kind of stuff, and then Indiana. But a 523 dial for Art Reed, who was essentially what I found out back in the staging lanes, drug out of quote-unquote retirement. And you got to come down here to Vegas and go racing with us. Left lane was dialed in at 484 and in trouble big time. 077 on the tree to Art Reed's 11 light. So a 66 thou in his pocket. Art Reed uses 23 thousandths of that to get down to the finish line first. Runs 524 on the 523 to light up the win light. As our next two roll out of the water box. Man, it's a little bit breezier out there than it was this morning. Kind of stuck in that phase where it's like, I want to sneeze, I need to sneeze, but it won't. It just won't. So 475 to down for Grady Johnson on the left side. Saratoga Springs and 70 thousandths of a second separate him in reaction time. Grady, 009, gets out of the throttle to go 480 on a 475, still taking 300 at the stripe for the win. Right lane had the 079 reaction time. And then runs 482 at 141 miles an hour. I'll bring out Jordan Eberjesse. Eberjesse dialed in 433 on the right side. Tom Clark dialed 449 over on the left side. Oh, man. Somebody's given Warren free reign. Free reign. Oh, my goodness. Tom and Jordan separated by 5 thousandths of a second. Tom Clark, 449 on a 449. 17 green and dead on 5, taking 5 thou at the stripe. Eberjesse was 22 green and dead on 5. Oh, this will be a good one. So Joe Peters left side, Jason Rich right side. Somebody's turned Warren loose on, hey, let's try this. Let's do that. We got all kinds of headsets. 12 thou separating Joe Peters and Jason Rich. It's going to be Joe Peters, 001 and 12 thou above the dial. Ends up 13 total to get the win light. Jason Rich was 13 on the tree. Needed to go 429.0 and hope for the best. Ends up going 430 on the 429. And no good. So apparently I am being summoned for some other duty. Gage is here and will take over for a couple of minutes.
Sorry, guys, you're stuck with me, the intern. The adults have to go and do business. The adults have to go do business, so I get to be stuck here. But I get to watch Brian Watts and Marco Abruzzi go down the track right now. And the wind light turn on in Marco Abruzzi's lane. 26 on the tree and 4 above his dial. Takes 3 thou at the stripe. Tightens it up pretty good. Brian Watts being 63 green just did not have enough room to work with on the top end. Dylan Winters now in the left lane out of Boonville, Indiana. The Danny Nelson built ride in the left lane dialed 479 and Colby Fuller out of Savannah, Georgia in the right lane in the American built ride dialed 477. As like we got a million headsets going on and I'm like trying to sort out wires and stuff because Warren has like gone off the chain. Once again, thank you to everybody joining in on the live stream on Big Shift on YouTube. Make sure to hit the like button. Give support to these guys. They keep bringing us great coverage, and we're up in the production a whole bunch. Win light. Gonna go to Dylan Winters. Double red, not a true start though. Dylan Winters is 001 red. Colby Fuller, 14 red. Winters breaks it out by 2 itty bitty thou, but gets the win light. Laureen Rogers now in the fendered dragster in the left lane. Out of Seligman, Arizona, dial 584. I just like, who doesn't like fender dragsters? I mean, it looks odd and it's like a fad, but it looks cool. Jesse Beeple out of Weymouth, Massachusetts. Am I reading that right? The winged dragster, dial 505. Rogers coming off the stop, and away we go to the finish line. Jesse Beeple going to get the win, 29, leaving second, and breaks out by 6 thousandths of a second. Laureen Rogers was 23 and goes 581.9 on the 584. Dylan Howe, last night's dragster shootout winner, out of Junction City, Oregon. Dial 448. I mean, the kid's on rails right now. Like, the thing just runs what you put on the board. If you say, like, it's going to run 428, it's going to do that. Mike Crater out of Bedford, Texas, in the right lane. Dial 437. Going to be doing some chasing. Off and away we go. Drivers are separated by 20 thousandths of a second. Oh, Dylan, no. Mike Crater was 23, leaving second, and goes 440 on the 437 to get the win. Dylan Howe was 003 and let Mike Crater by as he goes 463 on the 448. Tom Stalba now all the way down from Hampton, New Jersey. Dial 484 in the left lane, and Megan Justice from Lexington, North Carolina. Man, you guys come a long way just to race each other, even though you're both on the East Coast. Like, can we do this like a Goliath in like a couple weeks? Like, do we have to do it here? I mean, we can do it here if you want. It's a lot cool. Off and away we go. Both drivers are green. Win light is going to go to Megan Justice, 009, and breaks out by 2 thousandths of a second. Tom Stalba was 15. Breaks out 482.4 on the 484. Megan Justice by 14 thou is going to get the win. Kurt Gross now in the left lane out of Oregon City, Oregon. 485 the dial, and Brandon Justice out of Blossom, Texas, in the right lane, dial 492. Down to the finish line. Win light is going to go Brandon Justice, 004 and 1 above 4. Tightens the stripe to 9 thousandths of a second to get the win. Kurt Gross was 16 up front and then 1 above 1. No good there. Nathan Thornsley now in the left lane out of Butte, Arkansas. Dial 466 and Kenny Probst out of Bonham, Texas. Dial 486. Kenny Probst off and away. Nathan Thornsley has still not left the line yet. And is not going to turn on the win light as Kenny Probst goes 19 green and lifts off early, noticing that Nathan's like nowhere in sight right now. As Nathan is going to do like the cruise of shame, pretty much down the Vegas left-hand side of the racetrack. Greg Christensen out of Strasburg, Colorado. In the right lane, dial 463. Dragster in the left lane, dial 491. Drivers are separated by 4 thousandths of a second. Greg Christensen going to come from behind to get the win. 40 dead 8. Feeds the stripe to the left lane. 36 and breaks out 489 on the 491 to get the win to move into the second round in his second entry. Gabriel Hernandez in the left lane. Hermosillo for Team Mexico. Dial 498 and Travis Ringeth in the right lane out of Beaumont, Alberta, Canada. Dial 453. Canadian and Mexican go down to Vegas to do like a standoff. Both drivers turn it red, but it's going to be a true start win for Gabriel Hernandez, 006 to Travis Ringis, 007 red. So 1 thou separate them at the starting line, and just for a fun fact, 1 thou at the finish line, Gabriel Hernandez got there first. Jorge Ortiz now for Team Mexico.
You're not going to throw the middle name in there too?
I'm bad at long names.
Covarrubias?
I couldn't have said that.
I couldn't have said that right the
couldn't
first few
have done
times
that.
either, but it's Covarrubias and Victoria Christensen. Now the other one, the whatever it is, like Ciudad Morelos, Baja California. I don't even know if that's like Ciudad or
I know
Ciudad.
Ciudad is city.
So it's Ciudad?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. See, you know more than me. You know more than a little bit. Oh, so Jorge going to get himself a win light. 462 on the 461 by 7 thousandths of a second. We'll get there first. As Victoria Christensen had an 0.52 reaction time that proved to be very, very costly. And see what else is going on. I don't know if we got more raffles or whatever's happening, but we got to get some things rolling here. So I'm rolling. We're trying to get to round number 1. Again, the Winlight Bets Best Losing Package, $500 here in round number 1. So we're continuing to make our way through the C group, essentially our double entered door cars and dragsters. I believe we've made our way through the majority. Thank you. Of the door cars, they have pretty much made their way through. Gabriel Hernandez, 003 on the tree. KJ Desa was 11 on the tree, and KJ picks up the win light. KJ getting there second, breaks out 1/1000th of a second. Hernandez breaks out 3/1000ths of a second, taking 10 thou at the stripe. So Hernandez, 003, take 10 thou to break out by 3 thou. KJ, 11 on the tree, get there second, break out 1 thou. Win light goes to Desa. Over on the right side of the racetrack is now Mark Dunn. Rolls up on the right side against a little shorty dragster on the left side. The little shorty. So a 476 dial over on the left to the 479 for Mark Dunn. And we're off and away. Massive advantage. Going to Mark Dunn with a 009 reaction time. Ends up 38 thou in his pocket as the left lane had an 047 reaction time. So the 047 runs 477 on a 476 and pretty much just had nowhere to go. Mark Dunn, 009, 13 thou above the dial to take 36 thou at the stripe for the win. And Gage, we got a whole bunch of dragsters sitting back there all waiting their turn. We still got like 2 full lanes.
That's a lot.
It's a lot.
That's a lot.
It's a lot.
And by my math, by counting on my fingers, which I'm only good at for like 10 numbers, 670 is like a lot.
You're only good for like 10 numbers if
Yeah.
you count on all your fingers?
Yeah.
I'm glad you know how many fingers you have.
1, 2.
You're like, wait a minute. I want to make sure they're
Hang
still
on,
there today.
hang on, I lost count. I got to start over.
I want to make sure they're still there today. 3 thou separate him in reaction time. Justin Hoff racing out of the right side gets the win light. 17 green, dead on 2. Ends up 19 total. Left lane was 20 on the tree. And the second time in about the last hour that we've seen somebody be locked out by a thou in their reaction time. Again, still, round number 1 keeps going and going and going because there are a tremendous amount of entries. I think we were saying earlier that, when we started the morning, we were right at about 670 plus entries, give or take a few. Record-setting territory here at a Fling was at Bristol last year when we went with 675. I think we have surpassed that. We were kind of given the nod that we are in record-breaking territory. We do not have an exact count just yet, but we are in record-breaking territory.
All I hear from that is it's going to be big on Friday if the 3-day is that much.
I hope so. Josh Lutke, Tim Thomas. Thomas over on the right side, dialed 463. Lutke was dialed 459, and the win light's going to belong to Thomas. Thomas was 30 on the tree. Lutke was 19 thou better than that with an 011 as Josh goes 11 on the tree and 461 on the 459 to be 24 thou above the dial. Tim and Thomas 30 green and dead on 3 to be 33 total and grabs a win light by 0.02 of a second. Tim Thomas out of Lumberton, North Carolina takes out Lutke, the Indiana-based car, as Dave Secondi and Hannah Vandermeer. Hannah on the right side, dialed 484. Secondi on the left side, dialed 454. And Gage, we're talking about, record-breaking territory. I certainly hope that we break some records here for the million entries as well. I would love to see that money get huge. Secondi, 455 on a 454 after an 012 reaction time, gets him a win light. Hannah had the 029 light to end up 17 thou behind at the hit and 11 thou ahead at the stripe to break out with a 482 on the 485. Nick, I think you may be right. 2 more hours of round number 1. I mean, we haven't even called the D group yet. I don't know. Looking at the number of cars we got back in the lanes. Yeah, we could be about another 2 hours. Scott Holbrook, left lane, dialed 492. Right side, dialed 450. Wind lights coming out of the right lane, 007. And 454 on the 450. Gets there first by just about 0.05 of a second. Scott Holbrook, 494 on a 492. 76 on the tree, and you picked a bad time. To drop that light. Ain't that for sure. It's Trayton Ban and Scott Heyer. Both coming up in their second entry. Scott, 469 dial on the right side. Trayton, 496 dial on the left side. 4 thou, the difference between them in reaction time, and the wind light will turn on for Scott Heyer. Double breakout. I feel like it's like Galat a couple of years ago. We had to dive into different languages to find ways to say double breakout. Heyer goes 468 on a 469, under by 8 thousandths of a second. Trayton goes 494 on a 496 to be under by 17 thousandths of a second. Trayton was 10 on the tree, gets their first 5 thou, and breaks out by 13 thou. Scott Heyer at 006, breaking out by 8 thou. Scott moves into round number 2 as Don Bradford and Todd Coltrane. Coltrane right side out of Idaho, dialed 454. Don Bradford rolling in out of Alabama, 463 on the left side. Whomp, whomp, whomp. Wind light goes to Coltrane. How about a 005 to a 003? Bradford 005 and goes 3 above the dial. On the loss, Todd Coltrane 003 and 2 above the dial. That's Spanish for a doble descanso. Doble descanso. Huh. French. Yeah, I got the French translation on that one. Logan Scrivener and Austin Free. Austin dial in at 483. That's for which one? No. We'll use the French one the next time it pops up. Oh no. Austin is in big time trouble. Runs 478 on a 483 dial. Logan was 003. And goes 489 on the 485. So the wind light to Scrivener. Or is it Scrivener? Scrivener? I would say Scrivener. Out of Sherwood, Oregon. I don't know. We'll ask Mike. He's one of his D6 guys. I mean, he's so happy and proud of his D6 guys now. Because I'm the Division 6 director. I'm big Mr. Big Stuff.
No, who cares?
All right, Nancy. We can do that. I did not even know. I didn't know. I haven't been on Facebook in a long time. I've like kind of gotten away from that. Val Torres getting the win light over Willie Flores. Torres dialed 470, runs 469.3 after an 015 green light. Willie Flores out of San Angelo, Texas, 009 green. Excuse me, 009 red, and then runs 474 on the 473. So Willie out by way of the red light. And man, oh man, we are getting buzzed by airplanes. I just want to leave that hanging out there. I mean, like, yeah, we're getting buzzed by the jets from the Air Force Base again, as they are coming over low and fast. You might be able to see just like the shadows zipping across the racetrack. But man, are they moving. Like full afterburners getting out of here. Don Sefton and Hunter Patton. Honey Wayne.
Yay!
There you go. My partner in crime up here is a huge Honey Wayne fan. Like bought the sweatshirt and everything. Well, Gage is going to dry up some tears here as Don Sefton gets the win light. 21 on the tree and 475 on a 474, taking 22 thou at the stripe. Hunter Patton was better on the bull with an 017 reaction time, but then runs 3 above the dial, 460 on the 457, and Honey is down to just 1 entry.
I'm burning the hoodie now.
You're burning the what? You can't do that, fair weather fan type thing. You don't do that. You got to stick with your team, man. Stick with your team.
I stick with him.
Just stick with your team. Robert Kemmler out of Australia in trouble here against the right lane. It's going to be a 486 on a 480. Right side after the 013 at reaction time. Robert Kemmler was 55 on the tree and runs 503 on a 507. Had a little teensy weensy itsy bitsy piece of room to work with. And ends up breaking out by 3 thou, taking 22 thou at the stripe. There's now Jacob Stallworthy and Race Kid. So what was it in the Spanish version was doble descanso?
Yeah.
Doble descanso. Of course, we got the English version, double breakout. We'll see if we get that straightened up here. Race Kid down 468 left side. Oh. Both drivers are 00. Both drivers are rocking the scoop, and Race Kid 002 dead on 5. 7 total for Race. Jacob Stallworthy had a little bit to work with. He was 003 on the tree, take 21 thou at the stripe, and breaks out by 17 thousandths of a second. Oops. Oh, now Gage knows how I feel when you're out here announcing a race and you got like people that are listening, and especially members of your family that are listening, and you say something, you're like, you better not.
Dad.
Don't do that. It cost me $50. Oh, Race Kid 7 total. Stallworthy 003, 451 on a 453. No good as Race moves on. That'll bring out Tom Bayer and Steve Williams. Oh, both drivers out of Cherry Valley, California. These two have met probably umpteen million times.
When was someone going to tell me that Steve's got now like a bracket dragster?
What?
I didn't know that.
Steve's always had it.
Well, I didn't know that.
What? Ooh, Tom Bayer, 495 on a 495. They were separated by 1,000th of a second. Bayer was 19 on the tree. Steve Williams was 20 on the tree. Williams gets to the stripe first by 11 thousandths of a second and needed to tighten it up even a little bit more. Runs 438 on a 439, breaks out by 7 thousandths of a second. Tom Bayer, 19 green and dead on 5 to get the win light over on the left side. But a spectacular side-by-side run between two drivers that have been doing those side-by-side runs for a long time. Long time. Ron Sears and Josh Cancelar. Cancelar left side, dial 457. Ron Sears. Oh! Trip, zip, perfect, no good. Sears got off the line first with a perfect reaction time. Takes 44 thou at the stripe and breaks out by 3 thousandths of a second. So close to having that 000 hero coin, but no good for Ron Sears as Lori Warden and Chandler Ball. Chandler out of Ogden, Utah, 486 dial right side. Lori Warden dialed in at 471. Over on the left side, both she and her husband, James, racing here this weekend in a red light start for Lori by 0.02 of a second. Oh, Lori. That's another one that you're going to think about for a little while. 002 red, the opponent in the opposite side of the racetrack. I know they were given like fist bumps down there, but when they see the reaction time, they're going to be like, oof. 4:62 will go back to the pits and get ready for round number 2. Wow. 487 on the 46. Chandler's coming back.
James Warden now in the left lane out of Norco, California. Dial 443. Shannon Justice out of Lexington, North Carolina. Dial 480. Both drivers off and away. Drivers are separated by a 10th thou, and James Warden is going to sneak by 0.02 of a second. James was second, leaving with an 11 reaction time and dead 3. Shannon Justice was 001 and 1 above 5. And let James Warden get back around in front to get the win. Jeff Taylor now in the left lane out of Apache Junction, Arizona. Dial 512, and Jeremy Sears in the right. Dial 485. Jeremy in trouble and will not get out of it. Jeff Taylor is 006. Breaks out by 100th of a second to get the win. Jeremy Sears was 17 green and broke out 1 thou more to not advance into the second round. Corey Galletti now out of Tomball, Texas. Dial 453, and Kevin Burnett out of Parker, Colorado. Dial 465. The engine combo in Kevin Burnett's pretty neat. It's like a Hellcat crate motor with just a bigger supercharger and a bigger cam in it. That's all that is. Both drivers are identical up front, and Corey Galletti going to get the win. 16 green and 2 above to tighten the stripe by 0.09 of a second. Kevin Burnett was 3 above his dial. It's now McKenna Brown in the Jigs.com ride out of Boca Raton, Florida. Dialed 463, and Gary Womble out of Arvada, Colorado. Dialed 464, the smallest head start you can get in a drag race. 1/100th of a second. Out we go. Win light. Gonna go to Gary Womble. Handily 21 green and almost a 10th above, as McKenna Brown was 43 and fell off the pace. Unfortunate there for McKenna Brown. So now we got Logan War in the left lane, dialed 463. Last weekend's runner-up in Super Comp. Down in Pomona, Alexis Thompson. Right down the road, my neighbor in Henderson. Drivers are separated by 10 thousandths of a second. Logan Ward going to get the win, 42 and 1 above 9 to get the win. Alexis Thompson was 52, behind by 10, and breaks out 4:56.9 on the 4:58. Victoria Johnson now from Arvada, Colorado, dialed 466. Driver in the left lane, dialed 477. Attention racers, for those of you who have not received the text message yet, Group D come up for round number 1. Group D, single entered dragsters. Come on up to the lanes for your first round of the day. Group D, single entered dragsters. Come on up to the lanes for your first round of the day. Group D, come on up. Both drivers taking their time to find the stage bulbs. Now we're in, ready to go. Left lane is in control to get the win. 22, dead 3 to get the win. Victoria Johnson was 43, dead 4. No good there. Starting line was what determined that race there off the bat. Stephanie Noss out of Canby, Oregon, in the left lane, out 498, and Donnie Burleson in the right lane, dial 447 in that beautiful Ultra Tech dragster. I mean, that thing's like a show car that you get to race all the time, and it's like really fast too. But it's also like kind of biased because I love the color yellow. Donnie B liked the color yellow so much that he was a little late but gets the win. 36, leaving second, and dead 7. Stephanie Noss is 12, and then breaks it out by 1 itty-bitty thou to get the win. Stephanie Noss just wants to throw that time slip away after that one. Kyler Hergemuller out of Brighton, Colorado, dial 477, and one of the Shane Thompson mobiles in the left lane, dial 469. Out the gates we go, down to the finish line. Win light going to show up on the left-hand side, 18 green and dead 9. Kyler was 33 and 1 above 9. No good there. Margin of victory, 25 thousandths of a second. As now Bo Sanders from Raymond, Nebraska in the left lane. Down 445, the Colonel. We got a little bit of a hold up. There we go. Chandler Tyson. Thiessen. English is hard. Thiessen, dial 446 in the right lane. Drivers separated by 5 thousandths of a second. Thiessen going to get the win. 007, dead 8, takes 5 to get the win. Bo Sanders is 12 and dead 8 himself. And that difference at the starting line is what the difference was at the finish line. Mikey Bloomfield now out of Fairfield, Ohio. Dial 462 in the left lane, and Blake Johnson out of Colorado, dial 452. 1/10 head start going to the left lane. Win light is going to be through a true start. Mikey Bloomfield was 005 red, but Blake Johnson was 17 red. Gives the win over to Mikey Bloomfield, who ran 458 on the 462 at 149 miles an hour. Kurt Harvey out of Greenville, Texas now in the left lane. The Ezel Prepared Dragster, dial 476, and Jose Garcia out of Sonora, Mexico, Team Mexico. And the Answer Dragster, got the fenders on the back, dial 505. Not the prettiest race in the world, but Kurt Harvey going to get the win. 46 and 1 above 8 to get the win. Jose Garcia was 29, had a bunch in his pocket. Was looking around, but could not find him and broke out doing so. 504 on the 505. Tyler Bohannon now, Tebow, out of Louisville, Kentucky. 476 a dial in the left lane, and Chevy Reeves 454 out of Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Tyler Bohannon, turns it red by 3 thou. Chevy Reeves was ready though, 002. And probably lets off to go 2 above 2. Not showing his hand, maybe. Tyler Bohannon's going to lose his second entry. JP Schuster now, out of Vienna, Ohio. Dial 460. Dalton Giroux, out of Leduc, Alberta, Canada. I like the paint job on that. The fighter aircraft, that's cool. I always like that. Off and away we go. JP Schuster gonna get the win. 31, dead 5 to get the win. Dalton Giroux is 50 and 1 above 5. Not the prettiest laps in the world, but it's good enough. I mean, I take luck over being skilled any day because I don't have any skill, nor do I have any luck. So I'd probably just take the luck. Driver in the left lane in the non-wing dragster, dial 447, and the blue dragster in the right lane, 432 the dial. Out the gates we go, and right lane turns it 4 thou red. Left lane going to get the win, 17 green, and breaks out by 7 thousandths of a second to get the win safely there off the starting line. Raul Alinas out of Monterrey, Mexico. In the left-hand lane, dial 504. Jackson Graddon out of Spokane, Washington. And the undercover prepared dragster dial 497. Jackson Graddon going to turn it 21 thou red and probably should just skip on by the time slip booth. Raul 93 and way over the dial, not making a clean run, and Jackson is probably just wishing, why were there this many cars? I could have had a bite back. Alberto Serva out of Nuevo León, Mexico. Dial 490, and I believe perhaps Dean Bush in the right lane, one of the local phenomenons here. Dial 466 is going to get the win as Alberto turns it 003 on the red side. 30 green. It goes 464 on the 466 for, I'm assuming, the Dean Bush entry. Micah Mann now, out of Pinehurst, Texas. Dial 481. And Mr. Top Fuel himself, Sean Langdon. In Madison Payne's ride. Dial 463. Sean was like looking at the schedule of the year and was like, hey, I got a week off. I don't have to go to work. So I want to go play. And then the next week I get to go to work here. Awesome seeing professional racers still going back to grassroots racing. Sean Langdon going to get the win. 15 and 3 above 5. Tightens the stripe to 0.02 of a second. Micah Mann was 24 and fell off the pace a little bit. 483 on the 481. Is now Bree Herman. Out of Pueblo West, Colorado. Dial 457. Darren Lotz out of Waynesboro, Virginia. Dial 483. Drivers are separated by 22 thou. Darren Lott's going to get the win. 11 green. 488 on the 483. Bree Herman was 33 and breaks out by 3 itty bitty thou. Oh my goodness. Darren Lott's threw like the anchor and some more out. And Bree did not catch his drop, as the racers would say in their terminology of some way. Johnny Carter now in the right lane. Dial 464 out of Hobbs, New Mexico. And Mr. Tristan Craig, your reigning Super Pro Las Vegas track champion. Dial 516. I'm going to be honest with you. I am with Tristan because he is a chicken nugget connoisseur.
Excuse me, who's a connoisseur? What?
Tristan is a chicken nugget connoisseur.
It's adult chicken nuggets.
And it is okay if you like chicken nuggets. We don't judge. I'm part of that club, though.
I do. I judge heavily.
You're just insensitive if you do judge. Tristan Craig showing who's boss around these parts. gonna go 17 green and one above 5 to get the win. Johnny Carter was 44 and breaks out, trying to get there by 1 foul of second. Tristan Craig is like, nah, not in my house. I'm gonna eat some chicken nuggets and then like tell you to go away. Go eat your wings, and then I'll go eat my chicken nuggets and win another round. Jolie Wenger out of Odessa, Texas now. Dial 500 in the left lane. Kevin Schreier out of Belfair, Washington in the right lane. Dial 455. Off and away we go. Early scoop rock for Kevin Schreier as he's going to get the win. 003 and goes, well, basically 2/10 above as Jolie Wagner was 18 and then falls off the pace. As now we got Mr. Jeff Serra from Pennsylvania, dial 469 in the left lane, and Andy Taylor in the right lane, dial 430. Big mile an hour spread. Jeff Serra's like, okay, and I can still take 00. Like, what's so hard about that? Jeff Serra was totally in control, 005, and then breaks out less by 10,000ths of a second compared to Andy Taylor, who is 29, 428.8 on the 430. Jeff Serra goes 468.8 on the 469. Jeff Serra going to get the win. Tyler Smith now out of Rancho Cucamonga, California. Dial 518 in the left lane and Jason Lawrence in the right. All the way down from New Jersey. Dial 492. Tyler, one of my former junior dragster competitors here on the West Coast. Been doing this a long time already. And he's like, only what, like 23 years old? Jason Lawrence running out of the Theobald clan. There's like a million of them that like I lose track like every week, and I need like a family recap. Both drivers are separated by 10,000ths of a second. Tyler Smith comes from behind to get the win, 32 green, and breaks out by 1 number. Jason Lawrence, 22 green and breaks out by 1 number plus 3 itty bitty thou. 3 thou going to be the difference of the 2 breakouts. Tyler Smith going to move on. It's now Kyle Raposo, another one of my junior compatriots. Man, this is just making me sad now. I get stuck up here while they get to go race. No, I like it up here. It's air conditioned. Well, yeah, that too. 472 the dial for Kyle, running against Jesse D. Bartolo. Out of Battleground, Washington. Dial 504. As Kyle turns it 11th foul red, Bartolo. Gonna get the win 57, 501 on the 504. To move into round number 2 in his second entry. Jeremy Wenger now. Out of Texas, dial 471. Right lane. Dial 502. Looking at the chat bleachers, everybody's asking, where's everybody watching from? Sweden. Whoa. Hello, Sweden. Yeah, that's like just a pond swim away. That's awesome. Like to see where everybody else in the chat bleachers is watching from.
Their computer.
Oh, yeah, their computer. That's like the prediction machine. But it could be their phone as well. Driver separated by 200ths of a second. One light going to go to Jimmy Wenger, 49. Dead 8 to get the win. Right lane was 29 and 506 on the 502. Not good enough. 18th out, the margin of victory. As now Peeps Pennington. Peeps! Out of Texas in the left lane, dial 464, and Seth Zermino. Out of California, dial 459. Peeps Pennington going to get the win. Not the prettiest reaction time, 31 green, but goes 4 numbers above. Tightens the stripe by 2, itty bitty thou, to get the win. Seth Zermino, 52, and then goes 461-1 on the 459. Not going to get the win there. As Mr. Jeremy Hancock now, your reigning top dragster world champion, in the left lane, dial 460. Gonna take on Mystery Racer X currently. In the right lane, heads up matchup. Heads up! Heads up matchup! 460, gonna be the... Now, you see, I feel like this should be like an index race. Pro tree. That would be cool. That would be cool. Maybe some other time, though. This is serious business now. I'm just off into my imagination now. Oh. You see, they were dial 460, so that means they got to leave together, but right lane left 60 thou after the green light came on. Jeremy Hancock left 8 thou after the green came on and gets the win. 470 on the 460, and right lane is 480 on the 460. That was like the worst. That was the worst heads-up race ever. That was ugly. Blake Fuqua. Out of Hendersonville, Tennessee. Dial 461 in the left lane. And Gabe Torres. Out of La Puente, California. Dial 468. Off and away we go. 22 thou separate them. Gabe Torres is going to get the win. 10, 470 with a 4 on the 468. Going to get the win. Fuqua, 32 green, and goes 464-0 on the 461.
All right.
All
right. Hey, well, our next pair stage is up here. Ooh, that's a hot mic. Listen, so not exactly sure, but it's, what is it, a black pickup truck?
Yeah, Dodge.
Black Dodge pickup truck, Golden Knights plates, 1084. We've mentioned several times that vehicle is parked in a racer's pit and must be moved. So basically, we have run out of the times that we're going to say it over the PA. The rollback is actually on its way from the top end of the racetrack. We are going to pick up the truck and move it. And since we are a few days away from Easter, congratulations, you will get to spend the next part of your day on an Easter egg hunt looking for your black truck. It will be somewhere on property. We're not going to leave the Las Vegas Motor Speedway property. It could be on the backside of the Super Speedway. It could be over at the outside road course. It could be at the bull ring. It could be in the middle of the dirt track.
Oval. Yep.
It could be anywhere on this property, and I think this property is something like 142 miles square. Maybe not that big, but it's big. So you will get to spend the rest of the day pretending like, the Easter Bunny came in and moved and hid your Easter egg, and you can search for it the rest of the day. Or you can beat the rollback over there, move your truck, and don't park it in that spot again. That's your two choices. So, thank you.
It's Cortland Carter, Dave Moser. Mozier's going to get the win, 004 green and 470 on the 471. Cortland turned it red by 4 thou, and then goes dead on 6, and he's going to say bad words. It's Gary Williams. Curtis Allen. Curtis Allen out of Germantown, Kentucky. An interesting fact about Germantown, Kentucky. A lot of Irish people live in Germantown, Kentucky. I have no idea if that's remotely accurate, but it sounds good. Gary Williams out of Bradenton, Florida for Team FTI. Team Overkill made it all the way to the final of yesterday American Race Cars, Todd's Extreme Paint Dragster Shootout, and turned on the big, ugly, nasty, stinky red one on the bottom of the tree. It's 459 is the dial for Gary. Curtis has 489 on the Penzo scoreboard, and Gary Williams already has a win light. 15 green for Gary as Curtis Allen turned on the Vomitus 001 red light. And goes 485.9 on the 489. But Gary Williams will advance. It's Chris Whitfield and Ted Seipel will be our next pair. Ted and a San Leandro in the Ferrari. 613 for Mr. Seipel. 462 the dial-in for Chris Whitfield out of Highland Ranch, Colorado. Big shout out to Jenny Moe, Big Jed, Emma Kate. Miss all you guys. Hope everything is well as Ted turns it red by 1 stinking thou. Chris Whitfield's 35 up front and dead on 0. Ted Seipel red by 1 thou. Here in our win light bets. First round. Shane Carr, Shane Thompson. The prediction machine has not officially been turned on. I think it's that time in Wednesday the prediction machine turns on. Shane is going to advance out of this pair as Sugar. Hashtag 26. Alongside Shane Thompson for Team Silver State. Shane 467 the dial left side. Shane Carr out of Alabama. 474 the dial for Sugar. Neither driver great on the reaction time side of things. Shane Thompson, rip, and Shane Carr well off the pace. Shane 27 green, 4 above is good. Shane Carr said I'm going to run 474 and goes 513. As I'm going to say something in his hot rod was a miss. Shane Thompson will take out Shane Carr. as our Group C just wrapped up. Group D is right here under the arch. As I look down from my perch and I'm looking at Katie Harkema. Katie Harkema gives me a polite wave from her cockpit. Katie Harkema is so incredibly lucky because she gets to gaze into the eyes of my Pookie, Trevor Harkema, on a daily basis. So all of our friends watching the great coverage on Bank Shift, our Jegs, Hoosier Tire, Holly EFI live feed, Warren Evans with Drag Racer TV down here in front. Chad Reynolds doing his thing. We are still in our Win Light Bets first round. We run 5 groups. We run our Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro category. That is done. Group A is done. Group B is done. Group C just completed, and now we are in our Group D single entry dragsters. We started just after 8 o'clock local. We are 2:16 local. So as of right now, we are just over 6 hours in round number 1 with an insane car count that is just a wee bit shy of 700 competitors. The support from everybody across the country that have traveled here to the Strip of Las Vegas Motor Speedway for the Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries is truly overwhelming. I know how much Peter and Emily and the entire Fling team truly appreciates everybody for showing up and showing out. The largest Fling event in the history of the Fling events in regards to car count. Katie Harkema, Jack Sadler will start us off in Group D. Katie out of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. For Nelson Family Racing, 469 is the dial for Katie. Jack Sadler for Team Fake Speed. Trip 4s. Jack Sadler has decided for here in round number 1. Jack out of Henderson, Nevada. About a half a bulb. Exactly. What do you mean about a half a bulb? Exactly a half a bulb will be the head start, not about. As Nathan Hershey's over here going to get ready to go fishing. Red light start for Jack Sadler by 4 thousandths of a second. And when you think of it numerically, it makes sense because Jack Sadler dialed in 444. So, of course, he's going to go red by 4 thou. He's not going to go red by 17 thou. That would just be silly. Katie Harkema, 30 green, and 467 on the 469. We'll move on to Sean Page and John Kalecki. Sean out of Meridian, Idaho, the Spitzer chassis. Hardtail over on the left side. John out of Maple Valley, Washington, and John goes red by 3 little teeny tiny ones. 5066 for John to bow out. Sean Page, 32 green and a whole bunch over. Going 542 on the 504 prediction is Casey Nelson and Bodie Bennett. Bodie, the young man out of Shallowater, Texas. Miller prepared machine. That's the winged dragster on the Pennzoil side. Those watching the live feed, Casey Nelson out of Hayden, Idaho. Undercover chassis for Nelson Family Racing. 514, the number for Casey. Bodie Bennett down there rocking the scoop about 13 times. Goes 464 at 144 miles an hour. Casey Nelson was 31 green and 12th out too quick. As Bodie got down there after being 13 on the starting line, and rip, Casey went through and broke out. It's Jansen Melton and Don Toros. Don out of San Pedro, the front engine dragster, who was a very gifted NHRA Heritage Series competitor in Nostalgia Eliminator 1. That orange front engine machine. Jansen out of Gleason, Tennessee. Traditional rear engine dragster. M&M prepared hot rod. Jansen, a little better on the starting line and better at the finish line. 420 on the 419 to get the win. Don got to the finish line first by 8 thousandths of a second to break out 1 thousandth of a second. That front engine dragster just needed a little bit more pressure applied to the brake pedal to get on the right side of the number. Didn't do it. Jansen takes out the front engine dragster of Don Terrells. It's Tyler Murrup and Gregory Carrison. Tyler out of Sandy, Utah. On the left side, 473 on each side of the racetrack. It's Gregory Carrison, a Flagstaff AZ. As we are now in a bit of a holding pattern. Bear with us. Un momento, por favor. We just started Group D, our single entry dragsters. We're still in round number 1, our Winlight Bets. First round, the best losing package. We get $500. I mean, as I'm thinking about stuff, if there's 670 plus cars, that means we're going to have 350 who do not turn on a win light in the first round.
Okay.
If you're the best losing package out of those 350 cars, that should get, you should get something a little extra.
Like $500?
And like Nathan Hershey sweeping out your trailer.
And a crisp high five.
And a firm, hearty handshake.
Okay.
And, because I know you don't do this very often, the super rare Nathan Hershey autograph. That is you cannot put a price tag.
No. I mean,
on something like that.
I've got nothing against going and sweeping out somebody's trailer. I would do that. Just because.
Out of 350 cars, you have the best losing package. I
could walk up to the side of the trailer and just give that housekeeping.
For pillow.
Roll in there and do the whole deal. We could make a whole thing out of that.
You need towel?
Yeah. Oh, we could totally turn that into, a thing.
We got to come up with something a little extra if you're like...
we got, kind of like with the Howard Stern show, he's got all of his special, celebrity guests that have come in and become part of this. Gage can become ours. It's Gage the intern who is hanging in. Are you like, what?
Beetlejuice.
Are you Beetlejuice? No, but we could have, Gage the intern. And be like, hey, congratulations, you're the best losing package. Gage the intern will be over momentarily with a broom.
No,
Oh. No, we can come up with all kinds of stuff, man. No, I mean, we obviously wouldn't do anything like that, but...
I mean, can't we get like... Because you didn't turn on a win light in round number 1. You're the best light. Can we get like some movie passes for him or something? Maybe like an hour over at Top Golf?
Something to
pass the time?
To pass the rest of the day. Oh. I'm just... There's a lot of things that you could do, you know. It's just... I don't know. We'll think about that for a little. We got a little bit longer. Not much. I mean, really, when you think about it, you know, you start looking at what's going on in the staging lanes. The D group is whittling down quickly. I think I'm starting to see some of the Larice Pro category rolling into the staging lane. So Larice Pro has been called, and again,
for round number 2. Woo!
Yeah, right. Round number 2.
Great success.
Yes, great success. We are going to... No. But again, with the folks at Larice Motorsports, they are going to be on property here until Friday. Jake Green will be more than happy to meet with you, kind of talk about your race program, what your needs would be to ensure that program. And, I mean, unfortunately, yesterday we saw a perfect example of why you would want to have that coverage. Saw a very beautiful and, I mean, gorgeous Camaro end up giving its front end a remodel that was unplanned, unscheduled, and unwanted. Had you had a Larice Motorsports insurance policy, they definitely would be there to kind of help you get all of that taken care of and squared away.
Dude, you have tens and tens and tens and tens and tens of thousands of dollars invested in your racing operation. $50K worth of coverage for like $600 a year.
That's a no-brainer.
But why everybody across the country is not a customer of it? It's baffling.
I mean, you really think about $600 a year. That's less than $2 a day.
Yes, it is.
Did I do my math right?
Yeah, I had to think and like carry the one.
I mean, it's less than $2 a day
by pi
to cover your race car.
Yes. Why would you not do that?
It would be the way to do it. Again, Jake is here. Larice Motorsports, they've been here the last couple of years. I know there are a lot of folks out there. We talked a little bit about it in Columbus and some of the things that they cover. I mean, it's a lot of times when you think about, insurance, well, they're going to have all this list of riders of things that they don't cover. They don't do that, right? I mean, they work it out to your advantage to make sure that it works for you. They'll work with you. They'll come up with the plan that's right for you. But again, when you're talking about $50,000 worth of coverage for, $600 a year, it just makes sense. So definitely get in contact with Jake. His number, we can put that out kind of over the air. You want to reach out and talk to him right now. It's 610-401-7978. So 610-401-7978. Give Jake a call. Make sure that you get in touch with him and get your stuff covered.
Since we're like a part of can announcers get coverage? I mean, sometimes I feel like I need coverage.
Sometimes I feel like you need coverage too.
For those times that you push me into a wall.
Uh-huh.
I say something a little obscure and you whoopsh.
The backhand, yeah.
Need some coverage.
So, Nick, for those of you that aren't watching online, again, the Bang Shift live feed's down there. Thanks to Jegs, thanks to Hoosier for sponsoring the live feed. Again, they are trying a whole bunch of new, exciting, different things. And I don't know where Chad went because we've got a new little deal here that we're going to be looking at that as well. But I think Chad had to roll away for a moment.
Attention in the pit area and on property. We have a lost child. He's in shorts, flip-flops, has a large goatee, answers by the name Chad or Chatterino. He can be lured by food.
Easily.
And don't startle him because he
He's
gets scared
dangerous.
quickly. Yes.
He's dangerous.
He's like a puma.
Yeah, sometimes. But no, I mean, they're trying a whole bunch of different things, right? I mean, they've got that mobile cam, which we're still trying to come up with like a really cool name for the mobile cam. Somebody suggested like Action Cam. Because you've got the wire cam over like NFL games and things like that. But I think, yeah. I mean, it's like Skycam. This is not Skycam. This is like, track cam. You could be camtastic. Your brain is churning, Mike. Apparently, whatever it is has to be said off the mic. I feel like I'm experiencing pain. Aaron said Chad's more like a sloth.
He is more like a sloth.
I mean, when you think about it, the way he climbs in and out of the scissor lift,
And he only comes down once a month to use the restroom, just
right,
like a sloth.
like very slow. So Chad, the two-toed sloth, or is he a three-toed sloth?
We have two open.
We've got open raffles.
A $50 40-spot raffle
And a hundo.
$100 20-spot raffle. Two raffles are open. Come to the Diva desk.
And again, kind of talking about with the record number of entries that we see here, I think Friday's going to be. It's got the potential to be a record-setting day, and if you are looking for the opportunity to raffle your way into that race, we do have those raffles that are open. I mean, I think we've only drawn one of them today, so I want to make sure that everybody is aware.
3 yesterday, 1 today.
Yeah. Yep, we can do more of those raffles. Make sure you come up here to the Diva desk, which is located up on the second floor. They'll be able to get you hooked up there, and there are some apparel is still left. I believe we are out of beanies. The beanies have been all bought.
Have been beaned.
They've been bagged.
Not many
Sweatshirts
hoodies are left.
Not a lot. But we still got the hats. We've got the T-shirts. We've got all the gear. I mean, get up here, get that, so that you've got a piece of this to take home with you from, you. And again, it's not us. It's you, the racers, that have made this a record-setting event for the Fling. So you guys deserve all the credit. You guys deserve all of the praise and all of the accolades that go with showing up here big to support the Flings once again here in Vegas. It's tremendous. And I think the nice thing is we're starting to kind of see some of the. I'm still looking out at flags, kind of across the property. It is still a little breezy, but the forecast calls for that. Breeze to continue to die down. By the time we get into the rest of the weekend, it's gonna get warmer. It's gonna get more and more beautiful. It's just gonna be good this weekend.
There's been a request.
There's been a request
for you to answer Nick's question about where he ate after Tucson.
Okay. Unfortunately, the answer to that is not exciting at all, because it was kind of the whole debate as far as whether I was going to stop at Whataburger or whether I was going to stop at Portillo's, because there's the Whataburgers in Tucson, which we don't have here in Vegas, and whoa, that is complete and pure sacrilege.
Gage, okay, so first of all, didn't get Jay-Z reference.
Yeah.
Poo-pooed Broadway plays and musicals and just said probably the more offensive.
Whataburger is better than In-N-Out. I will say that.
Completely.
And I am a West Coaster. In-N-Out burgers are thin as heck now. They're thin patties.
See, even Jeff's telling me I need to turn off your mic. No.
Spicy ketchup.
Here's the thing.
Is way good.
Here's the thing. My wife is a born and bred Texas girl. She absolutely adores Whataburger, and I support her in that. As a matter of fact, I support her enough that anytime I go anywhere that has Whataburger, I will send her a selfie of me sitting in the drive-thru of Whataburger just to make her mad. Because I love doing that. That's my job. Whataburger is okay, but I just don't think that it stands up to In-N-Out in any way
Well,
whatsoever.
then you guys are just okay.
I do believe that Gage has consumed way too many paint chips as a child.
Now I'm getting glared at.
It's okay. It is okay.
Hey,
I mean, it's fine.
Let me remind you of the last time we ate Whataburger at the airport in Dallas. It was not good. Anyway, so yes, I agree. Definitely way better.
I don't condone violence, but the request has been made via text to throat punch you.
Throat punch.
Is my sister texting you?
Oh.
No.
All right, so to
that's where
answer
we're
the
at.
question, that was my debate. Portillo's, of course, the hot dog place based out of Chicago, which, you know, I didn't know there was one in Phoenix. As I was driving by on my way down to Tucson, I happened to look out, you know, the left side of the window as I was coming across and realized that they have a Portillo's. So it was like, okay, do I stop here in Tucson, grab Whataburger and continue to drive? Or do I make it to Phoenix and swing off the freeway right there and grab the Portillo's and continue to drive? The answer was, because it was so late and I was like absolutely dedicated in getting home, I stopped nowhere. I just drove straight through. And then, of course, by the time I got home, I regretted my decision because I was starving and angry, and you know, I needed a Snickers bar because I was hangry. But I didn't do either.
Should
So
I start my conversation that I made a whole bunch of arguments at Street Food?
No.
About the hot dog?
No.
The hot dog incident?
No. Oh, you're saying Portillo's is even overrated. Anyway, so here's kind of the cool thing. Again, while we do have a little bit of downtime, which looks like that is going to be coming to a close, racers, we are good. Let's go ahead and get our drivers back in their cars, get them suited up. We do appreciate your patience. We had something that needed to be taken care of up here in the tower, and we appreciate you kind of holding off on that, or allowing us the time to do so. We appreciate that. But as we get our drivers back in the cars, I had mentioned that I got to stop over, since we are in the Winlight Bets round number 1, I got to stop over. Winlight Bets has got this amazing tent set up over here in between the grandstands and the staging lanes. They've got a practice tree set up. They've got TVs set up where you can actually sit up there and watch the live feed. They've got this cool little dice-based drag racing game set up over there that's kind of done in a craps table. You want to get over there, get yourself set up. Again, the Winlight Bets right now is absolutely free. You download it, you sign up for the account. Everything is kind of points-based. They're not asking you for any money. You don't have to put down any money. But it essentially adds an additional dynamic to what you're watching here that's going to take place on the racetrack. You're going to be able to answer some questions related to what's been going on during the event to earn some additional points. And then when we get into the latter rounds and you start seeing the matchups there, you are actually going to be able to bet with those points on who you think is, you know, going to win in the head-to-head, over and unders on different things. But it's going to be a whole lot of fun. That'll be scheduled to take place as we get into the later rounds. But right now, if you've got a little bit of time, especially with the number of cars that are still running, swing by there, see them. They'll help you get all set up, and it's going to be fun to be able to participate in this whole deal. So I've got mine in here. I'm set up. I'll get an opportunity to play along with everybody, and we'll see just how bad I do. So make sure you swing by there and check them out. They have got some very, very big plans for what's going to be happening with that Winlight Bets as they move beyond kind of the free-to-play. Again, looking at kind of regulations and different things from a gaming aspect and what you can do online, what you can't do online. As they work through all of those things, it's really, really going to be a cool deal, and they've got a couple of really great guys over there behind the whole deal that are going to be making it all happen. So it's fun. It's fun. It's fun. bacon. Bacon, bacon, bacon.
Are you kicking me out?
No.
Okay.
I was just hanging out with you while we got through the downtime.
I got you.
While we got through the recess.
The massive
intermission.
The massive disappointment.
From now on, he will be known as Gage the intern.
Yes. Okay. No matter. He's going to be 48 years old, and he's going to be Gage the intern.
You guys just have no life because you just want to complain about everything that I say. You're just mad. You're mad that I speak the truth and the truth only.
Oh. I mean, you can be different. I mean, I get that. Tyler Murrup and Gregory Carrison, Part 2. Tyler out of Sandy, Utah. 473, the dial for Tyler. Gregory out of Flagstaff, AZ. I wonder if Flagstaff has as much snow right now as Salt Lake has. If they do, I feel extremely sorry for them. Because Salt Lake in the last... Well, Alta Ski Resort just went over 800 inches. And I know they've got a ton more in the last couple of days. Just completely insane. Ooh, pretty good start here. 12 is going to leave second. Gregory, Tyler, and Gregory. 474-1 for Carrison to get the win. Was 12 at the start. Tyler Murrup was 008 and 3 above, going 476 on the 473 to be done for the day. Tim O'More and Marlon Goatz.
So I am going to point out one last thing.
Yes, sir.
A couple of things. Sarah Major asked earlier. The answer is nope, no hay nows yet. There have been some that might have deserved it, but we haven't given any hay nows yet.
Yep.
And then I know that Kevin Humard is listening at home.
Kevin!
In the shop. And basically told me the story. Ryan is here racing because Kevin stayed home to watch the shop. So Ryan, after this run. Tim O'More and Marlon Goatz. Goatz gets the win light. 491 on a 490. Was 21 on the tree. Tim O was 38 on the tree and runs 495 on a 492. So win light to Goatz. But Ryan, so with Dad making the ultimate sacrifice of passing on the Fling so that you can come out here and race and hang out with your girlfriend and all that kind of stuff, I'm just going to tell you this, bud. Your Father's Day present to him better be unsurpassed. You're going to have to come
legendary.
up. You've got to come up with the best Father's Day present ever.
As Jaron Mott and Michael Pennington. Michael left side out of Texas. Jaron Mott, that's jet car driving Jaron Mott in Stephanie's machine. Looking over to the left and going to get the win. 16 green, dead, nothing for Jaron to get the win. Michael Pennington's 007 and let Jaron go. And goes 467 on the 465 as Jaron Mott takes out Michael Pennington to move in around number 2. It's Trevor Harkema and Kevin Wayman. Trevor, my little Pookie out of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. For the Nelson Family Racing Group, 491 is the dial. Kevin Wayman out of South Jordan, Utah for Team Sierra Electric, 419. The dial for Kevin. Trevor's going to be out in front. Kevin's going to be in hot pursuit. Kevin is way behind at the start. Trevor looking over to the right and is going to get the win. 498 on the 91. Had Kevin covered pretty handily. 16 up front. Kevin Wayman, since we're in Raider country, was Howie Long on the reaction time, 75. And goes 432 on the 419. To be late and slow, and that rarely is a good combination here at the Fling. It's Keith Winters and Anthony Bovin. Keith out of Las Vegas. Mullis chassis dragster there for Mr. Winters, the winged dragster on the Las Vegas side. 476 is the number, and Anthony Bovin AB out of Meridian, Idaho, 480 the number, Pennzoil side, the non-winged dragster, who will have the opportunity to leave the starting line first. So we are in Group D, towards the end of our win light bets, round number 1. Bovin behind at the start. Keith Winters was 007 and 485 to get the win on the 476. Bovin, 38, right down here. Said was going to run 480, goes 488 down there. To be no good. It's Troy Williams and Michael Johnson. Real good matchup right here in round number 1. MJ out of Arkansas, 494 the dial in for Michael. Troy Williams, Bradenton, Florida. For T-Rock, 471 is the dial for Troy. Johnson will get the head start based on their selected performance. We are in. And a red light start for Michael by 4 thousandths of a second. Troy was 005 and dead on 3 to be 8 total. So Troy Williams will advance. It's Brian Weber and Matt Lee. Weber or Weber? 1B. So in Utah, we have a Weber County that is 1B. It's Brian W. out of Maricopa, Arizona. Matt Lee out of Moser. 475 the dial. We'll get a lead first. Brian is big red. Like 157 red. I mean, it's no Steve Schoenfeld 253 red. But then again, who is? Matt Lee, 471. Oh, correction. Your Nostalgia Eliminator 1 2023 March Meet champion, Steve Schoenfeld, 253. And after Brian Weber goes 157 red, of course he goes 465-0. It should be a donation to the swear jar. Is Gary Youngblood and Mark Miyashiro. Youngblood out of Pueblo West, Colorado. Is Miller Prepared Machine, left side, 469 the dial. And Mark Miyashiro for Team Tuna Tank in the Swordfish. I need to get confirmation if I'm still an honorary member of Team Tuna Tank. Red and red. Not a true start situation, but Mark Miyashiro was 14 thou in front of the green light. Gary Youngblood was 009 red. But Mark left first. He was more redder. Thus, the victory going over to Gary Youngblood, but not a true start situation, as Lindsey Meserve and Brian Sutton. Lindsey out of St. George, Utah for Theobald Motorsports. 459 the dial for Lindsey. Brian Sutton out of Pueblo West, Colorado. Dragster on the Pennzoil side, 484 is the number. Red light start for Lindsey by Mickey Mantle, 007. Brian Sutton is Derek Jeter on the starting line. 2 Yankee references, thank you. 487 on the 484 for Sutton. At 140 miles an hour after Lindsey turned her red by 7,000. She goes 462. Said she was going to run 459 as Tommy Cable and Cody Stevenson. Tommy out of Maryland. Drags her left side. It's a bad dude over on the left lane. 460 is the dial. Cody out of South Jordan, Utah. Russ and Marta and that whole crew. Cody will be here, I believe, at the national event. Definitely be here at the double divisional the week following. Cody will advance. 005 on the green light start. Tommy Cable was 10 down here. After Cody was 005, he goes 490. to move into round number 2 of the Beyond Racing products. Round number 2 is Dustin Long and Jennifer Weens. Dustin out of Mitchell, South Dakota. 455 is the dial for Dustin. Jennifer from right over there in Las Vegas, Nevada for Ted Weens Tire and Auto. TW3 there trackside. Ben's got 460 on the Pennzoil scoreboard. Will have the opportunity to depart the starting line first. Green, and Jennifer Weens ends up on the right side of a double breakout. 458 on the 460. Dustin Long was 453.3 on the 455. When you add, subtract, multiply, and divide, it is a 1 thou margin of victory on the double breakout for Jennifer Weens. It's Nathan Martin and Jeremy Cisneros. Nathan Martin out of Kendall, Texas. For Mr. Martin, 463. For Nathan Cisneros out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. This is a brand new American prepared machine. Got 468. As we look at the Pennzoil scoreboard, 463. Well, Mr. Martin has decided upon. Martin stole a couple at the starting line and snugs it up to 2 thou at the finish line. 009 taking 2 thou. Gets it done a lot more often than it doesn't get it done. Nathan Martin will advance. Jeremy Cisneros was 34 at the start and 2 above 2. But 2 thou behind at the finish line is Michelle Watts and Chris Dollar. Dollar bills, y'all. Cash rules everything around me. 475 for Mr. Dollar. Michelle, 530. Michelle will be off and away. Chris will be in pursuit. Michelle is late. Chris Dollar's in a dominating position and will get the win. 5 flat on the 475. Chris was 19 at the start. Michelle was 1, 2, 3, which makes a win light a lot more difficult than ABC. Dollar will advance. Dennis Lithgow and Rick Marshy. So here's a question. So Big Jet always talks about you have to beware of people that have 2 first names. Now, does this qualify because Rick Marshy it's a gentleman's first name and a lady's first name. Does that still count in the 2 first names thing? Okay. And Rick Marshy was nasty. 003, 1 above 4 to be 7 thou in front at the finish line to get the win. Dennis Lithgow, 20 green, dead on 4, and no good. Rick Marshy will advance as Daryl Contreras, who yesterday not only won an entry to the Million on Friday in the first raffle, won a second entry into the Million on Friday via raffle. David Meyer, the machine. Sheridan, California. His dragster on the Pennzoil side. 493 is the dial for Mr. Meyer. One of the best out here on the West Coast. The whole Meyer family, just class act. Daryl and David. David and Daryl. Meyer, 009, 496 is good. Daryl Contreras, down 501, goes 498 to be under by 3 hun. As David Meyer moving around number 2. It's Tim Parton and Jeff Watts. Tim Parton, Don Davis prepared dragster over on the left side. 448 is the dial. Jeff Watts, the winged dragster. Out of Richland, Washington. 475 the number for JW. Red light start for Tim by a quarter. Jeff Watts a free look at 475. And, well, if you're going to be 16 over the dial, make sure your opponent on the other side is RED. After Tim goes red, he goes dead on 5. It's Jeff Watts. Will advance. Stephen Logan, right side, out of Massachusetts. 474 is the dial. Left side's 473 for the wing dragster on the Vegas side. Red light start left side. Stephen Logan from the state of Massachusetts with a round 1 win light bets win light. 476 on the 474 as Logan will advance. This is Butch Belair. Matthew Dykes. Butch out of Minnesota for the Minnesota Mafia. 552 is the dial. Matthew Dykes out of Bluffdale, Utah. Wing dragster right side. Dykes is way late ripping the finger off the button, and wow, that was ugly all over the place. Dykes, 147 green. Butch Belair was 25 green, goes 5 hun under the number. Dykes followed him through after being 147 green to be 6 hun under. On a double breakout, Butch Belair is going to get the win. This is John LaBouse and Mitchell Marcy. Another 2 first names. LaBouse out of Tennessee. Dragster left side, 471 the dial for LaBouse. Mitchell Marcy out of New Mexico, 467 is the dial. Two thou separates them on the starting line, and LaBouse gets a hun in front at the finish line. 17 green, 1 above, 3 to get the win. Mitchell Marcy, 19 green, 469 on the 467. John LaBouse will move on. It's Jeff Burns and your Winter Nationals champion from last week in Super Comp, Jessica Bogacki. Jessica for Team Moser. This is Bracket Racing Elite. 465 is the dial for Jessica, and Jeff Burns out of Tennessee. 422 the dial for Mr. Burns, and Jeff is going to advance as Jessica turns it red. By Blackjack. Burns runs all the way out the back. 419 on the 22 prediction. Jessica was 463 on the 65. I want to be done for the day. Val Torres Sr. and Ed Olpen. These guys have only raced each other in the super categories about 496 times through the years. Val out of Valinda. TNT Supercar, the wingless dragster left side. 468 the dial for Val Torres Racing, Val Torres Construction, and Ed Olpen out of Pleasant Grove, Utah, the winged dragster right side. Ed finished 3rd in the world in his Top Sportsman Camaro last year. Here he's in the dragster. Olpen, a little bit better on the starting line alongside Torres and Olpen. 462.8 after being 23 up front, 31 total. Val Sr. was 37 on the reaction time and had nowhere to go other than back to the trailer because he was not going to turn on a win line. It's Tony Fuller. So Tony Fuller, 508 the dial, and the world famous Bam Bam Butner. Or is it infamous? 454 the dial. How about Pete Rose on both sides of the racetrack? 14 green, and Tony Fuller is going to move on as Bam Bam arrived at the finish line 32 thousandths of a second in front of Tony Fuller to break out 8 thousandths of a second. Tony Fuller will move on, and Bam Bam can spend the rest of the day looking for pebbles. It's Jim Reichenbach and Brianna Weens. You better have the greatest Father's Day present for your father. Like, I'm talking legendary is what it better be, Rai. Just throwing that out there. So Brianna Weens, 455 is the dial for the Ted Weens Tire and Auto Hot Rod. We already saw Jennifer pick up a win here in round number 1. It's Reichenbach out of Sydney, Montana, Nealon Park's prepared machine. So, I do have it confirmed. By Calvin McClelland, which is important. I am still an honorary member of Team Two in the Tank. You know what? Apparently they're desperate for honorary members because they continue allowing me to be an honorary member of Team Two in the Tank. As we are on hold for a little debris. Yes, Nathan Hershey.
See, if you would have remained in Division 7, I would think that your honorary membership would continue to be intact. But the fact that you've defected to Division 6, I would suggest that if the McClellans and everybody at Team Tuna Tank has any respect for themselves at all, that they would rescind your membership immediately.
Don't give them any ideas. Like, being an honorary member of Team Tuna Tank is like one of the only things I got going for me. Besides that, and having a wife that is so far over my, like, out of my league, like, that's my claim to fame. Like, I'm the president of the dudes that married so far over their head. Yes. You're the director of this thing. Everybody in the chat bleachers is like, hey, when are we giving the Optima Yellow Top battery away? It's not now, by the way, but we will be giving away an Optima Yellow Top battery in the chat bleachers. So Jim left side, Brianna right side. We're off and away. Brianna gave up a little on the starting line. Jim over in the left lane, but Brianna is going to go 4-5-5-0 to get the win. All right, so Nathan Hershey has made an executive decision. 3:30 local, which is 25 minutes from now, we will do our Optima Yellow Top battery giveaway to all of our friends in the chat bleachers. So Left side, 472 is the dial. Going to be alongside Savannah Kid out of Marana. Savannah for Team Fun Hater. With Pinky the toy hamster in tow, looking over on the left side, and Savannah breaks it out by 13 thou. Arrived at the finish line 29 thousandths of a second first. Left side's 13 green and 2 above 1 to get the win. Savannah was 18 down here at the starting line, but just took a little bit too much at the finish line. Unfortunately, Savannah is not going to turn on a win light here in round number 1. It's Michael Ehlig and Mo Trujillo. Michael out of Michigan. Mo in the dragster, the winged machine, right side. 452 is the dial. Green and green. Mo is in a bad spot. Michael, 003 green, 2 above to be good. Mo was 34 at the start and 3 above. And Mo will have the remainder of the day to ponder life. Those of you that know Mo Trujillo, a very deep and philosophical man, is John Brecky and Tony Pontillo. Brecky out of Pueblo, Colorado, left side. 475 is the number, and I do believe this is the last pair of round number 1. Our win light bets first round. This is the final pair. Tony Pontillo out of Wisconsin, right side. Going to get the win. As Brecky goes red by 13 thou. Tony, a free look at 480, goes 481 at 143. Was 008 on the reaction time. Was Tony Pontillo, but those numbers are all academic, as he was already a big old hairy American winning machine. John Brecky turned red by 13 thou. Final pair in round number 1 was right there. The insane car count, the great support of this event. We started at 8 o'clock. Last pair down at 3:08. 7-hour first round. A 7-hour first round. Now we're going to move into Biondo Racing Products, round number 2 in our Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro category. We talked about Larice Motorsports Insurance. Those of you all across the country, if you're a racer, tow rig, race car, golf cart, like everything, they can cover your entire racing operation. The Larice team, they're racers. They care about the racers. They know what they're doing. Give them the opportunity to earn your business, our friends at Larice Motorsports Insurance. You spend tens and tens and tens and tens of thousands of dollars on your tow rigs, on your race cars, everything in between. You literally can get like $50,000 worth of coverage for like $600 a year. Why everybody doesn't do it is just completely baffling. In the same way that I'm baffled that people believe that Whataburger is better than In-N-Out.
I mean,
Baffling.
Whatever, man. I'll let it go.
It's Charlie Lockhart and Bill Perry. Charlie out of Kentucky in the S10. Yes.
I'll let you go.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, In-N-Out's better. Okay.
Bill Perry out of Las Vegas in the Firebird. 762 is the dial for Bill. Bill is off and away. Bill is big red. 134 on the red light. Charlie Lockhart, a free look at 601. Goes 602 for Team BTE, Walker Ace Engines. That S10 out of Kentucky. We back in round number 3. It's Jay Griner and Russell Rowley. Jay out of South San Francisco in the Pontiac. Over on the Las Vegas side, Russell Rowley out of Provo, Utah, 670. The dial for the Nova right side in the Pennzoil lane. Again, Russell Rowley's going to get the win. 24 right down here on the starting line and one above 6. Down 670 goes 671-6 to get the win. So we need Group A door cars. Group A door cars in the lanes for round number 2, please. Group A door cars into the lanes is Zach Ealing and Michael Clement. Clement out of Meridian, Idaho, the Camaro right side. 671 the number. Zach out of Rohnert Park in the 65 Elko. So a true story about El Camino. My first car was 67 El Camino. The L and the C broke off the emblem, so it just said Amino, and we called the car the Amino. Zach, 004, 661 to be 6th thou in front at the finish line. 004 taking 6th thou. That is pretty sporty. Off the bottom, Michael Clement was 31 green, dead on 6, but 6th thou behind at the finish line is Cliff Hall and Scott Taylor. Potential good matchup here. Cliff out of Carmichael and the Red Falcon. 647 the number for Cliff in the blue oval. Scotty Taylor out of Columbia Falls, Montana. 65 Chevelle. Green and green. Scott Taylor is in a tight spot, hoping Cliff Hall is not a Dapper Dan man. Fortunately, Cliff Hall is 007 and 652 on the 47. Cliff's 007 taking 8th thou at the finish line. Scott Taylor's 46 green and locked out. It's Kyle Fritz in the Dirty Bird. Brian Cerruti out of the OHIO. Camaro right side, 639 is the dial for Cerruti. Fritz out of Mesa AZ. This Firebird for Torco, 667 is the dial for Mr. Fritz. Again, Group A door cars. Group A door cars. Need you rolling up in the lanes, please, for round number 2. Group A door cars. Brian Cerruti is 20 green. 644 on the 639 to advance. Kyle Fritz was 47 at the starting line and goes 671 to be a round 2 runner-up. It's Michael Pliska. Michael Pliska out of Happy Valley, Oregon. 592 is the dial. Dan Golby out of Cold Lake, Alberta in the Mustang. 006 and this pair leaves last. Michael Pliska, 004. 592.9 on the 592 to get the win. Golby was 006. 3 above. And will not be around for round number 3. It's Kyle Lapierre and Jared Bargo. Kyle out of Middleton, Idaho. 691 is the dial for Kyle. Jared out of Crittenden, Kentucky. 613 for Mr. Bargo. And my Group A door cars, you should all be in the lanes. Bargo, large starting line advantage, and he parlays that into a win. 10 green and 614.4 on the 613 for Bargo. Kyle Lapierre was 73 up front. And completely locked out of the barn. It's Jeannie Northrup and Kevin Pollard. KP out of Virginia. And Raider Campbell's Hot Rod, 578 the dial for Kevin. Jeannie, Pipersville, PA. Husband Dan there behind, 598 is the dial for Jeannie. When I see Jeannie, I automatically think of
Aladdin?
That was Jeannie, not Jeannie. Ferris Bueller's sister. Come on.
Okay.
Green and green, Kevin Pollard. That's nasty. 006, dead on 2 is 8 total. Jeannie Northrup's 22 green. And just wasted $11 on race fuel. Kevin Pollard, that just was rude and unkind. Real good matchup on the starting line with a couple of the best out here in the West. Andy Schmal, Dennis Paz. DP out of Stockton, California in the El Camino. Andy Schmal in the Banana. Out of Idaho Falls, Idaho in the Beretta for Team Fastronics. 592 is the number for Andy. 673 the number for Paz. Red light start for Andy, and I don't want to say that Dennis missed the tree, but Dennis was 110 green. Andy might need a good daily affirmation. I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like me. As Joe Schmal and Rob Strong. Joe out of Minnesota. Hey, Group A dragsters, Group A dragsters. Up in the lanes, if you would, please. Group A dragsters, get you rolling. This is Joe going to be alongside Rob Strong out of Hemet. Right over the mountain there in California, 68 Firebird. 685 is the dial. For Mr. Strong. .008, Joe Schmal going to get the win. 685 on the 81 to advance. Rob Strong was 003 and 6 over. Real close at the starting line. Joe Schmal had Rob Strong covered at the finish line. Is Tim O'More. And the one, the only, Henry Roberson in stickers. His Mustang out of North Highlands, California. Roberson has 730 on the dial. Tim O'More, 580. This is another real good West Coast matchup. Henry bumping in. Tim O'More is in. Away and away. Tim O'More misses green by 2 thou. Roberson was 004 on the starting line and 731 at 91 miles an hour. Henry will move into round number 3 of our Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro category. And your competition single, after being 001 in round number 1, it's Jacob Phelps. Jacob out of Napa, Idaho, the 72 Vega. Get a free data acquisition run. You see 640 down on the Pennzoil scoreboard. Jacob pushed the tree a little bit too hard, was out in front by 29 thou, but it's totally copacetic on a buy run. It goes 642 on the 640. That's going to wrap up round number 2 of our Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro category. Our Group A door cars are in the lanes. Group A dragsters, you have been summoned. We'll have a little bit of quiet time on the racing surface for a little sweep, draggy drag. And I believe spray. Going to be the whole thing, I think. Nathan Hershey says, yep. Yep. As Nathan Hershey now appears to be an air traffic controller in the tower. So we'll have some quiet time on the racing surface. Once again, all of our friends in the chat bleachers, in about 10 minutes, we will do our Optima Yellow Top Battery giveaway. Also, congratulations to Shannon Justice. Shannon had the best losing package of round number 1. Shannon will win a $500 prize from our friends at Winlight Bets. Chad Reynolds, this is a public service announcement.
Hey, Mike. Mike. Yo, Mike.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, guess what time it is?
Do we get trackside?
We're gonna
chat with
try this.
Chad. All right.
We're gonna try this. Hold on. We'll see if this works.
Trackside chat with Chad. That's a tongue twister.
Yeah. So I can't remember if this is supposed to be on. Hold on. Let me see. I'm checking something here. Chad, keep talking. Okay, here we go. Again, we're trying something out here. Let's see if we can hear this over the PA. So we're actually trying some, like we said, trying some new things here. And one of the options that we have going on is we're going to try to talk to Chad trackside. They've set up some headsets up here in the tower. And Chad, can you hear me up there?
I can hear you.
Can you guys hear Chad out there in the grandstands when he's talking?
I don't hear me out
Hold on, let me see something here. Did I go the wrong way? All right, try that again, Chad.
Yeah, I didn't hear me out here.
No?
Nope.
We're still not hearing you. Are you hearing him now?
Hello. Check 1, 2. Nope.
We'll see if we can turn that up.
Okay, this will be the first time in history that anybody's had to turn me up on the PA.
I am here. Can you? All right, so we cranked the volume way up. Chad, try it again.
Check 1, 2. Yeah! Okay, this is the first time anybody's ever had to turn up the PA when I was talking.
Well, we did. And so now that we're looking at this, so Chad, you're up there on the scissor lift.
Yep.
You are kind of watching along trackside.
Tell me what you have been seeing so far as we're going through this.
I've been seeing spring fling racing like we expect, which means cars that are wheel to wheel by the 8th mile, arguing over who's going to take the stripe. And God, the B00 take 00, these guys are taking it to heart. Let me tell you. You watch these guys go through the finish line and see the numbers flash up on the board, and guys are dead on with a 1, dead on with a 2, dead on with a 3, and they're 00, 8, 6, 3 on the tree. It's awesome. It's great drag racing right here.
Yeah, that it is. And I mean, the weather's definitely kind of cleared up for you over what we've had over the last couple of days. So you've certainly got one of the better seats in the house to watch what's happening. We got Group A door cars sitting back in the staging lanes. Group A dragsters should be headed in there. But I'll tell you, what do you think, given the car count? And by the way, we will go ahead and make that official announcement. I think we just did 670 cars ran down the track in round number 1. So 670 cars. I think we're going to get a few more that are going to roll in here, but what do you think Friday has in store? Again, looking at kind of that progressive purse, what would you predict as a car count?
I was just thinking about this because if we get 395 cars in the million, it'll be a $500,000 purse to the winner. And I don't know what the percentage of cars are historically for Friday's race compared to, Thursday, but man, if we could see somebody walking away with a $500,000 check or more, I mean, I'm saying I'm going to challenge all the racers that are here. Instead of 395, let's make it 450. Let's say we want a minimum of 450 cars entered into the million. I don't know what that is. What's that work out to it? Do you have the chart?
I do. 450 would be $750,000.
Well, there you go. A cool $750,000 for winning a drag race.
Come on, you gotta. I'm with you. We definitely put the challenge out there. We want to see as many folks get into that deal as they can because I would be excited at the $500,000. I would be super excited if we were to get to that 450 and ended up $750,000 payday for somebody. That would be just insane.
I also got to tell you that I think it would be really fun to see a door car again out here do it. I'll never forget when Verdi won the whole deal that year after having such trials and tribulations to get here. And I'm a door car guy. I mean, I love you dragster guys too, don't get me wrong. But, who knows? Hey, maybe it's repeat year. Could Verdi be the guy that goes all the way again? I don't know.
Who knows? I mean, we've crowned 7 of them so far. One of those 7 could be a repeat, or we could, again, add an 8th name to the list. We'll find out. But we've got door cars at the ready, Chad. We will talk with you again when we get another little break, but we're going to get into Group A door cars right now.
Awesome. Everybody have fun, dude, and keep watching.
That was pretty fun. I think that was kind of cool to be able to talk to Chad down there trackside.
I gotta say thanks to Warren for letting us have so much entertainment up here now.
Right? Play around with all these new toys and everything that we got. We can actually talk to our trackside reporters.
What's this button do?
Right?
What's this button
You're like, I got a new button. I got a new button. How about Group A door cars, starting it off with Donnie Engel out of Pentwater, Michigan. 619 the dial over on the left side, and is going to get it on a double breakout. How come every time I get on the mic we start off with like double breakout, double breakout, double breakout? I'm not. We said we were going to talk about, what was the French translation of double breakout. You got Greg Dreer rolling up here in the Chevette. Lane Weber in the Firebird. Weber dialed in at 727 out of the right lane. Greg Dreer dialed in at 569 on the left lane. Wheels up charge for the Orange Pumpkin. Go get him, Dreer. Win light's going to belong to Greg. Greg goes 569 on the 569 after no 41 reaction time, and he needed to be dead on. Lane Weber was 008 on the tree, take 52 thou at the stripe to be 10 thou under. Needed to take 42 thou or less, but the win light will belong to Dreer as our next 2 door cars wasted no time getting out of the water box and have made their way to the starting line. Sid Summers, the Camaro out of Idaho with a 579 dial showing up on the bottom side of that left lane scoreboard. And Chris Galitti, the 66 Chevy 2 out of Texas, dialed in at 506 for all of you that are watching along in the chat bleachers on that Bang Shift live feed. Again, big thanks to the folks at Jegs and Hoosiers for sponsoring this weekend's live feed. We are in the middle of the Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Battery, Silver State Refrigeration, $30,000 to win Thursday. And Chris Galitti puts up 3 total. Trip, zip on the tree, and dead on 3 to make his way down the racetrack for a win. Sid Summers was 19 on the tree and locked out. Nothing he was going to do as Galitti just pulls a bad move on the starting. I mean, trip, zip, dead 3 for Galitti here in round number 2 of our Group A door cars. That's going to bring up David Beckwith and Jonathan Fiello. Barn is saying that, the French translation for double breakout is double evasion. I actually thought it was, oh no, we suck again. Right? Le breakout double? I'm not sure. Jonathan Fiello breaks out. He goes 568.9 on a 569 after no 29 reaction time. Beckwith had him covered 15 and dead on 4 to be 19 total. Take 9 thou at the stripe. So Beckwith getting the win light there. Over out of the left lane as Hector Hernandez and David Phillips. Phillips running a home race. The man has been racing at this racetrack for like years. He's been running around these racetracks for years, like when Dad was racing and all that kind of stuff. 696, the dial in for Phillips on the right side. Hector Hernandez, 623. The dial in for the Hermosillo, Sonora, Mexico base ride. Phillips off and away. Hector doing the chasing. Can the red Camaro hold off the charge of the Mustang? Answer is no. Oh, David Phillips unable to run the number. He was in control of that one with a 009 reaction time to Hector's 045. But Hector goes dead on 3 to inch by at the stripe with a margin of 0.02 of a second. David Phillips 4 above the dial, 700 on the 696. And George, thank you very much. I'm glad to be back on the mic. Was out kind of wandering around in the staging lanes. Got to go over and check out the tent over there between the grandstands and the staging lanes. It's pretty cool. Got a whole lot of great stuff going on as we bring out, how about this powerhouse matchup? Tim Wirtz and Jeff Verdi. Verdi, the original. We just, talking to Chad there trackside saying, hey, could this be the year that we see a repeat winner? Well, Verdi rolling up in the GTO. When he won it, wasn't in the GTO. Could he do it this year in the GTO? I don't know. Tim Wirtz Trying to track him down here. Win light's going to belong to Wirtz. 5:14 on a 5:14. He's 008 and dead on 5. Looks like our Group A cars so far are trying to repent from the disaster that was round number 1. I mean, you would go back and listen to round number 1. We had some weird, wacky, wild stuff that was happening during round number 1, but now we're like 00, dead on. Verdi was 29 on the tree and 9 thou under, as the win light's going to belong to Wirtz, and that'll bring out Kenny Snow and Kerry Willowheat. Willowheat out of Estes Park, Colorado, gets the instant win as Kenny Snow turns it red by 5 thousandths of a second in the Chevelle. And then runs 5:69 on the 5:72. There's a double breakout. Red light was already on, doesn't really matter. Kerry, 009 and 5:21.3 on the 5:22. This is great. This is great. I mean, we got racers in here from Canada, Mexico, the U.S., Australia. We got people watching from Sweden. Oh. Reminds me of a movie line that I once saw. Be like, oh, Sweden, I love your cinema. Yep, some of you will get it. Larry Geese and Rocky Van Note in the Vega. Larry Geese in the Daytona. I believe it's Geesey. I'm trying to remember. I know they told me one time. Geesey, that's it. 5:83 on a 5:85. Geesey breaks out after an 0:44 reaction time. Van Note, 29 green. And then goes 5:90 on a 5:90. 29 and dead 8 for Van Note out of Indiana. We'll bring up Jorge Covarrubias and Jason Biscay. Covarrubias, the full-bodied 86 pickup truck out of Ciudad Morelos. 5:89 the dial on the left side. Goes 5:92.9 and bows out as Jason Biscay was 10 thou better in reaction time with an 0:11 light and goes 6:65 on a 6:62. Ends up 34 thou above the dial, getting there first by 15 thousandths of a second. We'll bring up our next two. And we had a little debate. Back in the staging lanes a moment ago. And by a moment ago, I mean probably about 3.5, 4 hours ago, when we were halfway through round number 1. About the ride over on the left side of Isaac Wild. Is it a pickup truck? Is it a roadster? Is it a convertible? Is it a truck vertible? It's a roadstable. It's a truckstable. It's the Griswold family truckster. No, it's not that wagon, but it's a truckster. Going up against Matt Daddis. Daddis in the 98 Grand Am, bringing it back home to the West Coast. Actually bought it from the West Coast, and ooh, baby. The truckster is 47 thousandths of a second behind in reaction time as Matt Daddis will add his name to the list of 000 heroes. And we just about missed this. I got to make sure that Lela is ready. Lela, if you're out there and can hear my voice, we need to find out. I like the truckster thing. Matt Daddis, trip zip perfect, will get a 000 hero coin for being perfect on the tree and winning that pair with a 6:15 on a 6:16, under by 2 thousandths of a second. Isaac Wild got to the stripe first and breaks out. All right. As we bring up Aaron Durham and Michael Miller. Miller, who's been in the education business his entire life, dialed in at 578. A little T-Roadster on the right side of the track. And Aaron Durham in the Nova out of Roy, Washington. Durham with the advantage on the tree goes 6:52 on a 6:54 for a double breakout victory. Miller goes 5:76 on a 5:78. So for all of you that are listening online, you remember we said that we're going to be given an Optima yellow top battery day? Yep. You ready? You ready? The time has come. What you have to do is type in the following phrase and type it in only one time. Typing it in multiple times is not going to help you. As a matter of fact, it'll disqualify you. So just one time, type in this phrase for your chance to win an Optima battery. The phrase is, record-setting flings are powered by Optima. So record-setting flings are powered by Optima. type that into the chat bleachers one time. Lella's going to be watching along. She'll be picking a winner here in a little while. You got about 10 minutes. Here in about 10 minutes from now. Do we need that long? 10 minutes? We'll give them 5 minutes? Yeah. 5 minutes. All right, so you got the next 5 minutes. Type in record-setting flings are powered by Optima, and we will select a winner to receive an Optima battery. Here's Brian Kennedy and Casey Pesnell. Pesnell gets the win light, 635 on a 622 after he was 027 on the tree. Brian was 004 and couldn't quite run the number that he thought it was going to run. That'll bring up Paul Moore and Ricky Pennington. Pennington out of Gardendale, Alabama. Dialed at 612 in the Nova, and Paul Moore out of Atwood, Tennessee. I got to go down and take a closer look at Moore's car. Oh, no. Paul Moore times out on the starting line, did not get the car staged up, and Ricky Pennington is going to do a parade lap down for a victory out of the right lane. But unfortunately for Paul Moore, times out and no good here in round number 2. Oof. So Paul Moore is going to give us a little bit of time to mention the fact that we have now made it into Biondo Racing Products round number 2. Again, 670 cars. Made the start here in round number 1. We're into round number 2. We've got our double entered door cars that have already made their way out of the staging lanes. Our double entered dragsters in Group A should be making their way into the staging lanes. And again, we're playing with a bunch of new technology out here. And, Gage, don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. We've got our $50 raffle. So our $50 raffle, or excuse me, our $100 raffle. That's the one. Raffle number 3 is full up. 20 names are on the list. We got what? Val Torres Sr., Phil Garrison, Paul Edens, John Kalecki, Jason Rich twice, Jesse Biopel, if I remember right, Mike Illing. You got Clint, Mackenzie Weens, Jason Rich, Michael Freeman, Brittany, Wyatt Wayman, Jason Rich, Paul Edens, Dave Mazier, Jason Rich again, Jeff Debbie, and Chandler Mazier. All on the deal. I am shaking up the cup. Gage, the intern, is going to reach in and pull out the winning number for raffle number 3. As he reaches in to pull out just one number. We need to get a bigger cup. All right. Number 6. Jason Rich. Jason Rich, number 6. You are the winner of an entry into the Spring Fling Million. Ben Willis was 24 on the tree and goes 654 and a 651 to bow out. Nacho Rivera Jr., Team Mexico, getting a win light there, 006 and dead on 3 to be 9 thou total in his effort down the racetrack. So Nacho picking up win light is Jacob Beakley and Daniel Bain. Dan Bain on the left side, dial 630. Jacob dialed 636. Winner's going to be Dan Bain, 26 thou above the dial, getting there first by 81 thousandths of a second. So Bain picking up the win light here in our double entered door cars is James Glenn and Larry Hamby getting down into our transition pairs. We are transitioning. It's a sensitive time in our lives. We are in a transitional phase. With the reigning Super Comp World Champ on the left side and Larry Hamby. That beautiful 55 Chevrolet driving all the way in out of Florida. Door car dialed in at 678. Dragster dialed in at 475. And the win light's going to go to the door car. Larry Hamby, 006, gets there first by 3 thousandths of a second and wins it on a double breakout. He goes 677.9 on the 678 to be under a thou. James Glenn ends up breaking out by more. I'm gonna have to like review the screen quicker. They keep changing it on me too fast. They keep changing it on me just too fast. Too fast. All right, so the comments are closed. Lella's going back through. She's going to review all of the entries and will select a winner for the Optima Yellow Top Battery. Again, we are in the Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million, presented by our good friends at Optima Batteries, who have been on board with us forever and ever and ever. And wasn't too long ago that we decided to include the chat bleachers in some of the prize giveaways. Why not? We're opening up a prize vault to everybody here on property, all the racers. Might as well open it up to chat bleachers. Another double breakout. Eric Goulden in the dragster gets around Jacob Stallworthy in the door car. Stallworthy was 17 green, take 5 thou at the stripe to be under by 4 thousandths of a second. Eric Goulden 21 green and goes 463 on the 464 to be under by 3 thousandths of a second. So the difference in the breakout being a thou, win light goes to the dragster, Eric Goulden, as Raymond Harshbarger and Andre DiPiazza. DiPiazza, the Camaro. Yeah. Dialed in at 472. Raymond Harshbarger, the Race Tech dragster, dialed in at 480 out of Whitehall, Montana. Montana. I would like to live in Montana. I think I will need 2 wives. Great movie. Great movie. So for those of you in the chat bleachers, do you know where that movie reference is? I would like to live in Rice Rabbits. She will cook them for me. Andres was 056 on the tree. Harshbarger was 038. As Harshbarger goes 481 on the 480. 38 and 11th thou above to get there first by 10 thousandths of a second. Harshbarger for the win. DiPiazza was 56 on the tree and dead on 3, no good. The Camaro steps out of competition. Let's bring up Ty Farmer. The Texan dialed 476 on the right side. Left side, dragster dialed in at 446. Again, still working on 670 cars. That's a lot of tech cars to get in the system. A lot. It's a lot. We got a winner? Got a winner. All right. So for the Optima Yellow Top Battery, we'll announce it right after these messages. Ty Farmer was 002 on the tree, giving him a 9 thousandths of a second advantage, ends up 26 thou above and bows out. Dragster on the left side, 11 dead on 6 to get the win light. All right, the winner of the Optima Yellow Top Battery is KJ Mulligan. You got a message, the Fling on Facebook. So go to the Fling Facebook page, send us a message there. KJ, congratulations. You are the proud new owner of a Optima Yellow Top Battery. Just saying. Just saying. So KJ, congratulations. You got yourself a brand new battery. As Art Reed now rolls up. Dialed in at 524. To the 507 over the left side. Art not going to make it through the round as a double breakout ensues on the racetrack. Left lane was 043 on the tree. Art had the 011 reaction time and then runs 521 on a 524, but the win light belongs to the left lane. 505 on the 507 to be under by 13 thousandths of a second. Art was under by 27 thousandths of a second. Yes, Ronnie, I did. I pronounced your name as KJ rather than Ronnie. You're right. But congratulations, KJ. Winner of the battery. Scott Heyer and the Rabbit. Kevin Brannon rolled up, dialed in at 463. In his Race Tech ride, and Scott Heyer, the Don Davis built car, dialed in at 468. That is just 0.05 of a second difference. As off and away we go. 25 thou separated him in reaction time. Scott Heyer bows out. Kevin Brannon, the Rabbit, stays alive. 465 on a 463 after the 008 reaction time. So 008 take 15 thou at the stripe to be 24 thou above for the win for Kevin. Scott Heyer was 33 green and 14 thou above. To be 47 total and no good is Rich Lash and Greg Christensen. Will be our next two. Christensen's got problems in his race car, and Rich Lash bounces out of the throttle to go 537 on the 534 dial. So with an 0:55 reaction time, 537 on the 534, going to be enough to get the win light here in round number 2. For Rich, Greg Christensen was 0:67 on the tree. And then we all saw the car just kind of limp its way down the racetrack. As Christensen's going to have to go back and figure out just exactly what went wrong with that run. It's going to bring up Greg Hicks and Don Butkowitz. That's not Don. Who's in Don's car? I see Don standing down on the racetrack. Is it Dan Northrup? Well, it's definitely not Butkowitz. But it's a 478 dial over on the right side. It's a 511 dial on the left side. Hicks is in trouble. The scoop's already rocking back and forth on the Butkowitz ride. 006, dead on 6. 12 thou total lap. Out of that right lane for the New Jersey-based car, Greg Hicks was 21 on the tree and dead on 3 to be 24 total. So 12 beats 24. And Greg Hicks gets bounced here in round number 2 as Dwayne Ringeth. And Jesse, where's Mike? Anyway, I'll get it clear. I'll get it clear again. It always escapes me. It escapes me. Howdy, neighbor. So a 456 down for Dwayne, a 504 dial for Jesse. And a red light start for Jesse by 9 thousandths of a second. The red light turns on the right lane. And it's going to be Dwayne Ringeth, 34 green, and then goes 455 on a 456. Ends up under by just 9 thousandths of a second. Jesse was one above after the red light start. I'll bring up Steve White, Colby Fuller. Colby out of Savannah, Georgia. Bepley. Okay, thanks, Randy. Appreciate that. Stephen White dialed in at 491, so we're going to say it's Bepley. There's just so many names that every once in a while, I'm only going to talk about them once in a while, and I forget. Kind of the different inflections, the different pronunciations. Steve White gets the win light, 4903 on a 491. He's under by 7 thousandths of a second. As Steve was 23 green, Colby Fuller dropped it red by 15 thousandths of a second. And then runs 474 on the 476. So Colby is out. Steve White moves on as Don Bradford and Jeremy Bargo. Bargo's ride on the right side, dialed 458. For the team that made the long haul all the way in out of Kentucky. And Don Bradford out of Hayden, Alabama. 485 to a 458. What we got here is a case of dyslexia. You got a 485 and a 458. Same numbers, just rearrange them. Just rearrange them. But it is the Biondo Racing Products, round number 2. Both drivers are 00. 4 thou separate them. Win light's going to belong to Bargo. Bargo 459 on a 458. 005 and 17 thousandths of a second above the dial. Gets him to the stripe first by 13 thousandths of a second. Don Bradford was 009 and 26 thousandths of a second above the dial. And that's not going to work. All right. So KJ Mulligan, listening in the chat bleachers. KJ, we need you to get onto the Facebook live or the Facebook page for the Spring Fling. Get on the Facebook page for the Flings, and we need you to send us an IM. We need you to send us a message, please. KJ, we need you to get on the Facebook page and send us a message. Oh, man. Sweet. Austin Free, 484 on the 480. 4 above after the 007 reaction time gets a win light. Morgan Karen, 33 green and 27 thou above to get their second by 13 thou no good as Willie Flores and Kaylee Hill. Kaylee out of Colorado dialed 504. Willie Flores dialed in at 475. You know, we talked about, I don't quite understand why. I'll talk about it here in a minute. Kaylee, oh, that's a painful light. Red light started with a 1 and then runs 501 on a 504. Willie Flores, 042 green and dead on 3 to end up 45 total. What's up, Umbrella Man? Vincent Majetti checking in. The guy who is like involved in all kinds of fantastic things to help defend our country. The Umbrella Man. We appreciate it, brother. Glad you are listening in. But again, KJ needs you to message us on Facebook. But we got Punch Johnson. We got Mike Coltrane. Coltrane dialed 454. Punch dialed 583. And I just got some flyers for a whole bunch of stuff that's going to be taking place up in Alberta over the summertime. We'll talk about that in a little while. But I still have my question we'll talk about here in a minute. Punch and Mike separated by 0.02 of a second. It's going to be Punch Johnson lighting up that left lane scoreboard. 583 on a 583. 28 on the tree and dead 7 to be 0.14 of a second ahead at the finish line. Mike Coltrane was 30 on the tree and 19 of a second above the dial. But as our next two dragsters back up Mark Dunn and Dylan Winters, why is it that whenever we get folks that bring us treats from Canada, like snacks from Canada, they're just like way better than the American version? Gage, the intern, we will introduce you to Cheesies here in a minute. Essentially, I mean, you can see what that looks like, right?
That just looks like golden goodness in a bag.
Yeah, but I mean, it's essentially the Canadian version of a Cheeto.
Yeah.
It's way better than Cheeto. Way better than a Cheeto. You don't like Cheetos. That's fine. That's more Cheesies for me and Mike. Because we will go to fisticuffs over the remaining bags of the Cheesies. I'm just saying. I mean, it's awesome. That's okay. Mark Dunn turns it red by 0.08 of a second. Dylan Winters turns it green by 0.08 of a second. So Dylan, 008 green, 478.7 on a 479 gets the win light. Mark was 008 red. And how about the man, the myth, the legend? Rodney Fincham himself. Fast and Fincham checking in the chat bleachers. I love it. So cool. And yes, for those that had said it earlier, kind of in the chat bleachers, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's Masters weekend, right? They're playing at the Masters. So we will definitely have to pull out some golf announcing. It's Gabriel Hernandez and Chevy Reeves. Reeves down 457 with the win light on a double red light. Not quite a true start affair, but certainly a double red light. 009 red for Gabe, 002 red for Chevy. And Chevy will get the win light as soon as they left the starting line. So Chevy ends up running 455 on a 457, right? I mean, we talked about how golf announcers can take something that, you know, is amazing. Let's say they fire off a hole-in-one, and they're like, well done.
In the left lane, we have Tyler Bohannon, dial 476, and Justin Hoff in the right, dial 460.
That's right. Justin with that 460 dial.
Justin wants to take the stripe just by a little bit, but not too much.
Got to carefully
perfect
consider his
it on
approach.
both ends of the racetrack.
Well, carefully consider his approach here as he
Let's see what they do.
Takes his position on the start. Oh.
Unfortunate there.
Yeah, very unfortunate.
Very
Justin Hoff
unfortunate.
shanked that one big time.
Yes, that was far right.
Shanked it. 049 on the red side for Justin Hoff. Tyler Bohannon was 005 and then goes 472 on the 476. That was amazing. Justin ends up with a 460 on a 460, red and dead on. That should be a swear jar donation. And again, we're at the birthplace of the swear jar. We are going to be opening it up. Yeah, Sarah, so far, not a lot. Not a lot of the hey nows up there. Oh, Ross Sears and J.P. Schuster. Schuster dialed 460. Sears dialed 505. Sears gets there first by 16 thousandths of a second and breaks out by 5 thou. J.P. 17 green and dead on 7. Josh, I don't think he's here, man. I don't think we've got the Spanish announcer here this weekend. I know. Dean Bush and Tim Thomas. Thomas on the right side, dialed 464. Dean Bush dialed 468. Oh. Dean Bush positions himself with a 1-pack. 001 dead on 0 Dean. Tim Thomas was 16 green and goes 465 on a 464. But Dean Bush, 1 thou total. Latif Reganda. That was pretty cool.
That was a nice hole-in-one there.
That was, yeah, very nice.
Very beautiful.
Nice.
He will take the green jacket.
Oh, Tom Stalba, Chad Axford. Identical in reaction time, and you can see Chad's car lean over on its side, and we go from a 1-pack to Gene Bush to a true margin of victory of 1/10,000th of a second. Chad Axford, Tom Stalba, both 21 on the tree, both dead on 4, and the margin of the stripe, .0001. Wow. Chad Axford coming out on the right side of a 1/10,000th of a second margin of victory over Tom Stalba. We bring out now Tanner Theobald. Theobald dialed in at 484. Dragster on the right side, dialed in at 480. So 0.04 of a second head start. Looks about like that. As Tanner was 16 green and 483 on a 484. Right side, 007 and 3 above the dial to get the win light. Tanner taking 24 thou down at the finish line. Yeah, not today. Not today on the Perfect Run Bounty. Not today. But that will come into play on Friday. So stay tuned. Stay tuned. Cortland Carter, Doug Foley Jr. This will be a fun matchup. Foley dialed in at 452. Cortland on the right side, dialed in at 458. Group B. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Group B. Those will be our Group B door cars. 17 thou separate them in reaction time. Win light will belong to Cortland. Cortland 003, dead on 3 to be 6 thou total. Doug Foley was 20 green and goes 450 on a 452, but Cortland Carter, 6 total. I mean, it's no Dean. Certainly no Dean at, 1 total, but 6-pack, not shabby. Not shabby at all. Yeah, it's all right. It'll do for now. There's Will Holloman and Steve Williams. Williams on the right side, now known as Shelby's dad. 437 to a 447. Couple of quick dragsters lining up here for this pair. 447 for Will Holloman, 437 for Steve Williams. And racers, again, we need Group B to the staging lanes. Group B to the staging lanes. Come on down. Group B. And then we need, look, Shane Schaefer needs some lead shot. So we got a racer in need. Racer in need. Shane Schaefer needs some lead shot. So if you got a lead shot out there, give us a shout out. 3 thou, the difference in reaction time. Advantage to Williams, win light to Williams. On the tiniest of hole shots. Tiniest of hole shots. Steve Williams, 13 green, take 2 thou at the stripe to be dead 9. Will Holloman was 16 green and is dead on 8. Margin, 23 ten-thousandths of a second. Wow. That's quite a race. There's Scott Holbrook and Victoria Johnson. Holbrook on the left side out of Walla Walla, Washington, 494. Talking about, cities that are fun to say. Walla Walla is definitely one of them. You know what? Nah, I don't think it's a city, but yeah, that qualifies. Nova Scotia is fun to say. Rancho Cucamonga is fun to say. It's a road. No. 466, the dial for Victoria Johnson, 006 and 34 thou above to get the win light. Scott Holbrook, 45 on the tree and then goes 12 thou above out of that left lane on the loss. And we'll bring up Trenton Bann and Don Sefton. Sefton with a 475 dial. Trenton with a 494 dial. As I do want to send a reminder out to everybody. Let's see. We've got apparel for sale down below the tower. You got the kids' snack shack set up down there as well. You want to swing by and get the kids a snack, do that. As Trenton Bann turns it red by 7 thousandths of a second, then runs 497 on a 494 dial. Don Sefton was 15 green and goes 475 on the 475. So Sefton turns on a win light. Once again, if anybody's got any lead shot out there, lead shot, Shane Schaefer needs some. So if you can help out with that. And again, Miss Stephanie, thank you very much for the clarification on Wyatt Wayman being an engineer, not the choo-choo train type, but like the really think about and design stuff type. There's the engineers that run around going, choo-choo. Gauge the intern like, well, the train ones are cooler. What's up, Mr. Floyd? Boo-boo. Listening in down from Louisiana, Cajun country, home of the best food on the planet. Kyler Hugemuller, or Hergemuller, excuse me. That one's not easy to say. And Hunter Patton. That's Gage the intern's crush. How about another one that comes down to a 4 decimal point margin of victory? Hunter Patton was 001 on the tree and whomps his way to 461 on a 459. Talk about tightening up the stripe. Kyler, was 21 on the tree, dead on 2 to be 23 total. Hunter Patton, 001, whomps his way to be 23 total, and the margin is 5 ten-thousandths of a second. Win light to Honeywayne is Doug Johnson and Chandler Thiessen. I'm just saying. It's impressive.
Very, very respectable run there.
It was a respectful run. Well played. He lined that shot up perfectly. Was able to chip it right up onto the green and watched it. So 476 to a 447. Chandler down 447. Runs 448 for the win. Doug Johnson was 17 green, take 30 thou at the stripe to break it out 19 thousandths of a second. Chandler Thiessen was 14 green and 14 thou above to be 28 total for the win. So Chandler will be back in round number 3. We got Boo Boo listening in. We got folks from all over the world listening in on that Bang Shift live feed. What are we up over 2,200 people? Are we up to 500 something likes? We need more. We need more. 456 to a 428. Andy Taylor turns it red by Moore and exits here in round number 2. Taylor on that 428 dial ends up running a 430, but was 19 thousandths of a second ahead of the green light. Dave Secondi was 12 thousandths of a second ahead of the green light, and we get ourselves a true start affair. Secondi ends up running 455 on the 456. Moving into round number 3. That's going to bring up Logan Scrivener and Blake Johnson. Is it Scrivener? Scrivener? There is no H in there. For some reason, I wanted to insert an H. It's all good. 486 the dial for Logan. 450 the dial for Blake. So Blake in and set. Logan's in and set. Again, both drivers leave early and another true start. Got him. Blake Johnson, 71 thousandths of a second ahead of the green light, runs dead on the dial for the loss. Logan was 003 red. Logan ends up running 487 on a 486, but Blake, oof, red and dead on. It's crazy. Hey, guess what we got, Mike? Yo, Mike. I know where this came from. Yes. There's a whole bag of with your name on it. So I see how it is. Dallas Glenn, 003 dead on 2. How about B00 take 00 Dallas? Winner down in Pomona last weekend. Comes up here as 003, takes 6 thou at the stripe to be dead on 2 against Chris Whitfield. Whitfield was 25 green, goes 461 on the 463. But boy, oh boy. 5-pack for Dallas Glenn. Apparently everybody said, look, round number 1 was nothing that any of us are really all that excited about. So we will atone for it here in round number 2 and put on some fantastic side-by-side races. As Mikey Bloomfield and Alexis Thompson will square off. Bloomfield on the left side, dialed 457. Miss Alexis, part of the Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC team. 457 the dial on both sides of the tree. Just watch. You'll see who moves first or not. Yep. Alexis 003 red. And then goes 456 on a 457. Mikey Bloomfield, 16 green, and goes 459 on the 457 to get the win light. And Steve Valdez, the update on the Dodge truck parked in the pits. They apparently decided that Easter egg hunting wasn't their thing, and they went ahead and moved the truck. So we're all set on that. We're all set on that. Bart Nelson now and Alberto Serta Jr. Alberto dialed 490. Bart dialed 479. Bart's on the right side. Alberto's on the left side. What was the old commercial for that? Oh boy, Alberto? What was it? I think it was like Oh boy, Alberto. Oh, Alberto, 18 green, wins it on a double breakout. Bart was 12 green, so 6 thou separated him in reaction time. Alberto, 18 and behind at the stripe by 13 thousandths of a second, gets the win as he breaks out 2 thou. Bart Nelson breaks it out 9 thou. And the win light goes to Oh boy, Alberto. Donnie Burleson and Kevin Burnett. Burnett right side, down 462. Burleson left side, down 447. And Burleson's in trouble, but pulls it off. 55, the reaction time for Donnie Burleson. Gets there first by 41 thousandths of a second as Burnett runs a full tenth of a second above the dial. 472 on a 462 for Kevin Burnett after the 014 reaction time. No good. So Burleson, after an 055 light, lights up the scoreboard as James Warden and Mike Crater. Crater on the right out of Bedford, Texas. Warden on the left, dialed in at 466 out of Norco, California. So if Lee's walking around up here somewhere, that means that the mobile cam has been left unattended somewhere. Got to get it. So Crater going to be giving up the head start here. Both drivers very cautiously approaching the starting line. 1 thou, the difference in reaction time, and the win light's going to belong to Crater. 14 dead 7 for Crater. Gets him to the stripe first by 12 thousandths of a second. James Warden is 15 green and 18 thou above. And no good. No good. Crater moving on. I'll ring out Kurt Harvey II and Ava Glenn. So Ava dialed in at 480. Kurt dialed in at 477. We're ready for another category. We should have our Group B car is already lined up back in the staging lanes. Group C door cars. Group C door cars. We'll now take you into the staging lanes for round number 2. Group C door cars. Come on down. Ava gets the win light as Kurt turns it red by 63 thousandths of a second. Ava, 22 green and 15 thou above to be 37 total. After Kurt had dropped it red by 63 thousandths of a second. So we should have all of our Group B door cars. Group B, you should be back in the staging lanes. And Group C door cars, we're giving you a chance to make your way into the staging lanes before we call the dragster. So Group C dragsters, you're on standby. But Group C door cars, we need you headed back for round number 2, please. Group C door cars, come on back. So a 475 dial on the right side for the Watts Mobile, and for Tom Bayer dialed in at 495. The Cherry Valley race instructor, Professor 5 thou, separate them in reaction time. Advantage to Bayer, win light to Bayer. Tom, 29 green and 496 on a 495. Gets him to the finish line first by 12 thousandths of a second. Right side was 34 on the tree and 2 above the dial exactly. As Bayer advances, and I'll bring out Race Kid in the new family ride. Taking over the Las Vegas side of the track, 467. Right side dialed in 0.2 of a second quicker than that with a 447 as pre-stage bulbs begin to illuminate on both sides of the tree. Oh. Unfortunately for Race Kid, the new ride decided it was not going to go. The tree dropped. The car just sat there, finally moved after about 3.8 seconds. And by that time, right lane was already well on its way to the finish line. Looked over, lifted, and runs 464 on the 447. So technical issues take race out here in round number 2 is Jason Rich and Jeff Serra. Jason, who was just drawn as one of those raffles, which, by the way, we still got the raffles going. You want to get into one of the raffles for an entry for the million? Come on up here and see them at the Diva Desk. As soon as that raffle sheet fills up, they'll bring it in here. We'll draw the winner, and we'll start the next raffle sheet. Based on, how many people are interested. Jason Red by 12 thousandths of a second and then goes 433 on a 429. Jeff Serra was 16 green. Runs 466 on the 469. And is moving into round number 3. I'll bring out Donovan Williams and Gabe Torres. Donovan dialed 470. Gabe dialed 470. Again, making our way through the Biondo Racing products. Round number 2. G-Money, as he's known, lights the pre-stage bulb over on the left side, and Donovan Williams basically was groomed from a very early age watching dads and uncles and all of those guys out there just kind of magically command their race cars down the track to win after win after win. Williams is in set. Torres blinks on the stage bulbs, and away we go. 2 thousandths of a second separate them in reaction time, and the win light's going to belong to Torres. Both drivers dialed 470. Both drivers ran 465. And on another one of those little itty-bitty baby type deals, Gabe Torres was 008 and wins it on a double breakout. He runs 468.6 to Donovan's 468.5. And with the minor 1 thou difference in the double breakout, Gabe will return. Donovan, again, 006 and just ouch. Gabe Hernandez Jr. and Sarah Kidd. Sarah dialed 524. Gabe Hernandez dialed 497. Win light turns on for Hernandez. And Team Mexico advancing. Another one into round number 3. Gabe 14 green. Take 14 thou with the stripe to be 12 thou above. Sarah was 54 green. And then runs 522 on the 524. That's going to bring up Parker Theobald and Bree Herman. Bree dialed 457 on the left side. Parker, Parky, as he's also sometimes known. He's like, please don't. That was years ago. Please stop. 492 the dial for Theobald. Breeze in and set. Parker's there. And an 8 thou difference in reaction time. Wind light's going to turn on for Herman. 456 on a 457. Bree is under by 5 thousandths of a second. Parker gets to the stripe first by 4 thousandths of a second to be 17 thousandths of a second under the dial. Wind light to Bree as she was 031 on the tree and wins it via the double breakout is now Gary Williams and Sean. Gary Williams and Sean Langdon. Yeah. Sean dialed 463. Williams dialed 460. I got Shane Wynn checking in from all the way across the other side of the world down there in Australia. Tree drops and Gary Williams goes red by 2 thousandths of a second. Williams let go 2 thou too quick. It was 456 on a 450. Sean Langdon 10 green and 462 on the 463. Langdon wins it green and under by 4 thou. Moving on is Ryan Gleghorn and Dave Mazier. You know, I kind of got to wonder. Ryan is an absolutely spectacular announcer. He is a great drag racer. He's a great guy to work with. I got to work with him down in Tucson. But he certainly likes to put out there, you know, about his opinions.
Yeah, let's see how he does here.
I'm just kind of saying. He's got Dave Mazier out of Escondido, California. West Coast Racer dialed in at 471. Gleghorn dialed in at 487. As Mazier's in and set, Gleghorn's there. Oh! Dave Mazier proves Ryan right. Dang it. No, I'm kidding. Dave goes red as Ryan Gleghorn. 039 on the tree and 483 on the 487. So a win light for Gleggy here in round number 2. Going to advance him on to round number 3 is Bryson Scruggs and Micah Mann. We got our Group B door cars rolling up already. And I'm saying already because, you know, heck. Yeah, last round took a couple of minutes. Bryson dialed in at 481. Micah dialed in at 484. Tree drops, green and green. 9 thousandths of a second, the difference in reaction time. Micah Mann in control, but it's going to be a win light for Scruggs. 30 dead on 9. To be 39 total is Micah Mann. Drives through the finish line, 20 thousandths of a second ahead. To break out by 2 thousandths of a second. Needed to take 18th hour less to turn that win light on the other side of the racetrack as we get to our final pair. Before we get into the Group B door cars, Marissa, Quinton, and Painter Boy. Sean Hart. Sean, who ends up with what could have been a buy run if we had had an odd number of cars. We did not. So we ends up paired up here, and we'll see what he can do. In control this time, Sean with the better reaction time and a quick rock of the scoop. Lights up the scoreboard with a 489 on a 491. Sean, 13 green to Marissa's 042. That gave Sean plenty of real estate, plenty of room to work with down at the finish line, and made the right choice. And that is going to wrap up Group A for the double-entered door cars and dragsters. We've got Group B door cars sitting under the arch. And it's going to be pretty crazy. It's going to be pretty crazy. What's up? So with Group D door cars, sitting here getting ready to go, we've got a little bit of paperwork that we're going to get squared away with up here in the tower. And JJ, thank you very much for the message earlier, sir. I always appreciate getting text from you, and it's always good to hear that you are doing well. I mean, it's always fun. I miss being able to get out there and work with you and your dad. I miss being able to see you guys, but I do know from what I've been following along on Facebook that your racing career is blossoming, that you are rapidly becoming just as successful in a race car as you already are on a microphone, which basically is just putting the rest of everybody on notice going, look, the kid's got talent, lots and lots of talent. So congratulations to you, sir, on all of that. And it's good to see that you are watching along here on the Fling. I know you don't miss many of these. We got a lot of folks. The Umbergers are checking in. Rodney Fincham's out there. It's just cool. It's just cool. But as we finish up that paperwork, again, I want to thank the Ringeth family for bringing up the cheesies. We were talking about cheesies. Canadian versions of Cheetos that are way better than Cheetos. We were able to try those the first time here, and I like the Fudgios that come down from Canada, the cheesies that come down from Canada.
These would be fine with a blue can of coconut.
Oh. Yeah, if anybody has any of that laying around, you got a spare can or something. No, I'm just saying, a little kokanee. I certainly wouldn't turn my nose up at that. But the Ringeths, they're out there. Oh, Mr. Northrop, miss you too, man. Miss you too, funny car. Wish you could have made it out here. But the Ringeths brought up their flyers. Again, they are going to be doing their series of races up there in the Alberta area. They're going to have the second.
Some people have an unextinguishable fire to compete, a fire that burns and ignites. The same fire inspires us. It pushes us to run an engine to the edge for just a few more horsepower. Fuel Factory is performance driven, built by racers for racers. We're focused on racing fuel, plain and simple. We want to go fast, we want to win, and we want the same for you. We are Fuel Factory, built for speed.
Want to escape the summer heat down in this end of the world and get up to Canada to do some fantastic racing, go up there. They are also, as he pointed out to me on the bottom of the flyer, they're going to be giving away a Spring Fling entry for the racer that stages their car the most rounds between all three races. So basically, you get out there, go to all three races, you stage your car the most rounds, you get an entry up there. But again, if you want to disappear up into Canada, get away from some of the heat that's down here, we got all kinds of information up here. You can go by and see the Ringeth family. And again, thank you very much for bringing us the cheesies, which are way better than Cheetos. They won't let you in? We love you, man. Uh-oh. Jeff has been blackballed from Canada. I mean, that says something when even the Canadians won't let you in. Like, what kind of person are you when Canada goes, nope, you go back home, eh? Oh. No, Jed, I'm not asking for food. It's a blue can that they make in Canada. It would be for later, I'm just saying. A barley pop. And I agree with you, Big Jed. I mean, announcers that ask for food to be delivered to the tower, I mean, that's just a 100% abuse of power. I mean, that is just so out of line and ridiculous that, and anybody that would dare do that is, it's just crazy. Just crazy. Like, who would do that? Oh, we're getting into our Group B door cars. Gage, the intern, back in. He's going to take you through a little bit of this. We've got to take care of a raffle. Again, the $50 raffles out here. We are going to draw spots, and we'll get a winner announced here soon.
Round number 2 of Biondo Racing Products Group B underway. Chris Knapzinger going to get the win over Vic Spitali. 17 green leaving second. Breaks out by 1 thou. Spitali is 10 and then goes 590 on the 592. No good there. As now we have Mr. Markel Jackson in the 82 Camaro in the left lane, dialed 651, and Anton Height. Mr. Anton. In the 66 Nova, dialed 585. Beautiful Nova. Just got it finished up, ready to go. And it looks like he was still cleaning it by the looks of the reaction time. 93 to Markel Jackson's 29. Markel going to get the win. 650 on the 651. Anton, after going 93, goes 558 on the 585. Just all over the place on that run there. Steve Law in the 72 Nova, left lane dialed 649, and David Meyer, the Cavalier out of California, dialed 604. Draw, cowboy. Win light is going to go to David Meyer, 004, leaving second. Dead 0 puts up 4 total. Steve Law is 002, and then 2 above. David Meyer lays it down. As we got.
All right, Gage. We are drawing raffle number 3. Raffle number 3. Well, we've got raffle number 3. The $50 raffle was brought in here, and is it? Is it? It might be. It might be. Hey, the number that was drawn out is number 34. 34. I believe that is Mrs. Mo, Brenda Trujillo. So congratulations. I think spot 34 was Brenda Trujillo. You've just been drawn for an entry into the million. Back to Gage the intern.
I feel like you guys just like to interrupt me because I'm the intern, and then you guys.
Nobody's interrupting you.
It's like, hey,
nobody's interrupting
hang
you.
on, we're gonna do this raffle.
Go ahead. Talk.
Bill Dykes in the left lane
Hey, Gage,
roadster.
we've got some stuff going.
See what I mean, guys? It's hard being up here. It's hard. Bill Dykes and Brad Pierce. Ooh, 3 thou separate them. Brad Pierce 006. Dead 6 puts up 12 total. Bill Dykes is 003 and then goes 551 on the 548. Woo! They're not playing around now. I think everybody got the first round jitters out, and it's like, okay, I don't want to be made fun of like all the other people did, and now I feel like I can do this. Chuck Flanagan in the left lane out of Ohio, dialed 636, and Ryan Humard in the 64 Nova, dialed 572. I keep telling Ryan, you need to keep up the big wheelies in this thing. He's like, no, I don't want to do big wheelies. I'm like, but it's for everybody else's enjoyment. Duh. Look at that. That's awesome. Ryan Humard out first by 0.03 of a second, gonna get the win. 14 green and 1 above 1 to take 17 at the stripe. Flanagan is 17 and 2 above 5. No good there. Bob Fuller in the Corvette Roadster left hand side, dial 561, and Larry Scarth in the 62 Chevy out of California, dialed 622, 561 in the left lane. as we got like another 00, but this one does not turn on the win light. Bob Fuller, 20 run green, dead 1, puts up 22 total. Larry Scarth is 003 and breaks it out by 3, itty bitty thou. Took 22, had to take 19 or less. Oh no. Joe Levitt now in the left lane. Nova dialed 619 Jay Bunce in the Vet Roadster, right lane, 601 the dial. Carmichael, California versus Piedmont, Oklahoma. Piedmont, Oklahoma going to get the win this time. 003 red for Joe Levitt. Jay Bunce, 23 green, gets the free ride. 588 on the 601. Might be holding some or just a little bit off on the guess there. Gary Roost in the 55 Bel Air and Luke Bagacki in the Vet Roadster. 599 to a 480 head start going to the Bel Air of Gary Roost. That thing is beautiful. Last year's best appearing car. And from what I'm told, he said when he's done racing with it, he's going to turn it back to a street car, and that is like the best thing I've ever heard somebody say in quite a while, because like that thing's like a show car that hangs out on the racetrack, but it turns it 001 red to Luke Bagacki's 007 and then goes 478 on the 480 Roost. Just had to wait 1 thou more to get it done. Mike Bloomfield, a senior now, in the 85 S10 truck in the left lane, dialed 633. And Michael Pennington in the Pennington Custom 34 Roadster, dialed 516. Attention racers, Group C Dragsters. Group C Dragsters, round number 2 to the lanes, please. Group C Dragsters, round number 2 to the lanes, please, as Mike Bloomfield Sr. turns it 9 thou red. Michael Pennington, 20 green, and 512 on the 516 freebie. It's like 00 everything or just nothing fun. Yusha Wilcox. Out of Washington in the Corvette. Later Corvette Roadster, dialed 660, and John LaBouse. Yeshua. LaBouse dialed 515, all the way down from Tennessee. Yeshua off and away, and the caboose is now let loose to get the win. 21 green and 3 above, tightens the stripe to 7 thou. After having a big advantage off the starting line, Yeshua is 65 up front, dead 2. I mean, it helps her cause a little bit, but gotta be better than 21 to get by. Alan Macham, left lane. Nova dialed 580, and Taylor Rich in the 39 Chevy Coupe out of Tennessee, 516. Drivers are identical up front. Alan Macham just puts up... Wow, I just sucked at math real bad right there. 009 dead 6. I just sucked at quick math. My brain just locked up right there. Gordon Bovin going to get the free ride in round number 2. I need to get my calculator out here. Like, I just had, like, the biggest brain fart ever. 560 put up on the board, 18 green on the practice swing. And goes 555 on the 560. Wow, I'm, like, really shocked right now. That's the first time that's happened for me doing this now, and, like, I feel embarrassed.
You know what?
I know, everybody's like, who cares?
No, just get used to the feeling embarrassed part, because that's part of the job.
Yeah, because everybody thinks I'm crazy for liking Whataburger.
Well, that's, like I said, just get used to the feeling embarrassed thing, because that's part of the job. You're going to do things that you're not proud of, and you just have to let it go and pretend that, nothing ever happened. So we are going to do a little broom and groom. We have got our Group C double-entered door cars. We've also called Group C dragsters into the staging lane. So Group C dragsters, we have called you back into the staging lanes for round number 2. Let's get you headed back this direction, please. So Group C dragsters, as well as Group C door cars, you have all been called into the staging lanes for round number 2. As Gordon Bovin made that official lap, made it his way into round number 3. I don't know. He should. It's a big downhill. It's a great big downhill. But it is pretty cool. So while we take care of the track prep, again, just a reminder, we've still got Fling apparel for sale downstairs. There are still raffles going on up here in the tower. As soon as they close one out, they start a new one. And as soon as they close it out, essentially they get either the 50 spots or the 40 spots for the $50 raffle or the 20 spots for the $100 raffle. They will bring the sheet in here. We've got the cups with the numbers in them. We reach in, draw out a number, and select a winner. Pretty much tell it right away so that, whoever it is that wins can start yelling and screaming crazily in their trailer and scare their husbands and all of that kind of stuff. So it's pretty good. But we take care of those pretty quickly, so there are some spots available. Again, we got the kids' snack shack downstairs as well. If you want to bring the kiddos up and grab some goldfish, grab some cookies, grab some things like that. Later on in the day, again, we're testing out some new things. We were able to chat with Chad trackside, which was pretty cool. We did, because it was fun. It was fun. We got to chat with him, so we'll be doing that again later. Probably a little bit later on when we get in between some of the later rounds, but we'll do that again. Especially maybe when we get into the latter rounds and we start looking for, we got some downtime going on there. We'll be able to talk to him again. It's going to be a lot of fun. But, yeah, Larice Motorsports Insurance, they're here until Friday. What? Warren is, what's that song? You're uninvited? You are uninvited. Warren came in here and started saying, hey, we're going to add on like a bonus? No. We're trying to get through 670 cars. Again, thanks to the Ringeth family that's going to be putting on 3 races up there in Canada. Appreciate you bringing up the treats, man. But we are in the Biondo Racing Products round number 2. Again, $500. Best losing package. Thanks to our friends at Biondo Racing Products. Again, any driver, we're talking about that Dead On Dialer Award, any racer that goes dead on zero, win or lose, today or tomorrow, will be entered into a drawing for the Race Air Cloud Weather Station, valued at about $1,300. It's got wind and texting all built into it. Again, thank you very much, Computech, the Computech Best Dialer. If you are dead on zero, win or lose, your name will go into a drawing, and that's all day today, all day tomorrow. We got the Brodix run for the $50,000, which is, again, coming up on Friday morning before the million. Basically going to give everybody a shot at the racetrack. And for that, you could have a chance at 50 grand. Again, it'd be $50 that you pay in the lanes. We'll have prizes for the first, second, and third best overall package. We got Group C. Rolling in here under the arch. So with Group C rolling in. Again, continuing on with the Biondo Racing products, round number 2. Also, just a reminder to everybody, is our first pair of Group C cars roll into the water box. That coming up Friday morning. Friday morning, 7:15 a.m. Racers for Christ is going to be putting on a Good Friday chapel service, 7:15 a.m. It'll be held under the main grandstand, so 7:15 a.m. on Friday morning. Team RFC is going to be putting on a Good Friday chapel service. For those of you that are hanging out with us here on property and would be missing your regular chapel services. So with Group C taken to the racetrack, what do we got? We got Lane Weber in the Firebird, dialed in at 726. We've got the left lane pickup dialed in at 602, and the win light's going to belong to Weber. 20 on the tree and dead on 3. Oh, I like that one. I like that one. Ronnie K, that's a good suggestion for the name for the geographically adjustable camera. Greg Dreer in the Chevette. How about the wheel stand out of the Chevette? Dialed in at 568, 28 on the tree. Gets the win light after he's 28 green and goes 567 on the 568. KP over on the other side turned it red by 17 thousandths of a second and then runs 576 on the 578. So as we've started making our way through Group C, I'm kind of be on hold here for just a quick second. Well, I'll tell you, we are on hold here just for a moment because, between Sean Reichenbach and Donnie Angel, Donnie is sitting here under the arch, and as he was trying to get the car ready to roll up, it appears as though they had some issues with the driver's side door trying to get that closed. So they are helping to get Donnie kind of resituated in the car. And we've got the door reclosed. We got the car fired up, and after a good bit of good sportsmanship. Uh-oh. I was just curious if Donnie opened that door or if it just kind of swung open on its own. I think he opened it. Der Herfen, der Schnurfen, I do like the idea of I don't know. Oh, Sean dialed in at 529. In the 98 Avenger over on the right side, Donnie dialed in at 617. Donnie dialed in at 617. So the head start going to go to Donnie. Like that, here comes Sean. 10 thousandths of a second. Separate them in. Ooh! I'll tell you what, Sean's car getting kind of all kinds of sideways and crazy and wild out there. Down near the finish line, about the time that he would have started slowing it down. Donnie was 009, goes 629 on a 617 to get the win light in advance. Sean was 19 green and then had to get out of the throttle as the car got a little whirly squirrely and out of shape down near the finish line. I'll ring up John Schaefer and Michael Miller. Schaefer and the Chevelle. 515 the dial up on the scoreboard, and for Michael Miller, 576. Advantage on the tree goes to Miller, 032. 14th out better than John Schaefer's 046, and Miller 32 green, one above, gets there first by 6 thousandths of a second. As John Schaefer, 46 on the tree and dead on 6, no good. So it's Danny, not Donnie. Well, thank you very much. They had entered an O instead of an A, so we will make note of that. That it is Danny Schaefer. Is Jeremy Bargo and Dallas Glenn. Glenn, who is driving Shane Thompson's Nova, trying to get through round number 2. Up against Jeremy Bargo, the S10 pickup truck out of Kentucky. 613, the dial on the left side. Nice little wheels up charge, but unfortunately, it's a 003 red light for Jeremy Bargo. Dallas Glenn, 10 green, 2 above, 491 on the 489, gets the win light. And advancing into round number 3, we'll bring out the Falcon. I believe that is Cliff Hall driving the Falcon over on the left side, dialed in at 647, and Scott Hess coming in out of Surprise, Arizona. Hess with a 570 up the scoreboard for a little shoebox Chevrolet. Trying to advance one more round. And all right, so I know there are still a handful of Falcons that are out there racing. I mean, Cliff's got one. There's one sitting in the water box right behind him. And there's several of them out there, but the last time that I actually saw 2 Ford Falcons lined up nose to tail on the racetrack was never. Just saying. Both of them were 00. 004 the reaction time for Cliff Hall. Gets to the finish line first by 23 thousandths of a second. Goes 647, 647 to be 7 total. Scott Hess, 009 and 21 thou above on the loss. That's going to bring up Chad Campbell and his 64 Falcon out of Meridian, Idaho. 618 the dial on the left side to a 506 dial for Chris Galitti. Galitti will put up that really mean 3-pack. Last time that car went down the racetrack, he goes 506 on a 506 this time. 13 dead 9. As Gage the intern is over here now practicing math. He's like, I'm going to make sure this works. Chad Campbell, yeah. Looks like he may have had something a little wrong. Just saying. Just saying. It's going to bring up the El Camino on the left side and Ryan Harem. Harem coming in out of Huntington Beach, California, that Mobile One Camaro. Ryan, who actually stepped away from racing for a little while after a little bit of an incident in Phoenix, now back behind the seat and lighting up scoreboards just like he always does. 556 on a 554 for Harem, 29 green. It's good to see Ryan back behind the wheel of the car. The El Camino was 56 green and goes 667 on a 668. Take 2 thou at the stripe, breakout by 9 thou. Ryan Harem, 29 and 2 above, gets the win light. As Kenny Snow and Justin Moser. Kenny in the Chevelle out of La Habra, California. Moser in the Vet out of Portland, Indiana. For the Moser Engineering folks, happen to be the title sponsor of the Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. 553 is the dial, 552 is the run, and Justin, after being 12 on the tree, will break out by 9 thousandths of a second. Kenny Snow, 24 green and dead on 0. So again, the dead on 0 is going to put Kenny into the drawing for that weather station. Huge, huge thanks to the folks at Computech. Again, that Race Air Cloud weather station with wind and texting, valued at $1,300. You run dead on 0, win or lose. You go into the drawing. 10 thou separate Dan Northrup and Nacho Rivera. Finish line. The win light's going to belong to Northrup. 15 and dead on 1 for Northrup to be 16 thou total, taking 17 thou at the stripe. Nacho Rivera was 25 green, dead on 8. But a 16 total will beat out the 25 thou reaction time for Rivera, and there will be no Nacho coming back in round number 3. And the world will be sadder for it. Could you imagine a world without nachos? I mean, honestly, is there anybody in the chat bleachers that could honestly say they would accept a world without nachos? I would not. I would not. You got Matt Daddis rolling up in the Grand Dam. They used to be owned by the DeFrank family. He is dialed in at 616. And when Daddis told me the story of the deal he got in that car and how much money he's won with it since then, that's like quadrupling your investment. Oh, red light start for Matt Daddis by 43 thousandths of a second. I'm glad Nacho's still in his other entry because I could not imagine a world without Nachos. 006 and 594 on a 596 over in the left lane to get the win light. I agree, Mr. Tim. No Nacho, no bueno. No Nacho, no bueno. Oh. So the 659 left side, 607 right side. Lucas Walker. Nice little wheel stand out to about 60 feet. Goes 607 on a 607. 13 and dead on 9 for Lucas to get the win light. Left lane Mustang was 43 on the tree, and, you know, pretty much at that point it was kind of over. Over. I'll bring out Isaac Wild and Troy Grant. Wild's truckster. I mean, it's part roadster, part truck, all convertible. Unique ride. I like it. Oh, Isaac. That's going to be a painful one. Isaac pretty much letting go and leaving right at the exact same time. Troy Grant, 77 green, 677 on a 676. Grant will get the win light and advance as we'll bring up Sid Summers and Ryan Wilson. Wilson in the Camaro out of Montrose, Colorado. 561 the dial on the right side of the racetrack. Sid Summers at 576. Over on the left side for the 77 Camaro. Summers moving around just a little bit out there. Was 008 on the tree and then goes 584 on the 576 after he lifts up out of the throttle. Ryan Wilson had already turned it red. And another red and dead on. 003 red and 561 on a 561. No good for Ryan Wilson. Sid advances as Chad Sadlin and Jonathan Fiello. Fiello with a 568 dial. Sandlin with a 668 dial. I would ask Gage, the intern, to do the math on that, but I don't want to confuse him. No, I dig Gage. I think Gage, the intern, that's an awesome name. 33 sows separate him in reaction time. Jonathan Fiello is on the chase, and the wind light turns on for Fiello. 11th thou at this end of the racetrack, and dead on 6 to get there first by 18 thousandths of a second. Chad Sadlin, 44 on the tree. And then in all efforts to try and salvage something, ends up breaking out by 9 thousandths of a second. With the wind light to Fiello as Ron Wenger and I believe Jeff Devy. No. Yeah. Nope. Oh, Ron. Ron. Ron Wenger had the reaction time that started with a 1, almost a 2, and will exit here in round number 2. 538 on a 521, no good. A little Cavalier out of Burley, Washington. Goes 464 on a 454. Gregory Parr watching from one of my favorite cities on earth. Welcome in, sir. Who dat? So a 680 dial left side of the racetrack for Jim Higgins. 740 dial, I believe, for Mr. Kurchuk. And the wind light will turn on for Jim Higgins. Higgins 19 green and 14 thou above. To get to the finish line first, there's Jeff. By 33 thousandths of a second. I'll bring up Hector Hernandez and Robert Butler. Butler, the 73-bodied Camaro on the right side of the track, down 579. Hector Hernandez, the 87 Mustang. On the left side of the track, dial in at 622. Thirteen thousandths of a second, the difference. Wind light's going to turn on for Hector Hernandez, and Team Mexico puts another one into round number 3. He was 16 green and dead on 6 to be 22 total. Robert Butler had an opportunity with a 003 reaction time. Takes 21 thou at the stripe. Needed it to take 19 thou or less as he goes 578 on a 579. And exits via the breakout is now Daniel Fiello and Brian Cerruti. Cerruti dialed in at 641 on the right side. Fiello. And that gorgeous little Achieva dialed in at 597 on the left side, and unfortunately Fiello is going to turn it red by 13 thousandths of a second. Cerruti 33 green and goes 639 on the 641 with the wind light already on. That left side of the racetrack. That's going to bring up Robert Crum in the Nova on the right side, and Jeff Devy. It's Devy, right? Cavalier. 589 the dial for Jeff. 674 the dial for Crum, and Crum 006 take 18 thou at the stripe and run 674 on a 674. He is dead on 9. Jeff was 47 on the tree and then runs 587 on the 589, but it's going to be Crum advancing as Will Carroll and David Beckwith. Carroll out of Oklahoma, Beckwith out of Rancho Cucamonga. Again, another one of the fun cities to say. I mean, you get Rancho Cucamonga, Walla Walla. Oh, that's a good one. Winnemucca, Nevada. There was like somebody named it what? Huh? Will's dialed 682. David's dialed 542. Chase is on. 2 thou separate them. And the win light's going to belong to Carroll. 005. Take 4 thou at the stripe to be 21 thou above. 684 and a 682 turns on that left lane or that right lane scoreboard for Will Carroll. David Beckwith was 007 and 23 thousandths of a second above the dial for a margin of victory. 4 thou down at the finish line. Carroll walks away victorious from that pair as we bring up Kendall Little and Justin Beakley. Justin the Monte Carlo down 635. Kendall Little, the 78 Malibu out of Killian, Texas, dialed at 615. Justin, big time trouble. Big time trouble. Justin was 0.08 of a second behind in reaction time. Kendall Little posted up the 19th thou reaction time, runs 5 above to be 620 on a 615 to get there first by 3.5 of a second. Justin Beakley had an 0.99 reaction time and then goes dead on 7. No good. No good. So dead 7 and a no-go. No-go. Is it Jeff Verdi? Driving the Chief? Driving Jerry Lone's car? Says it's Jeff. 590 the dial for Verdi. And 570 the dial for the Patina de Nova, who is in a world of hurt. Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, Jeff Verdi is going to need some serious consolation. I think, all right, if it was Jeff in the car, whoever's driving the car is going to need some help. Probably Jerry Lone. But it's 009 on the tree. Break it out a thou to a 109 reaction time on the left side. Oops. Oopsie. Taken enough. So again, I'm still trying to get to the bottom. I think it's Jerry. I don't know why I had Jeff's name on it, but we'll see. Jacob Cancelar and Jeremy Waterman. 435 to a 455. 3 thou separate them in reaction time. And the win light's going to turn on for Waterman. Waterman, 028 on the tree. Goes 536 on a 535 to get the win light by 88 10,000ths of a second. Josh, was 25 on the tree and goes 457 on a 455 as Eric Goulden and Chris Burrell. Yes, they do. Thanks, Jeff. It is not. And I'm not saying anything wrong, but after seeing it, I was like, I don't think so. So we will get that changed, sir. Thank you very much. Gotcha. And appreciate the heads up. Eric, Chris, away we go. Burrell in the door car trying to hold off the dragster. It's going to be Eric, 11 green and 3 above to get there first by 86 thousandths of a second. As Chris Burrell goes 647 on a 640 after an 057 reaction time. Let's bring out a little bit more of the dragster versus door car as we get into our dragsters that are double entered starting to make their way out of the staging lanes, our door cars that are double entered kind of finalizing their way out of the staging lanes, and oh my goodness, I'm having a moment. We just got parade after parade after parade of 67 Novas. Oh, Rod Taylor red by 0.04 of a second. Goes 525 on a 524. Brady White, 15 green, dead zero. Another one going into the drawing for the weather station. The Computech Best Dialer Award. So a 501 on a 501 for Brady White, dead zero. We'll put his name in the list. Bring up Darren Taylor. Over on the right side of the track, dialed in at 619, going up against Tommy Drake Sr. Tommy, dialed 487. Darren, dialed 619. Both sides are green, and the wind light will turn on for Tommy Drake, 491 on a 487. He's going to end up above 0.04 of a second after the 018 reaction time. Darren was 27 on the tree and gets there first by 38 thou to break it out 3 thou. Oops. We'll bring out Chad Axford. He's doubling up. Driving Dawson's car, and oh no. Sounds like and looks like we got a little cleanup to do. A little bit of cleanup. So they're going to take care of that over there in the water box left side. We'll get it all cleared up, and we'll get back after it quickly. Again, in the Biondo round, round number 2. Starting to work our way through. Again, all of our C group cars have been called into the staging lanes. So if you're one of the double-entered cars that is still in competition, while they're doing a little touch-up down there, again, we'll be looking for that best losing package for the $500 thanks to the folks at Biondo Racing Products. on the 87 bodied S10. And for Chad Axford, didn't he like win down in Pomona too? He won in Phoenix, that's right. He won in Phoenix. Everything's kind of blending together. That is a big old head start that Kelly Shearer's pickup truck got, and Chad Axford unable to run him down. How about Kelly Shearer? 7:008 on a 7:00. He's dead on 8 after a 10 thou reaction time. Chad Axford is dead on 3 after a 24 thou reaction time. And it comes down to a 9 thou difference in the math. And by way of the whole shot, Kelly Shearer gets to move into round number 3 as Axford will exit. We'll bring out Logan Scrivener and Jeremy Hancock. I'm just going to say it a different way every time. One time it's going to be Scrivener. One time it'll be Scrivener. One time it'll be Scriv. One time it'll be Chivies. Oh! Yeah, if they're from the French side. Scrivnier. 003 red for Logan in the dragster. Win light's going to belong to Jeremy Hancock. 22 green and 552. On a 555, Logan did the ever so dreaded red and dead on. Red and dead on. And I know a lot of folks aren't rolling up here just yet and kind of adding into the swear jar. They're just they're putting it on their tab. They'll come up later and get all that filled out. But again, we are going to put together the swear jar. We will be giving it whatever is collected for racers that have made a poor choice on the racetrack. We'll get all that together and donate. What was the biggest one we had one year? Wasn't it like $2,200? $2,300, something like that? It was pretty big. We didn't exactly keep track of it. But Steve Fuller, dragster over on the left side. And I believe that's Joe Kidd. Door car on the right, dialed in at 650. Is it Bill? Okay. I'm starting to feel the effects of running on about 2 hours sleep over the last 48 hours. A little tired, but that's okay. Fuller bowing out here as Kidd gets the win light. 653 on a 650 after no 34 reaction time. And with that, Mr. Eames, the Division 6 director, has made his way in here and is telling us all what to do. So I'm going to step away for a minute. Mike's going to take over on the mic, and it's going to be a whole bunch more fun.
Thank you, Nathan Hershey. The gentleman that knows how to put the lime with the coconut better than anybody that I know. As Art Reed out of Kokomo in the state of Indiana will get the win, as Art was 005. As John Edwards 3 Sticks out of Virginia turns it red by Michael Jordan 23. As Art Reed will move in around number 2. It's Derek Denny and Aaron G. Aaron out of Wichita Falls, Texas. So Pennzoil side, 472 is the dial. Derek Denny out of Ashland City, Tennessee. 448. The dial for D squared. I agree, Mr. Reynolds. Wholeheartedly. So Aaron G will get the opportunity to leave first. Derek Denny, Mullis prepared dragster, will be doing the chasing. Away and away. Aaron and Derek. Derek and Aaron. As Aaron G did not done mess up Ron. 17 green, dead on 2, makes 19 total. Derek Denny was 20 up front and was the bug to Aaron G's proverbial windshield. Completely locked out. Aaron G, 19 total. Derek Denny, 20. And no good. It's David Chun. Town Farmer. David out of Vancouver, Washington. 459 is the dial. It's Talon Farmer out of great state of Texas. 470 is the number. There for Farmer. Chun a little behind on the starting line and is not going to turn on a win light here in Beyond Racing Products round number 2. Talon Farmer, 22 on the green light start. Said was going to run 470, goes 4.724 to get the win. David Chun said was going to run 4.59, was 38 thou on the green light start, arrived to the finish line 13 thou in front to break it out by 5 thou. Needed to be 8 or less. Is James Glenn, Greg Christensen. Glenn, your defending Super Comp World Champion out of Washington. Drags your left side. 477 the dial. Greg Christensen out of Colorado right side. The TNT Supercar for Greg. 463 is the dial. As the Diva Desk is really, really open for business in regards to picking up your Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million Tech Card. Silver State Refrigeration Friday. Come get your Million Tech Card. Christensen with problems. Jim Glenn off the gas to get the win. 17 green. And the elapsed time is inconsequential. Greg Christensen was 22 on the starting line. And then trouble set in early on his run. Watching Greg to make sure he'll get up the hill in the shutdown area. This is Gabriel Hernandez Jr. for Team Mexico out of Hermosillo. And Marco Abruzzi, Warren, Ohio. The OHIO, Marco, Gabriel, 24 green, 4.973 on the 497, dead on 3. Marco was 18 at the start. Said was going to run 462. Got down there and dropped a little. And ended up behind at the finish line. It's Gabriel Hernandez Jr. will advance. It's Tom Clark, Colton Aragon. Tom out of Spokane, Washington. 451 the dial for Mr. Clark, Colton Aragon. Grand Junction, Colorado, the Race Tech prepared Shorty. 477 the dial for Colton. Colton is in a predicament off the starting line, but ends up making it pay off. Tom Clark was 12 green, got to the finish line first by 65 thousandths of a second to break out 6 thou. Needed to take 59 or less. Made the wrong decision down there at the finish line. Colton Aragon will advance. Still in winners. And Rich Lash. Rich out of Queen Creek, Arizona. Pennzoil side 533 will be leaving first. Dylan Winters out of Boonville, Indiana. One of Danny Nelson prepared race cars. 479 the dial for Dylan. Separated by 1 thou at the start. Separated by 200 at the finish line. Dylan Winters, 35 and dead on 4 to get the win. Rich Lash was 36 green. And 2 above 4. 533 was the dial. He goes 535-4. And behind at the finish line, and as a Beyond Racing Products round 2 runner-up, Dylan Winters will move on. Kevin Johnson and Dan Lafferty Kevin out of Draper, Utah, the American prepared dragster. Dynamite Dan Lafferty out of Wendell, Idaho, the president of the Wendell, Idaho Chamber of Commerce is Dan Lafferty. TNT Supercar for Lafferty. Red light start for Kevin Johnson by 11th thou. Lafferty is 12 green and a free look at 441. He looks at 441.4. Dead on 4 for Lafferty. Takes out Kevin Johnson. Well, Kevin Johnson took out himself by being red by 11th thou. Jorge Covarrubias Ortiz. For Team Mexico, 462 the dial over on the Las Vegas side of the racetrack alongside Jesse DiBartolo out of Battleground, Washington. Yancer dragster over on the Pennzoil side, 502 will be leaving first. Then Jorge will be giving chase. We are green and green. Jesse and Jorge. Jorge is going to get the win. DiBartolo got to the finish line first by 16th thou. Said it was going to run 5:02, goes 5:018, breaks out 2 thou, needed to take 14 or less. Did not do it. Jorge, 27 green, 1 above 1 is good. To move in around number 3, it's James Warden and Mark Barnhart. James out of Norco. For Team Warden, 444 is the dial. Mark Barnhart, longtime resident of Idaho, now down in New Mexico. Barnhart, the dragster, 464, gets to go first. Warden in a dominating position on the starting line and in a good position at the finish line. 004 for James, 446 on the 444 to be comfortably in front at the finish line. Mark Barnhart was a little bit late, could not make up the difference and will not advance. Out of round 2 is Jimmy Wegner and Justin Hoff. Hoff for Team Vandermeer out of Wendell, Idaho. 461 is the number for the Vandermeer machine. Jimmy Wagner out of Odessa. 471 is the dial for JW. Red light start and a non-true start win for Justin Hoff. Jimmy left first, was 7th thou in front of green. Justin left second, was 2 thou in front of green. 2 red lights. Jimmy left first and was more worser. Justin Hoff will get the win, 461 on the 461. For Justin Hoff to get in round number 3 is Thomas Bear and Mike Crater. Bear out of Cherry Valley, CA for the Thomas Bader School of Drag Racing, and Mike Crater out of Bedford, Texas. Mullis prepared dragster for Mike. Bear, 495 is the number over on the left side. Full bulb and then a little sum. For Bear will be the head start. Crater will be in pursuit. Red light start for Bear by 11th thou. Crater, 46 green and dead 0, which that will get Mike Crater. And the Computech best dialer drawing being dead on 0. Dave Secondi and Val Torres Jr. Secondi out of Washington. 455 is the dial-in for Dave. Val Torres Jr. 470. The number for the young man out of Chino. .009 leaves second in this pair. And Dave Secondi, 005, dead on 5 is 10 total. Val Jr. was 009 at the green light. Needed to be dead nothing to move the win light over onto his side of the racetrack. And was 1 above 6. And will not get out of round number 2. Secondi takes out Val Torres Jr. as Kyle Coltrera. The right side, 477 is the number. Coltrera out of Maine. Here in round number 2. Again, Group D. Group D, let's get you up in the staging lanes for round number 2. Potential buy is Brian Sutton. They're in Group 2 or Group D. Let's get Group D heading up in the lanes if you would, please. One of our competitors is 009, and that driver is Kyle Coltrera. Perfect on the starting line for Kyle. 462.3 on the 460 to get the win. He will get $50. And a Kyle Seipel 000 Hero coin, courtesy of Peter and Emily Biondo and the Fling family. Kyle Coltrera, perfect in a win. Get you that $50 in a Kyle Seipel 000 Hero coin. As Logan War and Wyatt Wayman. This is all Utah. Logan out of Erda for Pete's Diesel Repair. Wyatt Wayman for Team Sierra Electric. 482 the number for Wyatt. 463 the number for Logan. Green and green. Wyatt Wayman just obliterates Logan War. 13 green, dead on nothing to be 13 total. Logan was 36 on the green light start, dead on 2, and was just annihilated by Wyatt Wayman. Jeff Taylor and Jesse Bepley. Jeff out of Apache Junction, Arizona. 510 is the dial. Jesse Bepley. The dragster, wing, over on the right side. 505 the dial for Jesse. Big red for Jesse Bepley. Let go on nothing. Jeff Taylor, 006 and 512 on the 510 prediction. Jeff Taylor will advance. Joe Peters and Timothy Thomas. You will see Timothy Thomas when the Fling goes to Galat Motorsports Park. Joe Peters out of Texas, 475 on the Vegas scoreboard. We'll have the opportunity to head that way first. And when I say that way, I'm pointing down the track. Because we don't want to go that way first. We certainly don't want to go that way first. Peter's going to be last stage. In, and we're away. 5 cents separates the two on the starting line. But Joe Peters completely locks Timothy Thomas out. How about 13 green for Timothy Thomas and has 0 chance of turning on a win light as Joe Peters is 008 dead on nothing, and he will get in that Computech Best Dialer drawing as he's 8 total. Timothy Thomas come all the way from North Carolina and just get roughed up in Beyond Racing Products round number 2. It's Grady Johnson and Todd Coltrane. Grady and Dad Doug's dragster on the left side will get out of round number 2. Todd Coltrane, runner out of Meridian, is 001 red. Yuck. Grady, a free look at 473, goes 471. To moving around number 3 is Mark Kidd and Chandler Thiessen. Chandler out of Lakewood, Colorado. Mark Kidd for Kidd Performance and Dyno, and his brand new Race Tech hot rod out of Twin Falls, Idaho. 468, the number for Mr. Kidd. So we are in and away. Mark and Chandler. Chandler will get the win. Mark Kidd just nommed the entire finish line. It was 14 green. Had a little advantage on the starting line. Arrived to the finish line 28 thousandths of a second in front of Chandler to break out by 4 thou. Needed to take 24 or less. Didn't do it. As Greg Hicks and Scott Heyer. The Hef over on the left side. Out of North Las Vegas, Nevada, 469 is the dial as well. Heads up. Scott Heyer out of Colorado. Don Davis prepared machine. So Hicks and Heyer. Scott Heyer, 7th out better on the reaction time and is going to get the win. 471 on the 469 to advance. Hicks was 21 on the green light start, arrived to the finish line 32 thousandths of a second in front of Scott Heyer to break out by 14, needed to take 18 or less. As Greg Hicks, the Hef, will be done here in round number 2. It's Race Kidd and Gary Wombolt. Race for Kidd Performance and Dyno, the young man out of Boise, Idaho. 468 is the dial. Gary Wombolt out of Colorado. The winged dragster on the Pennzoil side, 466 the number. For Mr. Wombolt. And Group D dragsters. Group D, you should all be up in the lanes at this time, please. As we're in Beyond Racing Products, round number 2. Wombolt, Kidd, Wombolt, womp, 467.6 on the 466, 009. To be 3 thou in front at the finish line is good. Race Kidd, 21 green, dead on 7. And done. Gary Wombolt moves on. Tristan Craig and Don Sefton. Tristan from right over here in Henderson, Nevada. Don Sefton from all the way up there in Bremerton, Washington. The Trucktown Missile. For Mr. Sefton, 475 is the number. For Don, Tristan has 517. As a selection here in Beyond Racing Products round number 2. Sefton is 004 and 1 above to be good. Tristan Craig was 10 green. Said was going to run 517, goes 516.4 to break out by 6 thousandths of a second. Arrived at the finish line 10 thou in front. Needed to take 4 or less. Didn't do it. Don Sefton will advance as Megan Justice. And J.P. Schuster. J.P. out of Vienna. In Ohio, 460 is the dial for J.P. Megan Justice out of Lexington, North Carolina. Over on the Pennzoil side, 483 is the dial. Win light. J.P. Schuster, 19 green, 1 above 2 to get the win. Megan was 009, got to the finish line, 24 thou in front to break out by 2 thousandths of a second. Needed a little more pressure on the brake pedal to get on the correct side of the number. Didn't do it. J.P. will move on. Will Holloman, KJ Desa. Will out of Pine Level, North Carolina. 447 is the dial for Will. KJ from right over here in North Las Vegas. KJ. 007, 1 above 1 to be 5 thou in front of Will Holloman. Will's 19 green and completely locked out as KJ was 18 total. Will Holloman 19 green and done. Jeff Sarah. And Ashley Bargo. Jeff out of Adamstown, PA, 469 the dial for Mr. Sarah. Ashley, Barberville, Kentucky. As both traveled all the way across the country to be here at the Strip of Las Vegas Motor Speedway. .007 leaves last. Sarah, Bargo, Jeff, Sarah. You just got to feel for Ashley. Ashley's 007 green and has no shot. Jeff Sarah's 001 dead on 4 to be 5 total. Ashley's like, dude, I was 7 green dead on 6. I'm 13 total and just completely annihilated by Jeff Sarah. Prediction Machine just says Jeff Sarah is good. Prediction Machine is never wrong. Peeps Pennington and Kevin Shearer. Peeps out of Three Rivers, Texas. 465 is the number for the former million winner. 2019, Kevin Shearer out of Washington. Peeps, 006 dead on 5 makes 11 total. Kevin Shearer was 008, 2 above 3, and no good. It's Tyler Smith and Darren Lotz. Tyler out of Rancho Cucamonga, 517 the dial. Darren Lotz out of Waynesboro, Virginia, 483 the number for Darren. Tyler's in, Darren's in. Off and away we go. Tyler is in a predicament as Darren Lotz is 002. 488 going to be the win for Darren Lotz. Tyler Smith was 41 up front. Said it was going to run 517, goes 520, and that combination of numbers will not turn on a win light for Tyler Smith. Darren Lotz will get out of Beyond All Racing Products round number 2 and head into ATI Performance Products round number 3. As Lane Como and Rocky McLean II. Rocky out of Fort Worth, Texas. 479 is the dial for Rocky. Lane Como out of Geismar, Louisiana. Lane is in, Rocky is in. 4th thou is the difference in the drivers on the reaction time. Rocky McLean locks out Lane Como. 12 green, dead on 3, makes 15 total. Lane was 16 at the start and had no chance. Rocky McLean II locks out Lane Como as Corey Galitti and Gabe Torres. Corey, the young man out of Tomball, Texas. 453 the dial for young Mr. Galitti. And Gabe Torres, G-Money out of La Puente. 468 is the dial for Gabe. As Corey flickers that stage bulb slightly before rolling in. Gabe will roll in second, as is his normal mode of operation. 005 is late, as Gabe Torres is perfect, but Corey Galitti gets around it. 005, 8th thou in front at the finish line. 454.9 on the 453 dial. Gabe was perfect and goes 471.2 on the drop. As Corey Galitti, 8th thou in front of the finish line to get the win. Shane Molinari and Bart Nelson. Shane for Team S&S. Or S&T, excuse me. Molinari off giving chase, 003 and 1 above 5. I mean, when you're 180 miles an hour, being 003, that should be illegal. Bart Nelson out of Texas is 13 green, 2 above, and no good. As Team S&T will move on, Shane Molinari. Left side 447 is the dial. Right side Mark Dunn. Runner out of Texas, 479 the dial for Mr. Dunn. We're in Beyond All Racing Products round number 2. We're in our Group C category. We are working on clearing out all of our Group C competitors, and then we'll move into our Group D dragsters, our single entry dragsters. 004 is last off the starting line. Mark Dunn is 001. 480 with a 3 on a 479 dial to get the win. Beats 004, 2 above 5. As Mark Dunn will advance. As Raul Anis and Chandler Barl. Chandler out of Ogden, Utah. Raul out of Monterrey, Mexico. Chandler, red by 3 thou. Team Mexico, We'll move on. 504 on the 505. Raul was 1-2-3 on the starting line. And Chandler's going to be pretty upset when he grabs that time slip. I mean, if he's 40 green, he's in a pretty good position, but he turns it red by 3 thou and is done. Here in the C categories, Donovan Williams and Brandon Justice. Donovan, the young man out of Bradenton, Florida. Brandon Justice out of Blossom, Texas. Brandon said, I'm going to run 493 here in Beyond Racing Products round number 2. Donovan says, I'm going to run 470. As the Diva Desk reports, last call for apparel for today. So if you're waiting to come get a shirt, etc., last call for apparel today before we close it down. We'll open it back up tomorrow. Also, while you head up this way, get your Million Tech card for Friday. 008 and 006 on the starting line. Donovan and Brandon. Brandon and Donovan. Donovan Williams. 006 dead on 6 is going to get the win. Brandon Justice. 008 and 102 quick. As Donovan Williams will move into ATI Performance Products round number 3 is Mikey Bloomfield Jr. and Chevy Reeves. Chevy out of Edmonton, Alberta. 457 is the dial for Chevy. Mikey Bloomfield, 465. The prediction for Bloomfield out of the OH. IO. .008 is last off the line, and Chevy Reeves has problems down track and is pulling over by the wall. Chevy was 004. Mike Bloomfield Jr. was 008. Gets off the gas to go 490 and be safe. But Chevy Reeves has pulled over to a stop just past the 660-foot mark and is climbing out of his hot rod. To assess the situation down there. So a tough break for Chevy. Bow out here in round number 2. All right, while it is quiet on the set, Mr. Biondo has something very important to tell everybody.
All right, racers, very important announcement, especially if you're new to the Fling. So we ran the first 2 rounds in groups, calling them A, B, C, D. We get to round 3, we do not call you by letters anymore. We call door cars first, and it's a hard separation. So we're going to run pro, and then we're going to call door cars, and then we're going to call dragsters. So the only thing you have to do is make sure you come up. If you were double entered and you lost in one, make sure you come up with the right number, like the right letter, because that's very important that you have the right letter on the car. That was the winning time slip of your previous round. Other than that, we're going to run we're going to run pro, and then we're going to call all door cars. We'll get the doubles up early so they have time to come back around. And then we'll do the same thing with dragsters, and we'll do that all the way through until we get to the latter round of 8. Thank you, Nate.
Makes sense.
What do you mean, thank you, Nate? I'm the one who invited you in here. So we got Chevy pushed off the big end of the racetrack. We'll get right back into it with Gary Williams and Chris Whitfield. Really? This is how we're living our life in Beyond a Racing Products round number 2. This is like second round, final round. Gary out of Bradenton, Florida for Team Overkill. Team FTI, Chris Whitfield. Highlands Ranch, Colorado. I mean, what do you think, Gary Donfrey? How about Gary Williams, Chris Whitfield right here in round number 2? That's decent. Yeah, they're both all right. Gary Williams misses the tree. Whitfield's 002 and 6 total as Chris Whitfield layeth the smacketh down. Just drops the hammer on Gary Williams. Gary's 20 green and just dominated. Chris Whitfield, 6 total. You think Chris Whitfield was up for Gary Williams? Whitfield was dirty. Kurt Harvey the second. Kenny Prost. Kenny broke. That's a bummer. What is French for a bummer? Is it le bomber? What's French for a bummer? It's a bummer that Kenny broke. Le bomber. So Kurt Harvey the second out of Texas get a free opportunity at the racetrack. 479. The 478 for Kurt Harvey. As Nathan Hershey says, I don't know, the only French I know is I surrender. It's so great. Dave Mazier, Sean Langdon. Dave out of Escondido, 471 for Mazier Enterprises. Sean Langdon out of Indiana, 464 for Mr. Sean Langdon. Dave Mazier, 002, 1 above 2 is 14 total. Sean Langdon's 18 green. And have a nice night. You don't get to come back and run round number 3. It's Anthony Matassa and Shane Thompson, I believe, is closing out our C category. Anthony Matassa in the 34 Roadster, which I would look absolutely devastatingly handsome in. I mean, it takes a lot for me to look remotely respectable, but like sitting in the Roadster, I guarantee I would look a lot better. I would look devastating, yes. Fill in the blank on the other part. Shane Thompson, Henderson, Nevada for Team Silver State. Shane had a good run in yesterday American Race Car Todd's Extreme Paint Shootout. Shane is behind at the start, trying to make it work, and will. Anthony got behind, and I don't think he wanted to. Shane Thompson, 24 green, 1 above 3. To be good, Anthony Matassa's 009 and 4 over as Shane Thompson takes out Anthony Matassa. All right, Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro Eliminator, round number 3. Let's get you up in the lanes if you would, please. We'll also take any Super Pro door cars that are doubled. So Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro, let's get you up in the lanes. Super Pro door cars who are still doubled to the lanes in round 3 so you can get back around. As we're rolling into Group D. Our single entry dragsters. Troy Williams. Greg Harrison is Gary Don Free. Team Drag Champ is leaving the building. Came up to say hello. Does such a great job promoting racing across the country as Greg Garrison goes red by 6 thou. Troy Williams is 10 green, and a look at 471 goes 473. To move into ATI Performance Products round number 3 is Keith Winters and Bodie Bennett. Keith out of Las Vegas, 477 the dial for Keith. He'll be leaving first. Bodie Bennett, the young man out of Shallowater, Texas. 461, the number for Bodie. Bodie behind by a bunch and is not going to turn on a win light here in round number 2. 006 for Keith Winters, 479 on the 477 is good. Bodie was 40 green and 2 over. And is out in Beyond Racing Products second round is Gary Youngblood and Marlon Goatz. Marlon out of Troy, Texas. 489 is the dial for Marlon. Gary Youngblood out of Pueblo West, Colorado. 468 is the number for Gary. We are green, we are away, we have Marlon, we have Gary, and Marlon Goat's going to be our winner. 23 green on a double breakout. Under by 12 thou. Gary Youngblood was 20 at the hit. Under by 13 thou. True margin of victory, 1/1000th of a second for Marlon Goat's. It's Katie Harkema and David Meyer, the machine. David out of Sheridan, California. 495 is the dial. Katie Harkema, the young lady from Coeur d'Alene, Idaho for Nelson Family Racing. You got 469 down there. David Meyer will be leaving first. Meyer stole a couple of hun at the start, parlayed that to a victory as Myers dead on 4 after being 21 to make 25 total. Katie Harkema was 45 on the green light and completely locked out of the show. David Meyer will move on. Sean Page and Chris Dollar. Dollar out of Wichita Falls, Texas. We see 485 down on the scoreboard. Sean Page out of Meridian, Idaho, right there next to Boise. 504 is the dial for Sean Page. Chris Dollar is red by a dozen. And his day will come to a conclusion here in Beyond Racing Products round number 2. Sean Page, 41 up front, an 8 too quick. All right, here's my strategy. I'm going to be 41 up front, an 8 too quick. Splendid. That'll get you in light. It's pulled in the staging lanes right. It's Trevor Harkema and Cody Stevenson. Trevor out of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho for Nelson Family Racing. It's the dragster in the Vegas side with the wing alongside Cody Stevenson, the young man out of South Jordan, Utah. And Cody, I'm going to say, let go on nothing. As Cody was big red. In latter, he didn't clean out his box from the previous round, which is also a distinct possibility. It's Trevor Harkema. Was also in front of the green light and goes 492, but will move into round number 3. There's John LaBouse and Matt Lee. LaBouse out of Tennessee. Matt Lee out of Missouri. 472 the dial for Mr. Lee. Matt Lee going to get the win. 3 green as LaBouse turns it red by 2. Blanking Thou. Butch Belair and Jeff Watts. Butch out of Minnesota, part of that Minnesota Mafia. 547 the dial for Butch. Jeff Watts out of Richland, Washington. 490 on the number for Jeff over on the Pennzoil side. Red light for Butch by 7 thou. Jeff Watts a free look at 490, goes 489. After being 32 at the start, Butch red by 7 and then 1 above. Be done for the day. It's Rick Marshy. Phil Narum. Phil out of Casa Grande. I'll always remember Casa Grande. Or no, I'll never get over Casa Grande. Rick Marshy out of New Mexico, 494. Narum is way late. Rick Marshy's in a good spot once again. Wow. Marshy 4 under. Phil Narum was 122 green and a 10th under. That was wild. Rick Marshy, 2 first names. We'll move on as Tony Fuller and Stephen Logan. We need to get with Jared Pennington just to get clarification on that. I'll reach out to Jared. Tony Fuller out of Arkansas, 510 is the dial. Stephen Logan out of Massachusetts, 476. They're in the dragster. Tony Fuller going to get the one on a double breakout. Neither driver was remotely decent on the starting line. Fuller was 54 green. Stephen Logan was 70. Tony Fuller 6 thou under. Stephen Logan 16 thou under on the double breakout. Tony Fuller will advance. Jeff Burns and Jaron Mott. Burns out of Tennessee. The M&M prepared machine. 419 is the dial. Jaron is 542. On Steph's dragster. Jaron, a few weeks ago at the Good Vibrations Motorsports March meet, while driving the Jet, was completely dominated on the starting line by Tony Franco, who I think Tony's about 87 years old. And Jaron, who is a notoriously great lever, was just dominated by a dinosaur on the starting line of the Jet. Jaron's going to move on. 13 green as Jeff Burns turns it red by 13. Jaron goes 5:39 to moving around number 3. After Burns was red, was 2 hunt over. Jaron will be back around in ATI Performance Products' third round as Nathan Martin and Brianna Weens. Brianna, Las Vegas right down the road for Team Ted Weens Tire and Auto. Nathan Martin out of Kendall, Texas. TNT Supercar. As Martin has already assessed the situation on the starting line, knows where he's at in regards to the stage beam. Brianna's in. Martin is in. Green and green, 7th out of the difference on the reaction time. Brianna Weens is going to get the win. 4:53 and 4th out in front of the finish line. Brianna was 18 up front. Nathan Martin was 11 green and 2 above. And got 4th out behind at the finish line. Brianna Weens will move on as Jansen Melton and Jennifer Weens. Jansen out of Tennessee. 4:19 the dial for Jansen. Jennifer Weens. For Ted Weens Tire and Auto, you just saw Brianna get a win. Jen has 4:53 on the car. Red, and a true start win for Jennifer Weens. Jennifer left first, was 12 red. Jansen Melton was 26 red, leaving last. True start. We'll decide that round with Jennifer Weens getting the win. This is Michael Illig and Ed Olpen. Michael out of Michigan. A diamond prepared race car, 480 is the number. And Ed Olpen out of Pleasant Grove, Utah. The winged dragster in the Pennzoil side is 461 on the car. This is Olpen. He'll be here for like 3 weeks straight. The national event, the divisional event that will follow, the double divisional actually will follow. As he finished number 3 in the world in Top Sportsman last year. Perennial top 10 contender in that Top Sportsman category. Michael dug a massive hole on the starting line. Olpen's going to shove dirt over top of it. 005 and 4 above to be good. Michael Illig was 60 green and 479.5 on the 480. But Olpen in complete control on the starting line will get the win. This is Brian Sutton, your competition single. And our last car down the track in Beyond Racing Products, round number 2. So we started just after 8 o'clock. We are 6:17. As Brian Sutton goes perfect on the starting line on the solo, we'll get $50 and a Kyle Seipel 000 Hero coin on a solo. And that is a great way to end the round. For Beyond All Racing Products round number 2, we are moving into ATI Performance Products round number 3. And we'll start with our Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro category. And as all my door cars should be heading into the staging lanes. Once again, all door cars. Remember, the groups no longer apply. All door cars. Let's get you up in the lanes if you would, please. Door cars. Round number 3, let's get you in the lanes. Is Dennis Paz and Jacob Phelps. Will start us off. Paz out of Stockton, California in the El Camino. 671 is the dial. Jacob Phelps, 642. The dial for the Vega out of Napa, Idaho. So we're off the bottom. Paz, Phelps, green, and Jacob Phelps is going to move on. Jacob was 65 at the hit. Dennis Paz was 63. 2 thou separate them. Jacob Phelps was dead on 2. Dennis Paz was dead on 6. Margin of victory 2 thou for Jacob Phelps. To move in around number 4 in our Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro Field, Charlie Lockhart and Kevin Pollard. Lockhart out of Kentucky in the S10, 602 is the dial. Kevin Pollard. And Raider Campbell's hot rod out of Virginia, 577. As both of these competitors are an absolute threat to go the distance in the pro field. Lockhart. Big advantage on the starting line. Pollard was late, and Charlie Lockhart locks Kevin Pollard out of the game. 12 green, dead on 9 to be 21 total. Kevin Pollard was 36 at the hit and was wasting space. Charlie Lockhart will move on. It's Joe Schmal and Brian Cerruti. Joe out of Minnesota. Part of that Minnesota Mafia. Brian Cerruti out of the OHIO. 67 Camaro right side for Cerruti. No advantage on the starting line. Brian and Joe. Brian Cerruti on a double breakout. 639.8 on the 640, under by 2 thou. Joe Small dialed 681, goes 6801. To be under by 9 thou. 7 thou, true margin of victory there for Brian Cerruti. To move on is Zach Illing and Jared Bargo. Zach out of Roner Park in the El Camino left side. 659 is the dial. Jared Bargo out of Kentucky. The S10 right side. Zach will leave first. Jared will leave second. Red light start for Zach by 20. Jared Bargo, look at 613, he goes 610. Was 28 on the reaction time as Jared Bargo will move into our Rad Torque Systems 4th round. It's Cliff Hall and Russell Rowley. Cliff out of Carmichael, California, the Red Falcon left side, 645 the number. Russell Rowley out of Provo, Utah. Right there just south of Salt Lake on the I-15, the 72 Nova for Rowley Racing. 668 the dial for Russell. Red light start for Russell by 9 thou. Cliff Hall is 3-1 on the green light and 644.8 on the racetrack. Said he was going to run 645. Russell Rowley said he was going to run 668 and go 673 on the ATI Performance Products Round 3 defeat. Last pair in our Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro Field. Pliska, 588 out of Happy Valley, Oregon, Henry Roberson. In stickers, the 84 Mustang out of North Highlands, California, 730 is the dial. Just a full tree head start, and Michael Pliska, 6 thou red as Roberson. A free look at 730, and he's going to grab a time slip that reads 725 after being a dime and a nickel on the green light start. 15 thou for Roberson, and that's going to wrap up our Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro Field. We talked about it a couple times today. Man, Larice Motorsports Insurance, you guys invest thousands upon thousands upon thousands of dollars in your racing program. From your truck to your trailer to your race car to your golf cart, etc., etc., Larice Motorsports Insurance can help give you some peace of mind over your entire racing operation. Jake Green is here. Come see him. Come talk to him. I mean, literally, $50,000 worth of coverage is literally like $600 a year. It completely dumbfounds me that not every person in the entire country that races uses Larice Motorsports Insurance. Like, to me, it's a no-brainer. For me, it's a no-brainer, and I am by far not the sharpest knife in the drawer. I mean, that's a scientific fact. I mean, I got beat up by the stupid branch many a time. That's right, Mopar Man. Everybody follow Mopar Man's example. He's a fine, outstanding human being, and he knows what's up. And that's the triple truth.
Meet the next generation of Autometer's legendary Ultimate Tachometer line, the Ultimate 3 and the Ultimate DL, which places the power of more advanced data acquisition systems in an affordable, convenient, and compact package. With the Ultimate 3, you can record the engine and driveshaft RPM at 100 samples per second with up to 60 seconds of available memory. Playback data right on the tach itself or easily download to the award-winning Data Pro Analysis software. Availability in black or silver dials in 9,000 or 11,000 RPM ranges. More advanced users should consider using the Ultimate DL, which adds the ability to record wideband air-fuel ratio and pressure channel data to the Ultimate 3, which can help you diagnose fuel delivery issues and improve tuning. For more information, visit us at autometer.com.
"60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Dragsters that are still double entered. Dragsters that'll still doubled. Take you up into the front of the pack in round number 3. Dragsters that are still doubled. Let's get you up in the front of the pack. Here for ATI Performance Products round number 3. Pretty please and thank you. Pretty please. Not above begging. All right, so our door cars have moved to the arch. So we're going to have a little work on the tractor. As we are down to 6 vehicles left in our Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro field, which means you are on a ladder. Queen Jaylene walked in and handed me the ladder. Lockhart, Phelps, Roberson, Cerruti, that'll be juicy. Bargo, Hall will be our matchups at 6 cars. So Lockhart and Phelps, Roberson, Cerruti, Bargo, Hall will be our matchups at 6 cars in our Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro field. When we get into Rad Torque Systems round number 4, but here we're still in ATI Performance Products 3rd round. Here in the door cars, Hector Hernandez and Chris Galitti are going to start us off. Hector for Team Mexico in the Mustang out of Hermosillo. 622 is the dial. Chris Galitti, Tombo, Texas for Team Rad. 506 the number for the 66 Chevy 2. Galitti will be doing the chasing. Ford Mustang of Hector Hernandez will be almost a full Christmas tree in front. Galitti's in. Hector's in. Tree, down, away. That will be a rerun. The millisecond that the tree fired in Galitti's lane, he received an elapsed time of 0.00. So Chris Galitti, Hector Hernandez will be a rerun. So we're working on alerting the drivers as we go down to investigate. But the millisecond that the tree fired and Chris Galitti left, he received an elapsed time of 0.00. All right, Greg Dreher and Rocky Van Note. Vega wagon. Out of Red Key, Indiana. Greg Dreher out of Bakersfield, California in the Chevette. 569 the dial for Greg. 590 the dial for Van Note. Van Note's 004 and one above 7 to get the win. 004 for Rocky Van Note in front of the finish line by 0.003 of a second, and that is pretty sporty. Greg Dreher was 16 green, dead on 8. Needed to be dead nothing to get in the win. Didn't do it. Rocky Van Note will move on. That's Donnie Angel and Gordon Boven. Donnie out of Michigan in the Mustang left side. 618 is the dial. Gordon Boven out of Boise, Idaho. 555 the dial for the CUDA. Red light start for Boven by 8th thou. Donnie, a free data acquisition run here in ATI Performance Products, 3rd round, and he's going to look at a time slip that's going to say, I said I was going to run 618, and he runs 618 with a 1 after being 14 green. Boven, after being red by 8th thou, is dead 3. 5553 on the 555, which should be a donation to the swear jar. Sid Summers and Dallas Glenn. Yes, that Dallas Glenn. Yes, the Winter Nationals winning Pro Stock racer Dallas Glenn. Dallas out of Mooresville, North Carolina, 491 in the Shane Thompson mobile. Sid Summers out of Rexburg, Idaho. 576 is the dial, and Dallas Glenn is red by 7th thou and done for the day, at least in his C entry. Sid Summers, 19 green to get the win, and 3 over. As Sid Summers, the runner from Idaho, takes out Dallas Glenn here in ATI Performance Products 3rd round. Eddie Plaisir and Will Krill. Plage in the Manglia out of Edmonton, Alberta. I'm sure Casey's watching the live feed. If he's not, he should be. As Eddie's staged up alongside Will out of Ardmore, Oklahoma. 68 Camaro right side, 682. The dial for Will. Will, big starting line advantage. Looking to the left. Here comes Eddie in the Anglia. No, Will, 008, 2 above 8 to get the win. Said he was going to run 682, goes 684.8. Eddie was 52 on the green light start. Goes down and runs the number, 5901 on the 590. But the starting line deficit was too much to overcome, as Will Carell will move on. As Kendall Little and Dan Northrup. Dan in Jeannie's Camaro out of Pipersville, PA. 599 is the dial. Kendall Little out of Killeen, Texas in the Malibu. 615 the dial for Kendall Little. Win, Northrup. 16 on the reaction time on a double breakout. As Northrup was 16th thou under the dial, goes 5974 on the 599. Kendall Little was 19 green and under by 23. True margin of victory. 7 thousandths of a second for Dan Northrup. It's Jim Higgins and Ryan Homard. Higgins for the Minnesota Mafia. 69 Nova left side. Ryan Homard out of Hacienda Heights, CA. Talked about Dad Kevin staying home at the shop, so Ryan can come play. His white 64 Nova, that wheel standing hot rod. Be a 2 full bulb head start for Jim Higgins over on the left side. Ryan is Tardy. Higgins in a good spot and is going to get the win. 002. 680 with a 4 on the 679 completely freezes Ryan Homard out, as Rai was 38 at the hit. And it was all academic from there, as he had zero chance of turning on a win light. Jim Higgins locks out Ryan Homard as Nacho Rivera Jr. and Luke Bogacki. Luke, for Team Moser and the Corvette, this is Bracket Racing Elite. 479 is the dial. Nacho Rivera out of Sonora, Mexico. In the Duster, 658 is the dial for Nacho. We are in ATI Performance Products, third round. The door car side of things. Away and away. Luke, starting line advantage, pulling up alongside Nacho and is going to get the win. Luke, 12 green. Dead on 7 to be 19 total. Nacho was 56 up front. And any time that your reaction time is relatively close to Mike Rice's actual age, you're going to have a hard time turning on a win light at a Fling event. It's Mike Lowe and Jeremy Waterman. Lowe out of Hurricane, Utah, right up there by St. George, up on I-15. 593 is the dial-in for Mike. Jeremy Waterman out of Washington. 535 the dial for Mr. Waterman. Green and green, Jeremy and Mike. Jeremy a little better on the starting line and breaks out at the finish line. Jeremy arrived to 660 feet, 37 thousandths of a second in front of Mike Lowe to break out 16 thou. Needed to take 21 or less, didn't do it. Mike Lowe, after being 35 on the reaction time, goes dead on 3 to be good. It's Tim Wirtz and Dan Bain. Wirtz in the Corvette Roadster, left side. Bain in the Corvette Roadster, right side. Prediction machine says Corvette Roadster is going to win this pair. Once again, the prediction machine, 100% accurate every single time. Red light start for Tim Wirtz by 14 thou. Dan Bain, 14 green and 632 on the 629. To move on after Wirtz was red by 14, was dead on 3. Ouch. Is Alan Macham and Jeff Farrar. Alan out of Everett, Washington. The 67 Nova left side. Jeff Farrar in a Cavalier Roadster out of Pahrump. Macham in a tight spot. Jeff Farrar is going to get the win. Locks Allen out. 15 green, down on 1 is 16 total. Macham was 27 green and done. Markel Jackson. Gary Onomura. Markel out of Las Vegas, Nevada. 649 is the dial. Gary, also out of Las Vegas. These guys have done battle a time or 40. Gary with 570 on the card. Red light start for Gary by 24 thou. Markel will move on. Get a free time run. Set him to run 649. Goes 649.6. To get out of ATI Performance Products round number 3. Oh! Greg Hicks is the hef. The huge embarrassing failure. I feel like I'm a huge embarrassing failure. When you turn on a win light in round number 3, you're in the money. You're getting paid. I have failed to mention that a single time in ATI Performance Products third round. Shame on me. Nathan Hershey is going to be colossally disappointed. Well, even more so than normal. It's Kenny Snow and Chris Nafziger. Kenny out of La Habra in the full-body Chevelle. Nafziger out of Henderson in the Vet. Kenny Snow, cha-ching. 572 on the 571 to be good. Knapsinger was 10 up front. Got to the finish line first by 400 to break out by 7 thou. Knapsinger had room. Didn't get on the right side of the number. Kenny Snow will move on. David Beckwith and Michael Pennington. Pennington for the Pennington brothers. Out of Texas. I love. I mean, I'm talking like 17 heart emojis. The Pennington Roadster. I mean, I love Peeps more, but Michael's is 1A. David Beckwith out of Rancho Cucamonga. The 64 Chevy 2 goes red by 15 thou. Michael is 002 green, and a free look at 512 goes 511. And he'll cash today. What is yet to be determined is how much. Is Aaron Durham and Matt Dattis. Aaron out of Roy, Washington. The 69 Nova for Aaron. 653. It's Matt Dattis out of Thanks of Vermilion, Ohio. 98 Grand Am for Matt. 615 will be doing the chasing here in this pair. Just under a full bulb will be the split. .34 green leaves first, but Matt Dattis is going to get the win on a breakout. Aaron Durham said he's going to run 653, goes 648, under by a nickel. As he took it deep, Matt Dattis. 38 green and one above is good. It's Bob Fuller and Ryan Harem. Fuller out of Rogers, Arkansas, the Corvette Roadster. And Ryan Harem out of Huntington Beach, the 69 Camaro over on the right side for Whitney and Memphis and the whole posse. 554 the number for High Gear. Red light start for Fuller by 2 thou. Harem will cash a check today. 551 on the 554 for Harem. To move into round number 4, it's Cliff Hall and Jason Biscay. Cliff out of Carmichael, California. That red Falcon who's 2 entries here into this round. Cliff Hall already moved forward in the pro field. He's going to try to get around Jason Biscay out of Rochester, Washington, the Mustang right side. So a Ford product will advance out of this pair. Biscay stole a little on the starting line and is going to illuminate a win light. 6-6-6-9 for Biscay, was in front by 6 thou at the finish line. Cliff Hall was 35 green and 647. So Cliff Hall brought 2 entries into ATI Performance Products round number 3. Is going to take 1 entry into Rad Torque Systems round number 4. It's Hector Hernandez and Chris Galitti in our rerun. Which was a sunset rerun. The sun was at the point in the sky, shining right into the 660-foot sensor. So the millisecond the tree fired, Chris Galitti got a 0.00 elapsed time. But here we're away. Hector, Chris. Hector's 008, Galitti is 20, and Hector Hernandez, 008, 623 on the 22. Galitti was 20 green and 507. As Hector Hernandez, 008, taking 5 thou. We'll take out Chris Galitti. Rolling to our dragsters. Here in ATI Performance Products third round, Eric Golden and Mike Crater. Golden out of Alberta, Canada. TNT Supercar left side. Mike Crater out of Bedford, Texas. 437 the dial. And yes, I agree with our friends in the chat bleachers. The starting line camera is a full 10 out of 10. Golden. The most heinous of red. Oh, and of course he goes and runs dead on. Eric Golden, 001 red, and goes 463.7 on the 463. That is hideous. Like, that's like ketchup on a steak hideous. Mike Crater, 18 green. And 436 to get the win. I guarantee if Gage the intern was still here, that he would be like, I put steak on my ketchup. There's Ryan Gleghorn and Don Sefton. Gleghorn out of Texas in a good spot. Here comes Sefton and Gleghorn. 14 total for Rai. Gleghorn is the president of the Savannah Kid Fan Club. He'll get to move on. Don Sefton, 47 green, and completely locked out as Gleghorn's 14 total. He'll get in the money today as Brady White and Chandler Thiessen. Brady out of Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Chandler out of Lakewood, Colorado. 448 is the dial for Thiessen. Red light start for Brady White by 10 thou. Chandler is 004. 445 will get the win. After Brady was 10 red, he goes 498 on the 499, but it was all over on the starting line. It's Dave Secondi and Mark Dunn. Dave out of Washington, 455 is the dial for Dave. Mark Dunn out of Odessa, Texas, 479, the dial in for Mark. Done. We'll have the opportunity to depart the starting line first. 479 is the number. So we're here in ATI Performance Products third round. You turn on the win light here. Dollar bills, y'all. Cash rules everything around me. Mark Dunn is going to bow out on a double breakout. Secondi, 16 green, 454.2, under by 8 thou. Mark Dunn was under by 200. Going to be done here in round number 3. Secondi will advance. Jeff, Sarah, and Art Reed. Sarah out of Pennsylvania. 466 is the dial for Sarah. Art Reed out of Kokomo, Indiana. Aruba, Jamaica. I don't think the Kokomo, Indiana is what the Beach Boys were talking about. I easily could be mistaken. Art definitely wants to get there fast and then take it slow. 521 is the dial for Art. Is away. Sarah, a little better on the starting line and a little better on the racetrack. 005. 466.9 on the 466 is 14 total. Art Reed was 12 up front. Needed to be dead on 2 to have any shot whatsoever. Was not. Was 1 above 2. As Jeff Sarah will press forward. Dylan Winters and Talon Farmer. Dylan out of Boonville, Indiana. Talon out of Texas. 471 the dial for Talon. Dylan Winters, 478. The Danny Nelson prepared race car. Away and away. Talon a little better on the starting line, but not going to turn on a win light. Dylan, 24 green, dead on one is good. Talon Farmer arrived at the finish line at 660 feet, 18 thousandths of a second in front of Dylan Winters to break out 3 thousandths of a second. Needed to take 15 or less. Talon Farmer, they will come to an end in ATI Performance Products round number 3. JP Schuster and Cortland Carter. JP out of Vienna, Ohio, 460. Cortland Carter out of Lubbock, Texas. Red and not true start, but a very close margin. JP was 009 in front of green, leaving first. Cortland Carter left second and was 008. 1 thou the difference there in the two red lights. JP was a little more worser and left first. So not a true start situation. But Cortland Carter will move on as Donnie Angel and Larry Hamby. Hambone in the 55 Chevrolet out of Florida, 678 the dial for Larry. Donnie out of Michigan in the Mustang. Donnie is 001, looking over to the right at the 55 Chevrolet and is going to get the win. Wow, Donnie. 001, dead on 4 to be 5 total. Larry Hamby, 17 green, and have a lovely evening here in Las Vegas. As you are done for the day, it's Jonathan Fiello and David Meyer, the machine. Fiello out of Ukaipa, 568 the dial for Jonathan in the beater. David Meyer out of Sheridan in the Cavalier. Fiello, about a full bulb. The head start for David Meyer over on the Pennzoil side. Red light start for Meyer by 1 blanking thou, and you can use your own adjective. Jonathan Fiello, 16 green and a free look at 568, and he's going to look like 567-1 to advance. Lane Weber and Kerry Willouette. Kerry out of Estes Park, Colorado. 521 is the dial. Lane Weber out of Littleton, Colorado, as we have Colorado on Colorado crime. 726 the dial for Lane in the Firebird. 79 model. Red light start for Kerry by a dozen. Lane is 11 on the green light start and 724 on the racetrack. Lane said he was going to run 726. It's got raisins in it, Lane. You like raisins. I mean, we can do better off dead references all day. As Lucas Walker and Bill Kidd. Lucas out of Murray, Kentucky in the Mustang. .607 for Lucas Walker off the bottom. Bill Kidd out of Marana, Arizona. That's Savannah's dad. That's Andrew's guy. 652. We'll be leaving first for Bill. Red light start for Lucas Walker, Bill Kidd. Shashing will cash. Lucas Walker, 9 thou in front of the green and then is dead on 3. Bill Kidd, after being 16 right here, goes 655 down there. And we'll see Bill Kidd in Rad Torque Systems round number 4. As Jay Bunce and Michael Miller. Jay out of Piedmont, Oklahoma in the 63 Corvette. Michael Miller out of New Mexico in his Brogy Roadster. $590 the dial in for Jay. $576 the dial for M Squared. Miller better on the starting line. Jay off the throttle stop. Here comes the Corvette. No, Mike Miller. 12 total. Locks out Jay. Jay was 22 up front, and it was all academic from there because Kaylee Lundeen had a better choice or a better chance of like instantaneously transporting herself to Disneyland to ride Space Mountain than Jay Bunce did of turning on a win light there. It's Casey Pesnell and Troy Grant. Hey, that's a statement of fact. Casey out of Gardendale, Alabama. That's Jared Pennington's dog. 622 for KC. Troy Grant, 676. Out of Golden, Colorado, the 66 Chevy 2 on the stop. We are in. We're away. There goes KC. There goes Troy. We're close at the start. And Troy Grant is going to move forward 28 green, one above two. Put 676 on the car, put 6772 on the racetrack. KC was 31 green and 2 over and a hun behind at the finish line. As Ricky Pennington and Daryl Hemley. Hemley out of Burley, Washington, the Cavalier Top Sportsman ride, 454. The dial in for Daryl and his other brother Daryl. Ricky Pennington, 611. The number for the Nova. Green and green. Hemley, Pennington, Hemley. 12 at the start, 456 at the end. Ricky Pennington was 25 green, and with a 44-mile-an-hour difference, was looking, and ends up breaking out by 100th of a second. So without a 45-mile-an-hour difference, man, that's tough to judge when that Cavalier's just screaming down on top of you. As Robert Crum and Kelly Shearer. Kelly, the young lady out of Belfair, Washington, the S10 right side, 699 the dial for Kelly. Robert Crum, 672 for the 63 Nova SS out of Chico, CA. Red light start for Kelly Shearer by 3 thou. Robert Crum will advance to go 670. Brad Pierce and Jeremy Hancock. BP out of Riverside in the 58 Corvette. 640 is the dial for Brad. Jeremy Hancock out of Commerce, Georgia. The 66 Nova, right side, 552. That's what Jeremy has selected here in ATI Performance Products third round. Once again, you turn on a win light here. Shashing. Jeremy in control. Rip. 13 green, dead on 2 for Jeremy Hancock. Brad Pierce picked a bad time to be Reggie Jackson on the starting line. 44 on the green light start, 638 on the racetrack, and was still a hun behind at the finish line as Jeremy Hancock takes out Brad Pierce. And this is a great matchup. John LaBouse. So John LaBouse and Brian Cerruti. Cerruti off the bottom out of Ohio, the 67 Camaro right side. LaBouse out of Tennessee in the Corvette left side. Cerruti gave up a little on the starting line. Here comes the caboose. LaBoose locks out Cerruti. 009, dead on 5 is 14 total. Brian Cerruti is 20 thou on the green light start. And no bueno for Brian Cerruti. It's Hector Hernandez and Greg Dreher. Hector out of Hermosillo, Sonora. For Team Mexico, 622 the dial for Hector. Greg Dreher, 568 the dial for the Chevette as Dreher took 2 entries into ATI Performance Products third round. Trying to take 1 entry into round number 4 and will do so. Hector brought 2 entries into ATI Performance Products round number 3. He'll take 1 entry into round number 4 when he beat Chris Galitti. Dreher takes 1 entry into round number 4 as well. So Chris Galitti in the competition single. Permission for a flyby. Negative Ghost Rider, the pattern is full. Man, that buzzed the tower. Holy crap. Look at the, first of all, I just looked to the right. Look at the moon. We got to get Chad Reynolds to get a shot of the moon. It's Chris Galitti, 004 and a free look at 506 goes 5054. Just reminds me of Ferris Bueller, man. Life moves pretty fast. If you don't stop every once in a while and take a look around, you can miss it. I missed the moon until I looked over the right side out of the window of the tower. Promise. As we move into our back into the dragsters, Tyler Bohannon, Jeremy Bargo. Tybo, Louisville, Kentucky. Louisville, Kentucky. Bohannon, 474 the dial. Jeremy Bargo out of Barberville, Kentucky. Do these guys know there was like a whole slew of racetracks that are a lot closer they could get together than here in Las Vegas? But hey, this event is much more gooder as it's the million. It's worth driving all the way across the country and lining up next to your state mate. State mate, is that a thing? Sure. Okay. Tree down and away. Bohannon is 002. Dead on 9 to be 11 total. Bargo's 19 green and can take the rest of the night off. Tyler Bohannon locks out Jeremy Bargo, and it is now the point of the program, which is everybody's favorite part of the program, the ever-popular in-round announcer switch. Nathan Hershey, fresh off of Spreading Goodwill, will take you through ATI Performance Products round number 3.
That one's turned up for the intern. All right, thanks, Mike. Back to you. Oh, Raymond Harshbarger and Colton Aragon. One of them is 00 on the tree. The other one is not. And the win light will turn on for Colton Aragon. Aragon, who apparently after the round number 1 mishap has been a man on a mission. 004 and dead on 7 for Aragon, taking 10th out at the stripe to light up the scoreboard. Raymond Harshbarger was 027 on the tree, gets down there and runs 479 on the 480. Yeah, Aragon, as Mike would say, has been way much more girder. He was almost like 000. Oh, Wyatt Wayman, the engineer out of South Jordan, Utah, and Hunter Patton. 458, the number showing up on the bottom side of that left lane scoreboard for Hunter Patton. And for Wyatt Wayman, the 482 number showing up on the right lane scoreboard. Wyatt's got the pre-stage bulbs lit as activity low and fast over the racetrack has resumed coming out of Nellis Air Force Base. Okay. Down and away we go. Again, one of them is 00, one is not. Honey Wayne, 006 and dead on 5 to be 11 total, taking 7th thou at the stripe. Wyatt Wayman was 22 on the tree and runs 481 And so just a moment ago, we did the in-round announcer swap, and right as I took over the mic, Pete walked in and said, hey, look, I need you and Mike. And Warren has been recruited to come in here and take over. So, Warren, congratulations, man. Take it away. I'm spent after 2 pair, apparently.
I think I'm like 4th string. Is that
I'm
right?
wiped out.
You got Mike, you got you got Gabe. And
oh, I'm wiped out.
we were going to draw numbers out in the grandstands, but there's only 4 people out there. So anyway, first thing out off the bat, Kenny Probst is in need of a Crower rocker arm and or adjuster. Crower rocker arm or adjuster for Kenny Probst. If you can help him out, he wants to keep racing. Gabriel Hernandez is going to keep racing as he turns it green up here. 497 at 138 for the round win. Jaron Mott, 001 red to end his chances here in round number 3. So just like that, Mikey Bloomfield Jr. out of Fairfield, Ohio rolls up now, and the Drag Specialties dragster on the left-hand side, Brian Bennett right side. Shallow Water, Texas, 465 left side up on the scoreboard, 449 on the right for Brian Bennett. And it's another red light start. Mikey flips on the red bulb. Brian Bennett, 448 at 153. That's a free look for him. He was on the green side. Bloomfield 005 red, 459 at 149. He was holding a few there. That's all righty. Here's Troy Williams out of Bradenton for FTI. And Rich Lash, Queen Creek, Arizona. He'll line up now. 469 for Troy. He'll be the chaser. Rich Lash, 534. Gets the spot. Green and red. Red light for Rich Lash by 10. 005 for Troy, 467 at 148. He'll move on to the next round. Rich Lash, 10 on the red light, 534.5. Red and dead on. We've had a bunch of those today, and the trend continues. Two more getting set right now. Donnie Burleson out of Richmond, Texas, and Dan Lafferty, the Idaho runner, 448 and 440. I know that's not grammatically correct, but oh, what a tight race. A 5 to a 4. Win light goes to Dan Lafferty. He breaks out by just a little bit less. He's 438.7 on the 440. He was 4 on the tree. Burleson was 5 on the tree, left second, 444 on the 448 at 154, and Lafferty advances. Brian Watts coming up now out of Pasco, Washington. Division 6 in the house. And Vicki Johnson over here on the right for Fine Line Graphics out of Arvada, Colorado. Brian trying to go 445. Vicki 466. She will leave first. Little last minute instructions there from Steve as he leans in the car. Now he backs away. Again, this is round 3. ATI Performance Products. As we split them in half once again. We are green and green. One of them's almost perfect, but can't carry it through. Vicki was 001 on the tree and then goes 464.9 on the 466, breaking by 11 thou. Brian Watts, your winner, 446. He's safe by 1 at 157. So Vicki was in control, except for getting there a little too quick. Kevin Brandon, the Rabbit, over on the left side out of South Carolina with a 459 on the dial-in board. David Meyer alongside Sheridan, California, the home base for the runner. with a 494 right side in the Pennzoil lane. We roll in now. Light the top bulbs, 7 inches till we get it. Set to go. David is in. Kevin, he is there. Again, green lights a pair. The Rabbit handles business on this end and goes dead one on that end. 459.1 for Kevin Brannon. That gets the job done. 148 for the Speed KB. Moves on to round number 4 for David Meyer. This entry ends right here in round number 3 with a 494.5, dead on 5, but 26 is a little too much behind up front. James Warden coming up now, Norco, California. That is the Las Vegas lane left side, 443 the dial in. He'll be chasing down Marlon Goetz from Troy, Texas. 487 is the dial in on the right side. So head start right, quicker car on the left. One of them sees a wind light. Warden taking his time, and looks like, I am not sure exactly what happened there. There's something kind of funky on the tree. I think maybe he had tripped it with the nose, but gets the win on the double breakout. Warden 442 with a 4 on the 443. He's 1 under. Marlon Goetz goes 2 under. 485 on a 487. Bryson Scruggs, red light start. Sean Langdon, the champ, the win. 462 at 149. Bryson Scruggs, 002 red, 496, and done at 115. Keith Winters out of LVNV, 478 the dial left side. Austin Free, little drag champ over on the right. Out of Katy, Texas, 480 the number over there on the right. Tuhan the difference as the tree counts down. Both of them taking their time. Winters is in. Austin Free keeps making rounds here. 481, 143 for the win for Austin Free. Little drag champ goes on to 4. Keith Winters ends here in round 3, 476. 2-2 quick, and the 021 red light takes care of business right there. So for you folks on the live stream chat, yep, we're on the 4-way screen right now. I know it's not all the action, but at the moment we've had to do a little switching and changing up, and so that's the best coverage we can give you at the moment while I'm in here and the producer desk is unmanned. So thanks for hanging in there. Tom Bayer, left side, out of Cherry Valley, California. Operates the School of Drag Racing. He is 494. Alongside Ava Glenn with a 480. Up on the scoreboard. Bayer's teaching her a little bit there as he goes 9 total. How about 003 on the tree, dead 6. 494.6 at 138. That is 9 thou total. Ava, decent light, 011. Guess what? Locked out before she passed the Christmas tree. Ava 480 with an 8 at 144. Decent time ticket. But Bayer, much better. Alberto Cerda Jr. out of Nuevo Leon, Mexico. 488. He'll leave first. Steve Williams, the champ. Right side out of Cherry Valley, California. 437 is the dial in on the right. So by about a bulb, Cerda gets the head start. And just like that, they're off on the green. Top end, win light for Steve Williams. 441 at 146. He was better reacting to green, 003. Then goes 441 for the win. Team Mexico ends their chances right here as Cerda, 491 on the 488, and a little bit tardy letting go of the button. Steve White, Justin Hoff coming up next. White left side, Ventura, California. Fresh pipe over there, a 22 racecraft machine alongside Justin Hoff, the TNT chassis dragster out of Wendell, Idaho. 489 and 483 are the dial-ins left and right respectively. Steve White rolled the beams, turns it red. Justin Hoff gets the automatic win. 481 at 143. As we keep cutting the field in half, they roll past the ready line. Computer operator over here, Jonathan, getting those dial-ins plugged in and put a pair on the starting line. Sean Hart left side, 490 the dial in, and Matt Lee on the right, 471 is the dial. Lee out of Seneca, Missouri. My buddy George Glenn up here, he's a Missourian now. Sean Hart from Layton, Utah. Again, 490 on the left side, 471 on the right. Head start goes to the bigger number. And that'll be Sean Hart. Both of them taking their time to find the starting line. They both flash it at the same time. They're both turning green. Fourth thou apart, letting go up here. Win light goes to Sean Hart. 492 on the 490 for the win at 131. Matt Lee, 474 at 146. Hart was 15. Lee was 19. Here's Chad Axford. Axford's having a pretty great season already as he's been knocking them down in NHRA top dragster competition. Makes his home in Kentucky, but he's out here on the West Coast. And he's been making rounds and turning on win lights out here on the west side of the country. Brianna Weens alongside, hometown girl from Las Vegas, Brianna. She's trying to go 451, 436 over on the left for Chad Axford. Coin clip on the starting line. They're 1 thou apart. How about a 436-1 for Axford? Dead one. 009, that's 10 total. Brianna had a window. It was only 1 thou at the top end. Can't close it up. 452.8 at 149. She's over by 8 thou. Axford over by 1 thou. They're 1 thou apart at the starting line. So Axford turns on another win light. Dean Bush, Scott Heyer coming up next. Bush, another of the local contingent out of Las Vegas. And Scott Heyer, Morrison, Colorado. My old buddy Nick Agresta would call this a ditto dial. They're identical 468s, left and right. Bush, too early by 12 thou. Scott Heyer for the win, 467 on his 468. It's a free look. The red light start for Bush. Heyer, 467 at 147 miles an hour for the win. Bush turns it red, and goes 465. Joe Peters comes up now on KJ Desa. KJ even closer to Las Vegas Motor Speedway as he's from North Las Vegas. 485 is his performance prediction. Joe Peters left side, 474 is what Joe was trying to run. Peters, green, win. KJ, red, loss. Peters, 474.7 for the win at 142 miles an hour, and the Texan will pick up the win ticket. For KJ, red light start, 485, red and dead on at 139. KJ is out with that entry. Here's Jeff Taylor. Apache Junction, Arizona, the home for the dragster that's dialed 511. Brian Sutton dialed at 483. Clean and green. One of them's a heck of a lot better than the other. That's the guy that turned on the wind light. Brian Sutton, 004 on the tree, 488. He's 5 over on his 483 dial. Jeff Taylor, 512 on the 511. That tells you where that race was won, right up here on the starting line. Margin of victory, 11 ten-thousandths of a second, and it goes the way of Brian Sutton. Jorge Covarrubias Ortiz out of Ciudad Morelos, Baja, California. Although I believe that is Mexico. And Gabe Torres, La Puente, California. G-Money over here on the right. 468 the dial in, right side. He leaves first by 0.07 of a second. Jorge, 461, will be on the chase. They'll look pretty close coming off the starting line. Both of them turn it green up here. One of them will turn on a wind light down there, and it's going to be Jorge. Jorge Ortiz, 461.3. He is dead 3. 14 total as he was 11 letting go. Dead on 3 at the top end. 14 total. Gabe was already locked out. He was 30, reacting to the green light up here, and that was no good. Sean Page and Don Butkowitz coming up next. Page from up north, Meridian, Idaho. 495 on the dial-in board. He has lit the stage bulb. Don Butkowitz, 478 for the runner out of New Jersey. He's from out east. Finish line says it is Butkowitz for the win. Again, reaction time, a big part of that. 12 on the tree, 81 at the top end on his 78 dial at 136. Sean Page, 1 over 496 at 138, so that would be your little classic hole shot over there for Butkowitz to take the win by 19 thousandths of a second. Donovan Williams and Chris Whitfield. How about this matchup? Kind of titanic matchup in its own way as Donovan out of Bradenton, Florida. He comes by it honest. Let's see, you got Gary, you got Troy, you got Donovan. Win, win, win. 469. Chris Whitfield, oh, by the way, he's seen a few Happy Gilmore checks from this event. The runner out of Highlands Ranch, Colorado, 462 the dial on the right side. Again, a 0.07 of a second spot goes to Williams. Williams flickers his way in. They both let go, head to the other end. One of them's 002 and is second off the starting line. Wow. Chris Whitfield on the double breakout win. How about this? Williams is 002 on the tree, left second. He went 468.1 on his 469. He broke out by 9 thou. Whitfield is perfect. Trip, zip, front end. Then goes 461.4 on the 462. He breaks out by 6 thou That one lived up to its billing. And Chris Whitfield takes out Donovan Williams here in round number 3. Logan Scrivener comes up next alongside Shane Thompson, Henderson, Nevada. Scrivener out of Sherwood, Oregon, 488 the dial in. Left side gets to leave first. Shane Thompson, Mr. Silver State, Plumbing and HVAC over here on the right. Thanks to them for their sponsorship of today's activities. Thompson in trouble trying to win his own money, but guess what? He's on the safe side of the number, gets the win. Scrivener got down there, took 8 at the stripe, and broke out by 2. 486 on the 488 for Scrivener. Thompson was behind up front. He gave up 600ths on this end, went dead 3 on that end, and Thompson still on the chase for the $30,000 at the end of the night. Punch Johnson out of Seligman, Arizona, and Aaron G., Wichita Falls, Kansas, will be your next pair lining up. Punch Johnson, the Yancer machine. You see the fendered dragster over on the left. 582 is the dial-in. He gets more than a second head start over Aaron G's 470 dialed machine. Punch left a little too early. He was 14 red. Win light goes to Aaron G. 468 on the 470. 146 for your winner, Aaron G. Punch Johnson, red light start, 593 at 136 miles per hour. Willie Flores from San Angelo, Texas, makes the trek west to Las Vegas, taking on Rick Marcy. Also had to go west a little bit from Farmington, New Mexico. 473 the dial in left side for Flores, 490 on the right. Both leave on the green. One of them is really green. Ha-ha! And he gets the win. So how about this? This is your plan. Willie Flores, let's go 192 green. Dead 9. That's a 201 package. Okay. Doesn't win very many rounds. But for Rick Marcy, he took 2/10 down at the finish line and broke out by 2 hun. 488, 2 quick on the 490. He was 18 on the tree. And ate the whole bag of potato chips right there. Dallas Glenn, Jennifer Weens. Oh, how about this setup? Dallas Glenn, fresh off his Pro Stock victory at Pomona last weekend. Home base now out of Mooresville, North Carolina, but made his home on the West Coast forever and ever. And Jennifer Weens for Ted Weens Tire and Auto right here. Jen 001 red. And dejectedly clicks it off. Dallas Glenn, 442-1, dead on 1 at 160. He was 20 on the tree. That really wasn't very good up against all this competition, but good enough against Jen as she 1,000. 2 quick. Somebody doing a little converter test right next to me here. It's working. Jeff Watts and Chevy Reeves. So for Chevy, earlier on his first entry, the car broke and stopped on the track. Looks like they've made repairs, got him back up here. Yeah, making a full pull right now. See if it pays off for him, and it does. They got it fixed up. 2 over 459 at 138 for the win. He was better on this end and safe on that end. Jeff Watts got down there first by 7/10,000ths of a second, but it didn't really matter. He was behind the start. He tried to sneak inside the window, and he broke out by 7 thou. Corey Galletti, Tomball, Texas. He's pretty good at this. His American car dialed to 453. He'll be chasing down Darren Lotz on the right side. The runner out of Waynesboro, Virginia. 486 is the dial in on the right. That's the number posted up on the Pennzoil scoreboard. Las Vegas side, the 453 for Galletti. Again, both of them patiently moving into the beams right now. It's getting a little more serious every round. Green lights a pair. Top end. Corey gets the job done. Lots was 21 on the tree. He left second. Galletti 007. James Bond Green 460 at 131. Lots could not get there. Slowed at the top end. 513 at 107. And Lots is pulled over by the wall right now as he is out of power and cannot make his way up to the top. Galletti 460 at 131. Saw what was going on with his competition and backed out of it. Our safety crew will go down there and retrieve Darren and get him back to the turnoff and point him back down the hill, back to his pit area. So the good news, from what chatter I'm hearing over the radio, is that everything is clean and dry down there on the racetrack. That is good. We'll give Darren an assist off of the top end of the track. I'm not sure. All right. Sounds like Motor's coming back to the light as we got Darren cleared off the top end. No flashy red lights out there. That's good. Kurt Harvey and Gary Wombolt say, yep, that's good. It's our turn now. Harvey, left side. Greenville, Texas, the home base for the dragster over there in the Las Vegas lane. 479 is the number he's looking at. To his upper left, Gary Wombolt looks to his upper right, sees a 465 on the scoreboard over there for the runner out of Arvada, Colorado. Well, they weren't distracted. They were pretty much even off the starting line. It's Harvey for the win. He goes 4 over, 483 at 134, backing out of it. He was 45 on the tree, and Wombolt 42, so they were right there together. Wombolt way off the pace, 482 at 140 miles an hour, way off of his 465 prediction. Now it's time for Trevor Harkema from Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. And Don Sefton, the Washington runner. 494 for Harkema. He goes dead 3 for the win. 494.3 at 134. Sefton was dialed 474. He goes dead 8 at 139. Pretty much in the way. Sefton is out of here. Harkema gets to come back. James Glenn. If you look real close, somewhere on that car, there's a big number 1. Defending national champion in NHRA Super Comp category out of Ridgefield, Washington. One of our winners from last year's event. And Jeff Serra. Oh, yeah. That guy's been a winner everywhere. Here, there, everywhere. 469 for Sarah. Kind of a brilliant IT guy, too, from what I understand. Sarah? Yeah? Yeah, he's one of us IT geeky guys. He's trying to go 69. Every time he gets in the car, he has to rewire and reprogram it. And then that's how he sets the box. And he sees a win light come on as he's 5 on the green side, Glenn 8 on the red side. Sarah, your winner, 472 at 125. Jim Glenn, 008 red, then goes 481 at 127. Bree Bandamere Herman out of Pueblo, West Colorado. See that big tail light way up high there on the wing of the strut there of the dragster, 450. It's a good thing I'm not do this on a regular basis. Me not talk very good. What? 456 left side. Chandler Thiessen, right side, 445 for the runner also out of Colorado. They probably have run a time or 3 at Bandamere. Here they are at LVMS. It'll be decided down there. They're identical up here. 457-0, 1 over. Wow, look at that drag race. They're both 5 on the tree. They're both exactly 1 over. Bree is 457 on the 456. 457-0 on the 456. Chandler is 446-0 on the 445. They're both exactly 1 over. They're both exactly 005 on the tree. Margin of victory. That CompuLink had to figure it out. How about a 0.008 margin of victory? 8 ten-thousandths of a second. Bad Beat of the Day award now goes to Chandler Thiessen. Elliot Franco and Ed Olpen. Man, I can't get over that. They're going to look at that time ticket and go, what just happened? Franco, 505. Olpen, 460. They're both 00. Top end of the track It is open, getting it done. 461.3 at 146. He was on the safe side. 009 on the tree. Franco 007 on the tree. Got down there and took 16 thou at the top end. He broke out by one of them. He had a window. Broke out by 1/1000th of a second. 5:04.9 on the 5:05 at 1:34. Franco out of here. Open. Keeps on keeping on. Raul Alanis from Monterrey, Mexico, and Mike Crater from Texas. 5:05 to dial in left for Team Mexico. Little tap on the wing there for good luck. Mike Crater, right side, 436. The number for the Mullis car out of Bedford, Texas. The numbers up on the scoreboard tell us what's going on. Chad Reynolds down there up on the scissor lift. We swing the camera to follow these cars down the track. 5:70 at 1:31 for Raul Alanis. Not good enough. 4:56 at 1:22 for Mike Crater. Kind of an ugly run all the way around, but the win light for Crater, 4:56, 1:22. Dwayne Ringuth from Calgary, Alberta, Canada, and Rocky McLean from Fort Worth, Texas. North and south meet sort of kind of in the middle here in Las Vegas. 454 left side, 478 on the right. Head start on the Pennzoil side of the track for Rocky McLean. And we're going to think about it. A little flicker of the bulby over there on the left. Now the right. Now they go and go. Green and green. One of them just not even close. Rocky McLean, 479 on the 478. 006 on the tree. Dwayne was never going to get there. 105 on the tree. Broke out by 5 thou. And he was still almost a tenth behind at the finish line. Not good for the Canadian, but the Texan gets it done. Rocky keeps on rocking. Preston Pennington. Three Rivers, Texas. And Tony Pontillo from Kenosha, home of the Rambler. 479 the dial in right side, 464 on the left. Pontillo goes first, Pennington on the chase. They both got 7s in the reaction time. One of them's got a 4 in front of it, though. Mr. Pennington for the job well done. 465 at 141 for the win light. 007 on the tree. Tony, a little bit tardy. 47 on the tree. 77 on the 79 on the chase. Still got there second. Preston Pennington for the dub. Grady Johnson. Tommy Drake Sr. coming up next. Utah v. Idaho. Johnson, 470 left side. Drake, 451 on the right. Thank you all for hanging in here tonight as we are working our way through round number 3, the ATI Performance Products round number 3, here on Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC Wednesday. Working our way down to a $30,000 top prize. Drake is in trouble. He ran dead 4 and wasn't even close. Grady Johnson, 00 up front, 473.9 at 139, and still had a big window to work with. As Tommy Drake just flat missed it up here. He goes dead on 4, 451 4 at 151. but did not find the bulb he was looking for. Shane Molinari, Battleground, Washington. The blower car with a 458. He'll be chasing down Dave Moser from Escondido, California for Moser Enterprises. Right side of the track. 471. The prediction over here on the right. Molinari, 007, red. 455 at 154. Shane's done here with this entry. Dave Moser, 471-1, dead on 1 at 146. Had it dialed right. Now if he can find this end of it, he'll turn on another wind light. Eric Golden, J.P. Schuster. Next pairing. Golden, another of our Canadian friends. Airdrie, Alberta, Canada, 463. Left side. JP with a 459 on the right. Vienna, Ohio, his home. Goulden got down there. Got there first, as a matter of fact. Dialed to 463, goes 462.6. Breaks out by 4 thou. Took 17 thou at the stripe. Schuster just fed him the stripe and went 461 for the win. Dave Secondi and Dylan Winters coming up now. Secondi, Ellensburg, Washington. If Mike Eames was in here, he'd be hooting and hollering for his D6 guy. Dylan Winters from my home division, Division 3. We'll see who lays the smack down on whom, to be grammatically correct. 478 right side, 453 on the left. That's a half a bulb head start for Winters. Hey, boys and girls, tail lights. We'd sure like to have them. 478-1, dead one for Winters. He was better on the tree as well. Secondi left second, broke out by 3 thou. 452.7 at 151. Two more pairs of dragsters, then it looks like Pro coming to the ready line for their next round of competition. I think we're down to like 6 cars in Pro, something like that. If I push the button, I'll know what's happening next. Gabriel Hernandez Jr., Hermosillo, Sonora, Mexico, and Tony Fuller, right side from Little Rock, Arkansas. 508 and 497. Sometimes you see interesting things on the old CompuLink screen. But you won't see that one again as Tony Fuller turns it red by 004. Gabriel Hernandez Jr., your winner, 498. 1 over on his 497. Team Mexico, another point for them. 138 for the speed. Fuller, as we've been saying all day long, red, dead on. 508.3 on his 508 dial at 137. Final pair here in round number 3 for ATI Performance Products. This is going to be Kyle Cotrera out of Elliott, Maine, one of the hitters, and Mike Bloomfield Jr. Mikey back up here once again in his dragster. 458 and 465 are the dials. Mikey lost with his previous entry. See if he can maintain, but he's got a tough one over there on the left with Kyle Cotrera. 458 and 465 again are the dial-ins. One last win light here in round number 3. Round 3 winners are starting to collect a little money as we move forward. Every little bit helps as we march our way to 30,000 at the end of the night. And they're both thinking about it. Cotrera finally moves in. Bloomfield follows him in. They both let go. Green light's a pair. Bloomfield in control and shows it down there. Double breakout win goes to Bloomfield. 464.6 breaks out by 4 thousandths. Cole Treller 457.4. He breaks out by 6 thousandths. Bloomfield was better up front, and Bloomfield moves on to the next round. That is round number 3. Coming up now, it's pro round number 4. And to tell you about it, the voice of the Fling, Nate Hershey.
Well, thank you very much, Warren. Appreciate you kind of holding down the fort while we went and had some other things that we needed to get taken care of, and now we're going to get right back after it. Again, pro, down to the quarters. Looking at it on the ladder, Jacob Phelps taking on Charlie Lockhart. Charlie Lockhart carrying the front end of that pickup truck way up high with a 007 reaction time and goes 6:02 on the 6:02 as Lockhart will pick up the win. Jacob Phelps was 0:44 red, and that is no good for Phelps. So Lockhart with the 007. Going to be moving into what will be the round of 3. Again, just trying to get a few things set up here. So Lockhart with a 007. As we bring out our next 2, and that will be Jared Bargo and Cliff Hall. Hall in the Falcon out of Carmichael, California. 645 is the dial over on the left side of the racetrack with a 613 dial. For the S10 pickup truck out of Kentucky for Bargo. Bargo with a wheels up charge as the Falcon is off, down, and away. Down to the finish line, it is going to be Jared Bargo. 613.0 on a 613. He's 12 and dead on 0, which is going to get him an entry into that CompuTank best dialer drawing. Again, all the dead on zeros between today and tomorrow are going to be entered into that drawing. So with Bargo picking up the win light with a dead on 0 run, he will advance with a 12 light as now Henry Roberson and Brian Cerruti. Roberson out of North Highlands, California. Left side of the track with a 725 dial. Cerruti dialed in at 639. Tree begins to drop, and we are away. Nothing between them at this end of the racetrack. Both drivers identical in reaction time, and the win light is going to turn on for Cerruti. Cerruti 16 green and goes at 2 above the dial, 641 on a 639, taking 10th thou at the stripe to get the win light. Henry Roberson was 16 green as well and 0.03 of a second above the dial with a 728 on a 725. So our 3 advancing into the round of 3 are Cerruti with the 12 light. Cerruti with a 16 light. Bargo with the 12 light. And Lockhart with the 007 bulb. So down to 3. In the pro category, we should have our Super Pro door cars lined up back in the staging lanes as they begin to roll forward. Again, we are down to the point where we are no longer separating by the group identifiers of A, B, C, or D. It's pretty much door cars, dragsters, and, of course, the pro category. And with that, rolling into what is now the Rad Torque Systems round number 4. That is what we started with. And as we do get into round number 4, again, we want to thank the folks at Rad Torque. Want to thank the folks at ATI Performance Products for their best losing package of round number 3. Of course, Biondo Racing Products, best losing package round number 2. We're now moving into Brad Torque Systems round number 4. Again, $500 for the best losing package in this go-round, thanks to our friends at Rad Torque System. We got a little track prep that is taking place right now. We've got our Super Pro door cars rolling forward. We'll get them positioned behind the tower. Again, down to 3 in pro. and working with a massive car count. Biggest we've had here at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway for a spring fling event. Had 670 cars make the call in round number 1 and are whittling our way through, making our way into round number 4. All right. So, racers, if we could have your attention, please. Racers. Can we get your attention, please? Hey, listen up, racers. If you are not somewhere on property where you can clearly hear the PA, we want to give you a moment or two so that you can get somewhere on the property that you can clearly hear the PA. So again, if you are sitting in your car out there getting ready to make a run, make sure you've got your door open. Make sure that you've got somebody listening in. If you are, out in the pits and are having trouble hearing the speaker near where you are at, make sure that you get somewhere you can hear it. Again, we've got the FM broadcast. Make sure you've got that on. Racers, we want to make sure that we get your attention, please. I'm going to say it like one more time just so that we know that everybody is listening. I know that we've got the live feed on so that everybody can, if you're listening along, in your pit, watching the live feed. Hopefully we've got everybody's attention by now. But racers, we've got a very, very important announcement that has to do with the remainder of the weekend. Essentially, we've got a massive car count that is out here. 670 cars showed up today for round number 1 on Wednesday. We are certainly anticipating more racers to show up over the next day or so. Again, we've still got the big day on Friday where we'll have some racers that are going to try to pop in for that. We've got a lot to do between now and then, and we've got a lot that was essentially posted on the flyer of how this event was going to be run. Well, Peter Biondo has joined me up here on the microphone, and hopefully everybody is listening in. But Peter, the racers showed up huge. I mean, even to a point where a little bit more than what we had originally anticipated.
Absolutely. I would have never guessed that we would have 670 entries in Las Vegas. When we first started this event, we had a lot of naysayers on the East Coast saying there's no way you're going to get everyone to go out there. It's too far. All I can say is, guys, thank you so much. It's mind-boggling, and I'm very appreciative of it, and so is all of our Fling staff. We couldn't do this without you. So 670 today. I'm predicting another maybe 10 or 20 tomorrow, maybe even close to 700. We obviously have to make an adjustment to the schedule. There is just one thing that I study hard is the car counts and how much time it takes, and it's just going to be physically impossible to do 330Ks with right around 700 cars. So we came up with a plan.
We did. And I mean, looking at it, Peter, like you said, to try and pull off 3 $30,000 races, I mean, you look at where we're at today. We got a nice early start. We did have a couple of on-track incidents that we had to stop for a little while. It's now 8 o'clock at night. We're just starting round number 3, and I mean, we've got, another 4 rounds to go. Or starting round number 4, we've got another 4 to 5 rounds to go just to finish off tonight. And that basically would take it to where we're racing from, 8 a.m. in the morning until midnight or beyond each and every day. And that just gets to be draining, not only for, the racers that are out there, but for the crews, for the folks that are working here at the track. It just gets to the point where it becomes impossible to pull that off.
Yeah, and midnight's optimistic. With this car count, you would have to be a perfect day would probably be 12:30. And we all know you always got to add an hour for something. So it's just not possible. So Friday's going to stay just as it is. That's the million day. Nothing's changing for Friday.
So let's talk a little bit about Friday's schedule, right?
Okay.
Exactly the same.
Yep.
Right? We're going to start off in the morning. You got the Brodix 50K run.
Yep.
And then everybody who's entered into the million, we're going to get into round number 1, and we are going to run through the million, focus on Friday exactly as it is. Nothing will change. Friday's money is out there, and somebody's going home with life-changing money on that day.
Yeah, it's going to be a big day Friday, possibly our biggest million ever. And that's another good thing, and we're going to get to it because I think we're teasing them too much. But Friday, everyone's going to be more fresh. This all just makes sense to me. I wanted to see how today played out with this amount of cars. We're not going to finish tonight. I don't think. We're going to try, but with the amount of cars we have left, I just don't see it happening. So we're going to likely be behind the 8 ball. Maybe we get to the ladder tonight. Maybe we get further. Who knows? So, Nate, we're going to combine Thursday and Saturday. Thursday and Saturday would be combined at 230Ks. All round money's doubled. So third round's $400 round money instead of $200 round money. We will have time for a buyback because we're running over 2 days now. So you will have the opportunity to buy back. From round 3 to runner-up is all doubled. And Nate, I'm going to let you say the other part.
Okay. So, again, kind of what we're looking at, as Peter just mentioned, Thursday's $30,000 and Saturday's $30,000 race will be combined into one race. It will be contested over 2 days because we know, again, as we've seen today, the likelihood of completing a race in a single day with the number of cars that we have here is pretty much out the window. So, we will start the basically the combined Thursday and Saturday race on Thursday morning. We'll have the reaction time challenge Thursday morning. We'll do new entry time runs
for any
following
car any car that hasn't been down the track at all.
Yep. And the car has to have not been down the track at all. It's not like a new driver car combo. It's just if the track's been down, or if the car's been down the track at all, it's not considered a new entry. So if it is a brand new race car, we'll do some new entries. Then we'll get into that combined race. We'll run first round. And because of the fact that we are combining the two races, there will be a buyback round.
Right.
So the buyback will also be doubled.
Yep.
Okay. So.
And then we'll likely have to finish this race tomorrow also.
Yeah.
Slip that in.
Yep.
So let's get to what I really want to tell everybody.
The big deal. The big deal.
So you guys, that's pretty elementary stuff. You combine a race, everything's doubled, blah, 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 right?
If you were sticking with that.
If I was sticking with that. But the winner's purse is not going to be $60.